Oh, it's muted there. Hey, Eric, how you doing this
I'm doing splendid.
morning? Welcome back to day 2 of the Hack the Holidays event hosted by blockchaincenter.com.
Yeah, thanks everyone for joining in. It's been really an interesting process. We've been running around here trying to make sure that we have the content calendar like really stocked for today. Adam, what do we have?
Well, let me pull it up. We have just out of the notable names that I'd seen earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Let me open up my spreadsheet here.
I've been checking out some of the people doing some projects. We have some IoT going on, so it's very interesting.
Wow.
Yeah.
I can go off the top of my head. I know we have Polis blockchain coming in today.
Okay.
We have Jeff McCabe and Divi. He's coming up next.
Okay, cool.
We have.
Oh, there we go. It's right on screen. So we got.
We got it.
Pro. That's us right now, 10 a.m. 10:30. Well, we got Divi, Jeff at 11, 12. We have Polis. 1 o'clock. You got me.
Yours truly.
Yeah. I'm going to be doing. I'm going to show you how to create and mint a creature on OpenSea. So it's kind of nifty, huh?
Yeah, big fan of NFTs.
Yeah, so
I like them. I like them more and more as the years go on. CryptoKitties kind of ruined them. CryptoKitties a little bit ruined it for me. I didn't care about it at all.
CryptoKitties did ruin it for me.
Yeah, but then as we move forward into thinking about futures contracts or positions and not even just that, moving on to actual awesome stuff like event tickets and things like this are way cooler. Yeah, it's way cooler now.
Kitties.
Or my favorite, the DeFi NFT drops like Rotten Swap had with the rotting Fiddler-Butrin, or the Chadlets for Chad VC. That was a good one.
Yeah, that's the Chadlet. That was funny. And see, that's the kind of stuff that we need. I want to be able to move away from just I think that the mechanic was new and fresh, but it's time for new mechanics. Like what if we had an NFT? I think me and John May we made a 99 bottles of beer on the wall token. So you would take one down and you pass it around, then it would just burn. There's not much market availability with that, but maybe there is. We'll see.
I mean, it's what if you had 10 free flights on a U.S. Airlines, right? And then it burns after 10 or something like that. I don't know. But also,
if you give it away, if you give your coupon away to too many people, then it just disappears. I think there was a book. I think I was inspired by this one book that the more times that you let someone borrow it, it would just deteriorate the words.
Wow.
I think some Google engineer did that. That's
an awesome idea for it. Is that the story in the book? Is about this book?
No, an engineer told a Google engineer did it. It was interesting. So I was like, ooh.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, just a book that just deteriorates over time. I thought that was cool.
Anyways, there's some DeFi projects that created tokens that I can't even mention on stream because of their terrible names, but a lot of funny things.
That's me. That's me. And that's 1 o'clock. We have 2 o'clock. We have David Whale from the Nasdaq. David Whale the 4th. Xenia, what's up? 3 o'clock.
David Wheel's a big time guy. He, I believe he architected Google. David, I remember he explained it to me, but he's pretty big. Done a lot of good stuff.
Did you do the Jobs Act?
Yeah. Wait, was it the same? I believe it was.
Sir.
Yeah, and then there's and then it's big time. So then we're rolling right into Rarible. Right?
Rarible's tight.
I love Rarible. Is it OpenSea on that one too, or just Rarible?
I believe it's just Rarible at the moment. Yeah.
Great. Okay, so we'll talk about.
We reached out to a lot of them. We've had them on the show before, and maybe they'll come back.
Yeah, but blockchain activism. So Brittany Kaiser and Trent Poole. I know our team's really close with them. Nick knows them really well. They go way back. Apparently, they were doing a lot of work with Brock Pierce campaign, and they have a lot of interesting stuff about legislation in Wyoming and everything, all that amazing stuff that's going on out there. They're trying to really, get this state to be a very pro blockchain state. So at least we have one, right?
Yeah,
they
just testified over there, didn't they?
Yeah, the whole
specific
gamut.
reason.
I think Hodgkinson was up there. Nick was up there. Everybody, Brock was up there. They had all kinds of stuff. They had an event. Nick testified.
Because they're really friendly towards crypto, but then there seems to be some sort of transfer of power. We need to get people up to speed.
I mean, I keep telling people we need to go to the woods, but they don't listen to me. That's all I'm saying.
Wyoming is definitely the woods. Let's just be honest. If it's cold now here in Philadelphia, I don't want to know what's going on in Wyoming, to be honest. Just freeze your face off by sneezing. But hey, you know what? Crypto freedom is strong there, I'm sure. So let's keep on going. We got 4 o'clock. Blockchain activism. Brittany Kaiser and Trent Poole. That's cool. And then, because and that just harkens back to why most of us are foundational members of crypto, because it is a part of, our hacktivism with the cypherpunks and people who grew up using the internet. This is a part of our thought process. And we just, now it's 4 p.m. We're going to bring the activism. I'm interested to see what they have to say, because a lot of this is embedded.
Yeah. I mean, 90% of blockchain is literally a protest. Yes. Against traditional banking system. It's it's where it all started, right?
Yeah, totally. Can you hear me, by the way?
Yeah, 100%.
All right, my mic keeps on cutting out. I got to get another cable in here.
Whoa. Okay.
So 5 p.m., Brock Pierce. And it has Brock Pierce, and it's Brock Pierce right under Brock Pierce. Got Chris Rice.
Whoa, Rice Crypto? Nice.
Yes, sir. 6 p.m., Celsius with Harumi. It's going to be really tight. 7 p.m., Interpol. Not to be mistaken for the band. Interpol. Nick Gans. And then 8 o'clock, Aavegotchi, Daniel Mathau.
We got the feds.
It's going to be good. We got a lot of people coming from every perspective, and we're going to learn today. I'm going to prepare for my workshop at 1 o'clock, but what are you going to be doing most of the day? Are you going to be wrangling around trying to see what people are working on today?
Yeah, quite a bit of that. I think I'd love to have Nick jump in here maybe right before McCabe gets in for a minute, but are we over or 10:30?
No, we're good. We have time.
Good. Yeah, I mean, we're running around doing all kinds of stuff.
Yeah,
not running around virtually. Running around virtually.
And be cricking fervently.
Yeah, I think we should recap kind of day one, maybe a little bit.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, so we did a bunch of different workshops. We had
that graphic from yesterday too. We'll go right over it. Hey, Justin, can you bring up the graphic from yesterday and display it on the screen, because you're amazing? Justin's doing it.
He's working on it. He said he's working on it.
Yeah, well, I remember I did my workshop yesterday. That was tight, obviously. I did it on Hard Hat. I thought it went well. They had a lot of people in chat actually helping me fix my errors while I was doing it. That was pretty tight. Which was kind of nice, because then people were coding along, and I think that's part of the reason I was like, all right, well, I could do pre-scripted kitchen style live stream, but it was actually pretty tight. I think Harris was coding along with me, and he's like, you forgot to instantiate the variable. It's tight.
Yeah. I mean, code along sessions, really fun. I think there's benefit of going through it, not doing it kitchen style for sure, because you get to see what kind of problems you run into, like on a regular basis, things you forget or whatever. Okay, so 10 a.m. This is yesterday's schedule here.
I thinking about I should have gone on with Harris on the remix workshop, but he did a really good job when he coming. I mean, Nick's a hard act to follow, and that was a 10 a.m. Nick.
At 10 a.m. Nick. Whoa.
10 a.m. Nick, and then you get Harris. That was really good. He handled it really well. I think that I was following along as well, and Remix is the best. So
yeah, and in case you missed and I can talk about the next two, Cresco Finn with Robert, who I had a great conversation with, essentially trying to become another bank, but a better bank, more moral bank, bank based on blockchain, and provide a lot of services for boomers or people that might not have low income, whatever. It's just a bank for everybody, and you get a better percentage rate on your money. It's insured, like the traditional banking stuff.
Are we talking like on crypto rates? What's up?
Yeah, so you get 3% apparently. I don't know.
Holy, that's huge.
Yeah, so it's
like 0.000005.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. So I mean, they are insured. They're everything. I mean, you can watch the stream. I mean, I would encourage if this is of interest.
Roll back.
But they're not launched yet. They're coming out next year. And they're in Switzerland. Guy was pretty cool. He worked from traditional finance. I told him I thought I hated all bankers, but he seemed okay. And he's like, oh no, blockchain's the best. Like I saw it immediately. I came from investment
because we get triggered. We're like traditional finance.
Yeah. No, it was all right. I mean, he's trying to build a business model, and he has good value prop. Idea Blocks, or Idea Block rather. That's Eli, local guy here in Raleigh, doing obviously the IP stuff that we were talking about. Where if you want to protect your ideas, might be something worth thinking about, or even hash and prove something happened on the blockchain. He has a set of APIs for that. But he does have a background, MIT electrical engineering and patent attorney after that. So IP law. And so really smart guy, very clever programmer as well. Very talented UTXO based programmer, by the way. And then we had Eric with his hard hat, which was awesome. Talked about dev environments and how important they are, right?
Yeah, I mean, like the Ethereum virtual machine is not the only thing out in the world to do, but I thought it was like a really good thing to do, and I went kind of in depth, probably more in depth than I should have.
That's fine,
but that's
fine.
That's per style.
It was Goldfinger for 30 minutes. I hopped on the Future of Business, which was a pretty awesome experience. I'm a big Hunter Hastings fan, actually. So, Mises Institute, all that. And then we had Art, Brandon Cooper.
Yeah, you guys took it really far. You guys went really far with it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really cool to hear, I guess, like the three different types. You have a guy that was in marketing that was, building a speculative platform called Polymarket.
Yep.
You had a guy in AI who was looking to basically replace all of our jobs and have human drive for automated processes, and get the human insight in it, which is cool. He had really interesting viewpoints on like, are we all going to be useless? He's like, no, I don't think so.
Yeah, we're the ghost in the shell, right? Hopefully, hopefully,
and
that's what I tell myself. Like, we have GitHub. We could probably just machine learn over GitHub and get rid of the programmer. I'm like, damn it.
Yeah. And then Hunter Hastings, I mean, the guy's got several years of experience, works at Mises, which is, world renowned, the Austrian economics school,
which is very closely related to what we do. I think it's like a pre-crypto mentality. It just happens. And then like everyone who's coming in from that thought process is like, okay, so once we start the monetary revolution, what do we do? And then we assemble programming languages.
Yeah. And then, I mean, hold on, let me text our next guest because we gotta have some time to get ready.
Text the next guest, please.
So, and the last thing I was going to say about that is, listen, like Ron Paul, all these like liberty movement people, this is like Mises is that guy before that guy. Like it goes all the way back, right? So that's the individual liberty and economic stuff is Mises 100%. Not that.
Yeah, I think they give us respect because we're out here experimenting. I mean, if anything, I know that crypto can be a lot of things, But you know, when we analyze these new types of monies, and what it really is an experiment. So I think they give us a lot of props because we're out here trying to experiment.
Yeah, and then we went later into the day. I believe there was a couple of panels with Carol Van Cleef, and a couple of different things about NFTs. Oh, there was Carol Van Cleef, Joel Telpner, and Chris Rice was on there hosting that yesterday. I was actually kind of recovering from the other panels and everything else I was doing and running around during that, but I heard it was phenomenal.
Yeah, you were going hard yesterday. You were pretty much like, you know, taking naps and coming back and taking naps. It was like a 12-hour stream.
Yeah, it was good.
Shout out to Justin though, because Justin's in the back. He's
still
making sure this happened. He's still here.
I'm still here.
Whoa, he's still here.
Oh, wow.
Still here.
Justin's not allowed to take naps.
No, that's.
I didn't really take a nap. I was going doing stuff, but anyways,
I took a nap for you.
Thank you.
LATAM
panel. That was interesting. We got Josh on there at one point.
Yeah, Josh jumped in there. I saw that.
Yeah. And then the enterprise panel with Radhika, who was really going into depth, a lot of professional stuff, really buttoned up presentation, video, slides, really did the corporate thing, did the enterprise right. And then we had NFT, once again, Carol Van Cleef, and a couple others were hopped on that. It was a little panel. And then we had Pack Global with Drew Saunders and David Gottstein, and I was just burnt at that one. But thankfully,
you made it through.
Yeah, we made it through. But I mean, here's the thing.
Everything was great. I would think honestly, like whenever I like it when David gets on, because he loosens up stuff. Like I don't think that I'm like uptight, but I'm like very like focused on my mission when I'm doing like a stream. He's the kind of guy who'd be like, "Hey, you're focusing. Stop that."
Yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, I think the major takeaway is I think you and I, Eric, have respect or are fans, of older types of coins like Litecoin and like all these OG coins. I mean, if you have
the OG uncle coin.
Yeah, if
like,
you have
Litecoin is like your edgy uncle who's like, I don't like Bitcoin. I got Litecoin.
I'm still an OG uncle coin. I love that coin. I love Litecoin. I'm a big Litecoin.
Litecoin is faster. It still is. So what's up?
It's super cool.
I did send Bitcoin yesterday while I was on this run, and I was just like, wow. See you in 20 minutes, maybe.
Yeah, so I mean, listen, I remember Back Global from back in the day a little bit, and it was cool to talk to Drew now because the landscape has changed so significantly. He said he's been around doing stuff since 2014, which is bizarre. But I mean, it's a Dash fork apparently. Shout out to the Dash community too.
Yeah, Dash.
What have they been doing? What have they been doing? Oh, those crazy guys doing.
We should probably get them on a show.
I think we need to. We need to. Yeah, that's the next one. We have to get in touch with. We have to find the guys that wrote like all this stuff that was on BTCE back in the day, like all those random ones, like 42 coin and whatever the hell else. There was all these.
Hey, I was out there.
Coin?
Pure coin. Whoa.
That's a throwback. That was the original proof of stake, right?
Pure coin? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, back in my day.
Can you still buy pure coin? I'll buy a couple pure coin. I want some.
No. We do not hold any pure coin, and nor do we endorse it, nor our financial advisors.
I mean, it's gonna be like a penny. I just want it just for the novelty of holding a pure coin wallet. Feather coin, name coin. What else? Name coin was cool.
That's where
was cool.
That's where it was, because then that's when we were starting, and now we have things like ENS, so they're much better.
Yeah, and then we have things like what's that handshake? That's like the same thing years later.
That's like where Ethereum came from, because Vitalik was like, why are we? When you go to buy Photoshop, you don't buy a Photoshop component to attach your computer. You know, you just go get the software and then it changes the inside of your computer. It's the same thing with like Litecoin and all these other coins. There was just like, man, they're trying to have like some general solution. There probably should be something. And now we have like the second most popular coin out there, which is Ethereum.
I'm going to theorize something on the momentum of blockchain. I think we're going to end up going in the completely, like, we're going to go in this one direction where we're not going to have, we're going to have like upper layers being built, and the protocol is going to get ignored for a while. And then it's going to be like the ARM processors and everything else we're seeing, where we're going to go back to the future. Like, you know what I mean? We're going to go back. We're going to start rebuilding.
Give me your futurism.
I told you about it. It's EVM is not what it's not going to hold a candle to something like BitTorrent or like a peer-to-peer network that's running execution smart contracts.
It is a peer-to-peer network. It's just like how it's, I think that we're trying, sometimes we may overextend what we're trying to do. It's like everyone has this idea. I'm like, you know, we are trying to extend money. And I think that maybe we should just put more thoughts into distributed applications, but that's not sexy.
I mean, I know from my and your perspective on Zap, there's a lot of interesting things we've been discussing. And I think that there's some things that, I mean, Zap's functionality, as far as it being able to mint sub tokens and everything, is super interesting to us. And what that means is an abstraction layer. And if there's something we could, you know, and because we are layer 3, we can go cross chain. We have infinite capabilities with that, and what that means as far as transaction speeds and real-time pricing and all this other stuff. You know, superposition bonding curves, 2 bonding curves in the same position cross chain, you know, like, cause it's the same curve. You know, there's all kinds of cool stuff, dual curves, you know, like we've talked about all kinds of stuff. So I think that 2021 is a really exciting year for crypto. More exciting than any year previous, actually, because this is where you're going to find like a couple of use cases. You're going to have something like the email, you know, like, look, there's all kinds of cool
we've
things.
Shaken out a lot of the people who are, you know, like 2017, 2018, it was good because I was getting some sort of recognition for being a programmer into the scene, but I was surrounded by people who, I don't know, didn't really care about what was going on. And now I believe we've shaken out a lot of those actors. Of course, you're always going to have those, you know, people who are actors who are, you know, just into you know, having it. But I think we're in a really good spot for, I think that especially with like the blockchain center doing all these hackathons, like we're out here spreading good information, because then we get people who are interested in blockchain technology, but then all of a sudden, you know, and boosting them up in times of like, you know, what they can do for business, what they can do for like, you know, just in general with their skill set. We're just trying to push it. So we can we can use times like this to really develop, and then the value comes.
Absolutely.
Because we're, you know, like Nick said, we're not really people coming out here looking for Lambos and stuff. Like,
I don't think
that's
get a Lambo. Great. Do that too. But listen, you're going to get one. If you're in the space, you'll get one. Just go work on stuff, go do things. And like, look, it's a high value. The field for disruption is ripe. You can't miss in crypto. You can't lose. If you're holding,
yeah, but what's revolutionary about a Lamborghini? I mean, itself is like a feat of engineering. But I mean, at the end
cut out.
Hello? Yeah,
you're better.
So I mean, a Lamborghini is a feat of engineering, but like, I think that it's just like it's signaling the wrong thing. I want to be able to, you know, like we got a panel on the Activism, you know, like where's the intention, you know? So all of a sudden now we have all this money for, you know, where are we going to point it towards? We're going to point it towards things that we need, things we've postulated on a lot of different types of humanitarian and, you know, activist, you know, portions to like, you know, literally point this to it, and we can make sure that it happens.
You know, I think somebody I think one of the most interesting things is having like network fees pay for a specific aspect of society. Like if you tokenize the roads and there's some kind of fee built into transfer or whatever the hell, and if you use that token, it's paying for it. But I mean, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna do it. I wasn't gonna do it.
Don't do it.
I think we have to.
Don't do it. Don't do it, Adam.
Okay, let's go to the charts. Let's go to the charts.
All right, let's not talk. I think like so.
No, I was gonna look at. I was gonna say.
Let's just focus. Let's bring it back. Let's bring it back. We're really trying to incentivize, and I think that we have prizes. Justin, can you bring up the prize graphic? So we got first prize. It's we have second prize, third prize, and 3 runners up. I saw like a nano ledger. I was like, yeah, let me get in there.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying actually yesterday. Eric was like, I can't remember the last hackathon I was ever allowed to participate in because, Bitcoin.com, Ron Paul's hackathon, all those other ones that like we had.
You get no fun, Adam.
No.
You're not allowed to participate in the hackathon. We can go to another one later. Honestly, you want to go do that? We should probably be like, all right, we're going to go to a hackathon. I think we do pretty well.
I build the front end and pitch it. It's over, right? And then like,
it's over.
We could do it. We could do it. We should show up as a team, definitely, somewhere.
I would love to go do a hackathon just because it would be tight. But you know what? We got our own, so we don't have to FOMO. Have you so I saw a couple of people working on Oracle stuff on Zap. I looked someone who's doing a couple people on IoT. So there's a lot of really good competition happening here. So if you're looking at this, check it out. What we got comments on the stream right here.
Oh my goodness, I forgot about that.
We got Hans bottle caps. Hey. Got Brad in the chat.
Dude. Yeah, we should call Fallout. Ask them if we can make bottle caps as a currency for in-game. That's like their in-game currency is the bottle caps, Nuka-Cola caps.
Oh yeah. No, but for real. So I really, we're gonna do the push for today and tomorrow for first, second, and third prize and 3 runners up. I think that there's a lot of space to really, really kick it off.
Definitely.
So what I think that I'm gonna do when I hop off, I'm gonna go try to gather around everybody, try to get I think like in good hackathon tradition, we just try to see where everyone's at, and I'm gonna try to do some team building exercises for those who have clustered together for that first, second, and third prize. And I think that we're going to have some people who are going to work by themselves. We're going to have some people working in a group. And I think that we're going to be really good.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have 5 minutes here. I'm waiting on Jeff to
That's cool.
Back.
Yeah, so let's see.
If you want to stay on with me until Jeff hops on, that'd be ideal.
Oh, yeah. No, we're out here. We're out here all day.
If not, I think we can just go into something different. Maybe we can start talking about code or something. Might be good to jump in. What do you think?
I'm ready to do whatever.
Nobody's really gotten a demo from me in a while, like for like what I would do. Maybe we could.
We'll save it up, or we can do a whole bunch of things. Let me pull into my bag of tricks here. Let's see what we got here.
I have a couple of bag of tricks. I was going to talk about.
What's in your bag of tricks?
I got marketing bags of tricks. I believe this qualifies as automation, things like this.
Well, let's think about like a hackathon, because
okay.
Let's try to keep it in there, because I get marketing, but let's keep it within inside of bringing something.
No, I'm talking about coding. I'm talking about like automation, marketing automation, developing servers, things like this, strategies, tactics. Absolutely. I mean, I could do that. What do you want to do, Eric? We could probably both work on something too, if you wanted to.
Okay. Well, I think that because to keep in the spirit of the hackathon, we're going to try to bring something interesting actually, yeah, I think that something that we already did before, and try to keep it consistent. We already did a stream on ENS. We can do
Oh,
something.
I want to talk about
See,
token lists.
see, this thing is that there's a whole bunch of things that we can do, but we want to keep it. You want to keep it to a theme. I think we've done a lot of really good streams on ENS. We've done. That's why I went back to Hard Hat, because I did a couple of streams on that. We did voting on the blockchain. We
forked a Uniswap clone.
Yes.
We've done over the years, we've done everything basically. We've done BTFS, we've done Aavegotchi, we've done you name it. Dude, you know what's cool? You know what I never followed up with? Mega Cryptopolis.
Oh yeah, whatever happened to them?
I want to check out what their new site came out with. This was a while back. There's you know what? This is a good, actually, maybe we should start talking a little bit about NFTs, because you got the legal stuff about it yesterday. Okay, so it's completely in your court. We can talk about token list, ENS, and all the possibilities with subdomains and everything else there, and building a kind of a decentralized website and a decentralized business. And we can talk about that a little bit, or we can talk about NFTs, or what would you prefer?
What I was
thinking, Jeff's here. Too late.
Okay, that's all great. You know, Jeff's here. But I have an NFT. I have an NFT talk at, what'd you say, 1 o'clock?
Yeah.
All right.
We'll touch on this later.
Why don't you just join that with me and we can riff on it?
Yeah, let's introduce Jeff McCabe. So
Jeff.
I'm very pleased to have Jeff McCabe on here. He came on. A lot of the speakers, we put the site together, we had everything set up, and we really wanted to move forward. And we were lucky enough to have a bunch of wonderful people, wonderful sponsors, wonderful partners, wonderful community supporters, that came together. And, the Divi Project, they're excellent people. Nick Saponaro, Jeff
they're
McCabe.
leaders. They're leaders.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think what they're doing is awesome. One of their policies, and Jeff might talk about this a little bit, was Divi everywhere, actually making something that's community run currency that has the ability to, be everywhere. Sure. Accessibility is a big thing for him. He's got a marketing mindset. He has a substantial background. I know, me and you were talking a little bit about his history, and he has you remember the festival stuff he was talking about. He's been in the space forever.
Yeah.
So he's been doing.
I saw that he just released a WhatsApp integration, so people you can really start it it really is starting an internet. Hey, and here's Jeff.
Hey Jeff, how you doing?
Hi. It's interesting sitting here listening to you guys talking about me, and I'm like, hey, I'm right here around the corner.
I want to join in.
I can hear you talking.
Yeah. Absolutely. We give everybody a little intro, and I wanted.
Yeah, it was. I was just speaking about how you're really big on trying to, spread Divi, and I was just saying the last time we spoke that you had an integration with WhatsApp.
Yeah, we call that Divi Go.
Divi Go.
And you mentioned Divi everywhere, and I really like that I like the way you were talking about it, because it made me feel like I were doing something right, because you guys really get the idea of why that's important, and think it's as cool as I do.
Yeah, because Blockchain Center, I think we try to reiterate, or at least come back to the idea that our main mission is to spread crypto, or the idea of blockchain, and a lot of what that means is getting it into the hands of people who may or may not have the expertise, or just everybody does have WhatsApp. That's a really good place to start, and that kind of getting people into it, because we all have our phones, and that is the best place for to spread it.
Right, everybody's using their phones more and more. I actually don't like to use my phone. I don't like sitting. I type really fast, so sitting there doing this, trying, is not fun for me, because I'm just too slow.
I know, it's like your brain's working faster than my thumbs, and I'm like, and then
I got meat hooks, so the thumbs are not my. I've always been a computer guy, as is Eric. I believe Eric's not really the phone type. We're becoming a little bit more phone type, but they make these things they make them for people with a lot smaller fingers. Like my girlfriend does really well. She goes off
Right.
but for me,
I
the
don't
other
want
part
to do
is-
the opposite and get a big
The other
phone.
part
That's
is-
horrible.
The other part is when you move your life onto your phone, then you can never escape anything. It's with you all the time. And I'm surprised, I go to dinner with somebody and they're sitting there at dinner, like pulling out their phone and answering messages. I'm like,
oh my
it's
god!
like, how
I
can you
do
do that?
try.
It's like, there should be a law, right? But I thought there was a law, like between humans, that you don't do that kind of thing in the middle of dinner, right? With people you barely know, and unless it's like an emergency, or at least you say something like, I got to get this message. I'm sorry, But apparently that's that's not part of a lot of people's social contract with other people. So maybe I'm just old. I'm 52.
No, I think you're.
I wasn't gonna make
think
that comment, but I was gonna make a comment on my own age because you weren't going to do anything at the dinner table other than have dinner.
Mhm.
So that makes sense. I think that a lot of people try to have that, a part of like their, dinner time. And
Yeah.
if you go to especially if you go out to dinner, that's expensive. It's like this time's like, even more rare and even more special. So it's like, why don't you just sit here and focus? I just got a smarter phone, and I had like a $40 Android from like 4 years ago up until just now, because I was like, I know that I'm gonna get the apps, but if it's so slow I don't want to use it, that's even better. I mean, I have computers to do all the fast stuff. Like, I got GPUs and actual, but I get what you mean. I'm not trying to have it literally tacked on to me because my mind would just spill out onto the floor.
But to some extent, I feel like it's unavoidable because the younger people being raised now, they're on the phone all the time. Like, they have the expectation that if they send you a message 24 hours a day, that you respond within 10 seconds, or there's something wrong with you.
Oh
right?
my god!
So if you're dealing with these people, if they're your employees, if they're your friends, then you kind of are not being able to participate, and you're basically not communicating in the style that people think is normal. And so I feel like this sort of cyborgization of society is going to happen whether we like it or not. And we old grandpas have to either get used to it or become illiterate to some extent because we're not communicating in the new style.
I felt like an Android with an AirPod in. I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
I think I started hating the whole social media addiction thing. Like, everybody has their addiction, whatever, right? Is like that like had me when I was younger because you're trying to talk to girls or whatever, on the internet, sure. But then you get to a certain age and I was like, it's I'm good. Like, there's enough people I see on a daily basis. Yeah, I mean, it just happened one day. I don't know what to tell you. I would have been super into the phone back in the day, but then one day I was just like, I don't, whatever, it's a phone.
Well, you're not trying to
care.
chase clout on TikTok, like whatever.
Yeah.
Well, the good news is that like my 14-year-old daughter, her and her friends think it's incredibly uncool, like taking selfies and putting this stuff on the internet. That's just only losers do that kind of thing in her mind. In her mind, So maybe the younger generations will kind of reject that kind of thing and will kind of put away their phones because they don't maybe they're being ignored by their parents. And they're like, no, I don't want to be like that, So
yeah, I think Gen Z's got that down. I think that they do have there is a movement in young people not to, go crazy with like drugs and alcohol because since they are so hyper connected, they see the negative effects. They're like, wait a second, you can't body shame me into buying makeup, or something like that. Like, they do that, and they're smart in that way, and I think that being hyper connected is a part of that. So people don't they see the pattern a lot easier because there's so much more information.
I do want to pivot. I mean, I think this is a really great conversation. I want to have more of these, and there's a ton of things I want to talk about, like hyper connectivity and everything. But I did want to put the spotlight on you, Jeff. There's some things I don't know about your background and where you you came from and how you ended up in the tech space. There are some things that I understand. And I know, back in the day you did some festivals, all this stuff. And like, that was awesome because we had that NFT project and everything Burning Man and however that worked out. But I was very curious, kind of your history and like what led you into blockchain, because I think I take it for granted. Like I always knew your name. I saw you talking places. I believe I met Nick Stefanero in person a couple different times, like over the years. I don't, whether it was bumping into, he's a great guy. And I was like really curious about a couple things, like what was your journey like in tech, like, from way back? I know you're in Costa Rica, you're doing awesome things. You have a bunch of games, you have all this wonderful stuff going on, but like, what was that journey like? And then actually, if you could add in there, like how, like you and Nick, like how did you guys end up, building Divi, and tell me about this whole pathway and lineage of your lineage in tech and what that looks like.
Well, so my journey into tech started, in junior high school, basically, when I moved to Seattle from Southern California, and when I was in 6th grade, they put me in the computer room, where they had these pet computers. They were Commodore Pets. And I took to it right away, wanting to program things. I started learning, and then I went to join computer club. I was very introverted. I was very shy. I'm 6 foot tall now, but I was one of the shortest kids back then, and so I was like shy and introverted. And so I took to computers. I think like a lot of kids like that. And back then, there was nothing cool about being a geek, right? If you were a geek, you were a loser, right? So, but we, us sort of the smart kids, right? The chess club kids and this kind of stuff, we took to computers really, really well. And in high school, I, loved computers and anything to do with them, and started coding, right? So, of course, back then we called it programming, and we were learning things like BASIC and assembly language and this kind of thing. And I was president of the computer club, I think, my senior year. But at some point I realized that if I do nothing but computers all my life, I'm never going to meet girls. I'm never going to get married. I'm going to be a loser forever. So I decided I wanted to get out of computers, right? And I think there was one girl in the entire computer club. We had one, and so I realized I wanted more balance in my life, right? So I started taking some art classes in high school. Actually, I was studying physics. I took physics a year early in high school, and I dropped out of my advanced math class. I decided to take art instead. I decided that I wanted to have a balance, and
that's good.
Yeah. So then I went to college. I did computers, but the other thing is I was like a major, I wouldn't say a hacker, but I was a software pirate. Like I was, world known software pirate. I had what was called an AE, and I was really worried about the guy, the SWAT team coming in and arresting me and stuff. So when I turned 18, all of a sudden I was like, well, now I could probably go to jail for the stuff that I'm doing, stealing. I was a freak, which PH freak. Which
with the phone freakers.
Yeah, so we were stealing phone time and all this kind of stuff in order to run these things. And I had friends that were hackers. I didn't go that far, but I knew some people that had gone to jail, and right when they were 18 and stuff in Seattle. And so I kind of wanted to get out of that, and I wanted to focus more on other things. So that's what I did in college. I didn't really study computer stuff, although I started using computers in some biology classes and writing software that was calculating the growth of biological systems, stuff that the professors had never seen, that they thought was really interesting. And they're like, oh, you should publish this. But, I wasn't very interested in that at the time. And so then I went to graduate school in physics, and I started programming computers there again in order to control these robotic systems that grew crystals for laser crystals and stuff like this. So you just can't get away from computers. And I was good at it. So I kept doing it. Then I decided to drop out of physics, and I started a business doing jewelry. So I ended up in China.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, so I ended up in China, and I kind of invented this type of jewelry that all of a sudden, within 2 years, we were selling, I think, $5 or $6 million worth of it when I was 24 years old. It was massive, successful all over the world, and I had a partner. So it was made with Fimo clay, and we were the first ones to do hemp jewelry, like macrame hemp jewelry on a big scale, and we were the first ones to make hemp seed jewelry, where we actually drill little holes in each hemp seed, and we did all kinds of crazy stuff, and it was very creative. But at that point, that's where I learned about products, right? I really had to learn how to make things that people really enjoyed as a product. They had to have the immediate sort of user experience of what it was like, the tactileness and the way it looked, and the marketing, the packaging, all this stuff when they saw it in the store, then when they got it home. they would use it, they would like it, they would maybe buy another one, and they would sort of learn our brand. So I had to think about real products. If the products didn't sell, we went out of business, you know, and it was all with our own money. We didn't have investors. So I've always grown up in my business life with a very different mentality, because I've never had somebody like throw money at me like this crazy ICO thing we ended up doing, where, you know, we raised $2.6 million, and you know, I have other people's money, and that makes me nervous. It's like borrowing. For me, it wasn't like free money the way a lot of people look at ICOs. It was like,
You shouldn't think that way.
For me, it was these other human beings have loaned me their money with the expectation that this is going to be something great, you know, and that I need to. And if I fail, it's my reputation, and I would feel horrible about myself, right? So
yeah, but you're the that's a good way of looking at it. It is other people's money, and that just means that you're not a you're not a scammer like some of these people on the scene.
Yeah, I think it's the only way to look at it, honestly.
Mm-hmm. But that's weird, because, you know, you're supposed to, at the same time, these are not investors, they're token buyers, and they take their own risk and blah, blah. I mean, you look at the contract that these people dealt with when they bought Divi tokens. We took it straight from EOS. We took it from EOS and like changed all the sort of relevant things. And we read through it, and I was like, this is a joke. You know, like, these people get no guarantee of anything. You know, we don't have to deliver a product. You know, I couldn't believe what you're, but we read through it, and we're like, well, I guess that's standard in the ICO business. They obviously know what they're doing. You know, they're raising, you know, huge amounts of money. And so we just used their contract, figured it was standard, but we didn't consider it that way. You know, a lot of people are not happy with EOS because they raised all this money, but they haven't spent a lot on the ecosystem. For us, our intention was to spend every penny as wisely as we possibly could to try to deliver the best possible products and fulfill people's expectations of us, you know. So basically, then we went into crypto winter. At first, there were 5 partners. Nick was one of them. I didn't know him at the time. He was brought in originally to build our website, and then quickly we found out this guy's really, really smart, you know, and really creative, really smart, really driven. He really wanted to succeed. And I told him earlier on, I'm like, you're a special human being. Like, you're going to be, if you keep this up, you're going to be a famous guy in the crypto space, because you're really young. He's really handsome. He speaks really well. And he just really cares about the product. He cares about people. He has everything, you know. That was, you know, 3.5 years ago. And I was at that time, I think I was 49, and I've worked with lots and lots of people over the world, and I knew that he had humongous potential as a business leader over time. He was young, you know. I think he was 25 or 26 at the time, and so he was half my age. But I knew that there was great potential. Now, there were other founders at the time, though, but what we quickly found, that basically Nick and I were doing all the work and delivering all the value. So one by one, sort of the others left in various different ways, you know. And you hear all these stories from other ICOs, and they have all these tragedies. We had our tragedies and our horrible things that happened in the background. And I've actually there's some of that stuff I actually talk about without naming names, some of the horrible stuff that happened. But to make a long story short, you know, we lost, at one point, basically all the money was gone. And so I started pouring all my own money, and my father passed away, and I inherited about $400,000. So I basically poured all my inheritance into making sure Divi succeeded, right? Nick and I weren't taking a salary. We were, you know, I think he was living like in his mom's house. And I was like, I was lucky. I had another business that was making money. And so I just didn't need a salary, and I was any extra money I had was just dumping into Divi, keeping it alive. And we just absolutely refused to fail. I mean, just absolutely refused.
That's
there was
great.
no way. And it was kind of like we had a handshake deal with each other. Like, even if it's only the 2 of us left, and we have to learn to program C++ and make this launch, we're going to do it, you know. And we just had that attitude, just overturning every single stone to make sure this succeeded. And we watched other ICOs that raised 8 million, 10 million, 20 million, all going bankrupt, burning all their money away. And we were like,
how does that happen? That's so insane for me to think about that. I was just like, well, how do you?
Yeah, there's a lot of stories. I mean, a lot of times people, they can't afford to do what we did, you know. Yeah. Nick had some of his own savings. He was I think he was living in his mom's house, and she was paying rent, but it still was very little. And I had other income, so we were able to work for nothing and work 100-hour weeks and that's inspiring to the people around you. That builds a good team. People see what you're doing, and they want to do that. They want to work hard. We had a lot of people coming in that were volunteering, that were spending, you know, double full-time jobs for free, you know, because they love Divi, and they were inspired, I think, by our passion for this. And so we had it wasn't just us, right? We had all these other people that were helping us, and we were able to, at one point we hired this, you know, team of supposed geniuses, these artificial intelligence geniuses that were building our blockchain, and it was like, oh, this will be easy for us. We do AI. And so they basically went bankrupt. They took our entire dev budget with them and half of our marketing budget. And we were left with only $140,000 and nothing. Like, we had not one line of usable code. We had to start all over. And we had $140,000 left from the 2.6 million. It's just all been lost in various ways.
So that's just where it goes. Holy.
Yeah, it goes to all kinds of stuff. We decided we didn't cash it out. We had left it, like, we could have maybe put it into Tether or something, but we decided let's just keep it in ETH, because Mike Novogratz and everybody was saying, oh, ETH is gonna, you know, become the huge thing. So we'll just leave it there. And because anything else seemed like gambling. Like, we got it as ETH, but, you know, we shouldn't gamble with people's investments. So let's just keep it in the coin that it came in. That was sort of our logic, you know. Of course, that was a disaster. You know, at the time, you know, ETH dropped and dropped and dropped until a tiny fraction of what it was, and we kept saying, well, it's going to bounce off the bottom at any time, so we don't want to sell it now at the bottom. But the bottom kept going lower, So there's a whole bunch of things like that happened, but somehow at the end we ended up with $140,000 and had to start all over with a brand new team. And we were able to do it. We found people. We found this amazing guy named Yuri in the Ukraine, who built our blockchain. And, like, he did in 6 weeks what an entire team of American geniuses failed to do over 4 or 5 months. He did it in 6 weeks. That's incredible. Yeah,
that's like, it's so necessary to have people like that. Realistically, I mean, you're not gonna. Yeah, he did it. And he did it in his spare. He did it in his spare time, as well. He's the CTO of StakeNet now, and one of the founders of StakeNet, which is another masternode coin. So we knew masternodes, and what we were asking him to do, we had these sort of unique features that we wanted. Like, we wanted this multi-tiered masternode system that had never been done before. He did that. He did our lottery blocks, the ones, you know, sort of weekly lottery that is based on the blockchain, and a bunch of other stuff. He just did it. He's a genius, you know. So he was able to do that for us. And then we had 2 guys from Belarus who still work for us, who built our wallet, and they did the one-click masternode. They did it in 6 weeks, and, like, nobody else has been able to do that in the industry. They did it in 6 weeks, these guys, and so we're very lucky. We have just these great guys that really are really smart, and they love what they're doing. And then we've added, of course, to the team. Whenever we can, we pick up really great people. Right now we have Daniel Kraft, who works part-time for us, and he's the CTO of Zaya, which is a really amazing game-based token, smart contract token. And he was the lead developer of Namecoin and HunterCoin, and he's another blockchain genius. So we were just talking about Namecoin a minute ago. Eric had to drop off. He had some hackathon related thing, but we were just talking about Namecoin, and, you know, how they were, like, one of the first people actually trying to take blockchain and make it do something that was, like, a little bit outside of, I guess, like, the remittance value, right? Like, they were trying to resolve a new DNS network, I believe. I don't remember exactly the details, but incredible team. I mean, very interesting project. I think everything you touched on, though, is, like, you know, the way that I look at it, at least, is, you know, my preference in, like, a team and everybody else is somebody who's willing to stand out in front of their product, tell everybody, you know, be very clear about what's going on. And you guys have the Live at 5 event, and I tuned in for a second while I was on 2 streams at once. I was listening to, you know, Nick talk, and man, that guy's got some energy, you know, like, he's very passionate. I mean, I don't know if you can replace, I don't know if you'd ever be able to, like, you know, replace somebody like that. Like, it is, like you said, very unique. I think your team has a lot of passion, and what the community is freaking incredible that you guys have. It's absolutely, you know, I mean, I come from the marketing perspective in trying to build communities like that. So I know what it takes to build something like that, right? And it's incredible. The other technological innovations that you guys are doing, one-click deploy, Masternode, wonderful. The WhatsApp thing, the wallet, the UI UX, the focus on Divi everywhere. I mean, if you're checking the boxes, you guys are just doing, from my point of view, very forward-thinking things, and they're all in the right direction. There's not one thing that I could pick out and say, "Hey, look."
They're also very simple. Like they're very kind of obvious. Those things that everybody years from now will be like, "Why wasn't everybody doing that? It's so obvious." Of course, you want to have your coin everywhere. Only Bitcoin is doing that. Right now. But nobody else is doing it, and it's strange to me because it's real obvious when you think about all the benefits of having your coin on every network. So hopefully not everybody's listening to this and just going to copy it. But we've had a lot of great ideas. I thought everybody would copy. Like I thought for sure everybody would copy the multi-tiered masternode thing, because to me it's so obvious the benefits that come out of that, and I've explained it so many times in interviews and but just not enough people have noticed what we're doing to copy a lot of it.
Yeah, you guys have that like sponsor super masternode, or I'm sorry, what was the term for the top tier in that? You guys have like multiple tier based. The diamond tier, like it's gamified in a way that makes sense in 2021, not even 2020, 2021, right? So like you guys are set up for like the next 2-3 years on a pretty good system that makes actually an excellent system that really tries to reward new users and that come in, right? And how do you become part of the community? How do you stake your Divi? How do you provide support for the ecosystem? Well, you guys have a real clear path to doing so. So, these are things that, from my perspective, if I was in the same architecture that you were, if I was doing a similar type of system, these are decisions that I would hope that I would have the clarity and time and insight to be able to, go down a similar road. I mean, I think there's a lot of times, whether the community's happy, sad, things shift. And it's really easy, especially in the space, to get pulled off and go to a different direction because there's so much opportunity. It seems like you guys have a really clear focus, like you said. Whether it was the personal sacrifices that you and Nick made, during the down market, the up market, in between, developers lost, developers coming in. It seems as though you guys keep a steady track and you're really trying to move momentum forward.
I think one of the secrets is really you need to have people involved with your ecosystem that you listen to who aren't devs, that are not super brainy people. Like you're one of the smartest people I know in the space, super talented with coding and stuff, but you can't be the best at everything, right? So you need more like Anna Ginsbergs on the team, that are bringing it down to earth, that understand people, that understand markets and brands and stuff. Because at the end of the day, all this is going to be about brands. No one's going to care about features. They're all going to kind of do the same thing. You're going to be able to swap between them. So people are going to hold on to the coins they like because of the brand. And so you need to have, in order to have a good brand, you have to have a wide range of people. You can't just have a bunch of devs on your team making decisions, because you're going to make decisions about your brand that appeal only to geeks and nerds and crypto people. For mass adoption, you have to make decisions about how your coin is perceived based on what average people want to see, right? And that's why we're focusing on this crypto made easy thing. Now it's ahead of its time in that the masses aren't coming in yet, But my theory is I've been talking recently about the TikTok effect, where I believe that the new technological paradigms will start first in high school and college age kids, and just like TikTok did, and everybody laughed about TikTok. Nobody thought that companies are going to be creating TikTok accounts because that's just for little kids dancing, and but quickly. It takes off, and I think that's going to keep happening, and that's going to happen with crypto too, which means crypto will be adopted by the, several 100 million teenage kids around the world first, and so we're positioning Divi to appeal to that demographic by building various types of use cases around it, by doing our graphics that are oriented to that, building all our products, like you mentioned, we're in WhatsApp, and we'll be adding to Instagram and everything else, right? So everything we're doing is focused on that, because I think in the next, crypto may take 10 years to get mass adopted. It will be adopted within 2 or 3 years by that demographic, and it starts there. And if we're in that demographic early, that's where we win. And the top crypto brands have the potential to be $1 trillion value coins, right? And it can happen very fast if everybody is using Divi or using Zap, because Zap has the killer app for that demographic. Then, and they like the name, it's short, it's memorable, you know, Zap can be that too, right? So
yeah, I think I agree with you on a lot of the sentiments and, you know, directions that you're talking about, like TikTok, you know, not necessarily, you know, who would have thought it, but, you know, when you look back at it, it seems so clear. Like, music is a big part of our lives. People like to make little short videos, you know, it's a short attention span thing. Yeah, I mean, I buy into everything you're saying, and I think you're 100% right. We actually have some comment in here from the audience, and I usually don't bring them up if it's not that great, but this is actually a question. It says, where do you guys see blockchain going? Where do you see blockchain in the future, considering where the economy is going? And I actually kind of want you to field this question, Jeff. I think it's pretty interesting.
So blockchain is disappearing, right? So in the end of the day, nobody cares about blockchain. It just becomes a technology that's in the background. Like, nobody cares how the internet works. They just want it to work. And so blockchains need to disappear. You need to take all the crypto out of crypto, all the cryptography, all the puzzle solving that's now a part of our daily crypto lives. It needs to go away so that people can just use their products the way you use, you know, PayPal or the internet. You know, people are not particularly confused by using PayPal or their internet banking, you know, and so all the products need to work that way. And I've seen a few companies that are using blockchain, and you've looked at their website, not anywhere on their website does it mention blockchain, does it mention crypto. All it talks about is the benefits to the user, and that's what we want. And if your product doesn't have any benefits, and blockchain can't make a better product that can compete in the open market, then you've got a problem with your product. It's, you know, there's only so much hype you can generate. At the end of the day, your product needs to use blockchain in such a way that it makes it better than what's already out there. And that's why I'm excited about NFTs. You guys were talking about NFTs. You know, NFTs solve a whole bunch of problems in the real world, especially related to gaming right now, that you can't, that are done better. You know, you can't, a centralized database may be faster, but there's a lot of problems with it. And so that's actually a real world problem that's being solved by Nifties, right? And so I'm very focused on Nifty stuff right now. One of the things I talked about in Live at 5 yesterday is that we've set up a Wax node, and we're working on creating a wrapped Divi for Wax, and nobody's created a token for Wax. But I think it's going to be really cool, because that allows our Divi natively to interact with Nifties without having to just go whole hard into Wax token itself. We use Wax for the gas and for the smart contracts, but Divi's over there that are actually powering the apps. And that when people see what we do there, everybody's going to be really understanding the power of Divi everywhere and of having their token everywhere. Because, you know, if you've got a token, you've got a token and a cryptocurrency, and you've got it on just one chain, but now all of a sudden Nifty's become this giant thing, and Wax is the king of them. Well, you're screwed, because you're too late, you know, and you're in the wrong place. But if we have your token everywhere, we can very quickly shift value from one network ecosystem to another. And so that's part of what we're doing. It's not just creating these wrapped tokens everywhere, but creating in our apps a way to click a button and just swap from one to the next really easily. And so you just, wherever you need to be, whatever app you want to use, Divi will be there. It'll just be ubiquitous. And that's an absolutely important part of of branding. Because if you're not doing that, what you're doing is maximalism. And nobody likes maximalism. It doesn't work for anybody. I mean, maybe it works for ETH and Bitcoin, but it doesn't really work for anybody else. So every other token needs to be talking about interoperability, because we're already behind. You know, if you're not ETH or Bitcoin, then you have to make your token, your cryptocurrency work as many places as you can, because we just don't know where the next great application. I mean, look how fast DeFi came up. All of a sudden, this DeFi world came up, and billions of dollars started pouring into it. If you're not on the ETH blockchain, on the Ethereum blockchain, participating in that, you're losing a lot of potential. And as far as, you know, creating use cases for your token and creating scarcity for your token, which is what your users want. They want you to create scarcity. So you have to kind of be everywhere. So that's kind of where we're getting in position. And if you think of it like a war, right, where we have sort of scouts, these scout tokens you could think of on all these different blockchain networks that are ready to go in small amounts. We'll put 100,000 here, 100,000 there. And then if a cool app is there, we can talk to the owners, the people producing it and say, oh, this is a great app. We want to be part of it. How do we become part of this? And so I don't know, it's an interesting strategy. I'm surprised again that people aren't doing it, but I think everyone will be doing this a couple of years from now.
Yeah, I mean, in a lot of ways, I know like people tend to think Bitcoin, especially like the ETH Max ones, and like you're talking about, they're like, oh, Bitcoin's old, it's slow, like all these things. I'm like, look, it's a really follow the leader with Bitcoin in a lot of ways, like wrapped Bitcoin, for example. Now it's wrapped everything, right? So, I mean, the Bitcoin ecosystem in a lot of ways drives the rest of the market. And I think we get caught up because I think a lot of people come to get rich and they want to invest in something, they want to make a lot of money, and they end up staying for the tech, which is something everybody says. But it's interesting because, with the perspective of several years in blockchain and really understanding the technology, I'm not going to say I know everything, because I don't think anybody in the space really does understand everything about it, because there's so many variables and so much to learn. But I do think some core principles are right. You mentioned a couple of things that I love to hear. One of them is value ecosystem, which is really what we're talking about here, right? You're talking about the entire value of the network, the sum of all its parts, and that's really what goes into giving a token value. And one of these things that, and I'm going to keep harping on it, is having a base layer, protocol layer that's running your layer one, your whether it's proof of stake or if it's proof of work or whatever. But there's inherent value in running a system of nodes, and it's really important because it gives your network independence, sustainability, all these wonderful things. The second thing that you mentioned, value equal. I'm sorry. The value ecosystem, then ubiquity, going to all chains, everywhere you can get in to, impart value, not even just as a part of your primary chain, but also these other chains you can piggyback on them and allow for it. The final thing that you're talking about is this interoperability component that is so needed, right? And I think, it's a real open field. And I know, you and I have talked about different mechanisms to maybe, what it looks like to create bridges. And, I think from the perspective of Zap and what you were mentioning, it's really interesting to see kind of how the market's shaping up, because there's no one way to do things. And right. I don't know if there's a specific right way to do things, right? So like the way that I like to make it make sense in my mind is really like what you were saying, like, I take issue when people say blockchain is a slow, inefficient database. It's hyper efficient. It's efficient at redundancy, right? You're never, I don't know if you're never going to be able to compete, but the centralized model where you query one server and you get a response back instantaneously, right? Mm-hmm. This is a phenomenal model for a lot of reasons. I don't think it's going away. It makes sense in a lot of occasions. Like, what if the entire business model is based on trust, right? A lawyer, an accountant, you have to go to this one source and you have to have them sell a reputation. A doctor, for example, like these trust-based systems will always exist in some way or another, right?
What you're talking about is like hybrid, and that's the way we see it too. In the old days, Bitcoin, people, I think, thought, regular money will go away and there'll only be Bitcoin, right? But we think of things in terms of hybrid systems. Ethereum has advantages over centralized databases, but both will exist. So everything we're building is based on a hybrid model. Like in our wallets, we have both fiat and cryptocurrencies, because we're not under this illusion that fiat doesn't matter. I mean, maybe it won't matter in 20 years, but in the short term, the lifetime of these products, fiat matters a lot. It matters really a lot. And so if you're ignoring that, then your product is not going to be very useful to people. That's why when we're launching it, we have ETH, Litecoin, and Bitcoin already on our mobile wallet from the first launch, because we know all those are so important.
Yeah, and I think it's like, the way that I always saw it, and if you want to consider me more like a Bitcoin maxi or whatever, like, this ideological vision where Bitcoin's like, an international currency, everybody uses it. I think that there's some problems to solve before we get there. But also, I'll say this. I don't look at it the same way as other people. I think Neil deGrasse Tyson, who, I grew up watching on PBS and all this stuff, he had a really good thing. And he was talking about religion. He's like, it's like tennis players to me, like, and I'm not trying to get too much into this, but I'm saying it was it changed my mind because I grew up in like this Catholic family, everything like that. But he was saying like, religion was like tennis players to me. Like, I don't play tennis. I don't get mad at tennis players. Like, it's not a big deal to me, like whatever. Right. But, that's the way I look at like people who are talking about one mechanism versus another. It's like, I don't get mad at the shovel if I need a rake. It's like, it's a rake. And I think that some of the people that really like stand out there and really, start preaching this whole thing, in sometimes intelligent people, but they're missing, a core competency in a specific set of understanding about technologies, which is the right tool for the right job, right? And this is what Eric and I try to embody as developers. We have core principles. We do believe in things that like we want to see happen, and we do think that we have arguments for it as such. But I don't think that tokenize everything all the time, everywhere. What am I going to tokenize my conversation with somebody? Like, why would I do that? If it's my family, like, I mean, when we're really talking about tokenizing everything, and we have the capabilities to with the advent of wormholes and all the stuff. So it's just
my example about that is I remember reading on the Coinbase site they were talking about tokenizing everything, and they had this great example of someday where your house will be represented by tokens, and when you want to sell it to somebody, you can just pass the ownership of the tokens to them, and you don't have to go through all this crazy paperwork. And I remember, and they were selling this as a great idea, and my instant thought was, oh my God, this is the worst idea I've ever heard. Like, so that means if you get hacked and you lose your tokens, you lose your house. Now, North Korean state actors are going to be stealing people's houses and having them evicted because they got the tokens. Like, I could see so many things that can go wrong with this. So it's very, very early, I think, to be kind of selling this idea that's scaring the crap out of people.
Yeah, and I think it's a bigger thing too. Is like you have to allow humans to be human at some point in time. And I'm not saying you can take things out of context. Like, oh well, Adam and Jeff had this conversation 10 years ago, and they're talking about how this is going to be taken out. I think that would miss the point. The point, I think that the salient point here is that, look, if there's a way to do it that makes sense, like, and it makes sense from practical human perspective, right? Then we're going to do it because it's better. It has advantages. And this is what goes down to you. Like, people don't care, if their water bottle's made out of plastic, like, unless they're conscious buyer or something. But like, the plastic innovation was amazing. It allows you to carry water everywhere. But like, blockchain really does need to get to that stage, in my opinion, where it's not people evangelizing, oh, blockchain. It's like, it's just everywhere because it is better at certain things. I mean, it has to operate on its merits as a better technology. And that's really the only way we'll get to mass adoptions. And we have a lot of feelings and belief, and we can see where it's going. We're not there yet. And that's a hard pill to swallow sometimes. Like, there's tons of, even from Divi's and the Zap team, which is Nick's company there. Like, I can say, there's tons of work that needs to go in everywhere. There's tons of code, there's tons of development efforts, and this stuff takes time. You can't fake it. At the end of the day, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. If the market doesn't respond well, then it's not the right idea in a lot of instances. And sometimes you're too early, sometimes you're too late. It's a give and take. So I think that we're going to see, in the upcoming year, I think we'll see a lot more use cases. And I think that part of the reason is a lot of the code is caught up.
That's where Zap comes in too. Like, people don't understand like the importance of oracles. I recognized that right early on in 2017 when I started designing, how our blockchain would work, what could do. I started thinking, like, how are we going to connect this to the real world? And I started thinking about how it would work. And then I discovered, oh, this thing already exists. It's an idea. It's called an oracle, right? And I got really excited, like, oh yeah, that makes sense. And it's a great word for it, but they didn't exist at the time. It was like this theoretical idea. And then later on, I heard about Chainlink, and then I heard about you guys as Zap, and I was very excited about Zap because of the way you are wouldn't say it's user friendly now, but when the new front end is done and the stuff that you're working on, it really brings it down to earth in a way that people can sort of understand. And that is so important. And people don't understand some people do. That's why Chainlink is worth billions, right? People understand the value of oracles, but the average person, I think, doesn't. But the really smart people in the space understand that oracles are absolutely crucial to real life use cases. To make any of this really useful to anybody, we need to have oracles, and Zap's solution is really great, which is one of the reasons I'm so excited. And I wanted to partner with you guys the moment I heard about it, because I knew that we needed an Oracle token partner to be able to achieve mass adoption. It's just there's no way around that, and I didn't want to try to build it into Divi. So all these things take time, obviously, but I'm very excited about working with Zap.
Yeah, I think there's it's like the thawing after crypto winter right now. Like, there's plenty of food around, and like that you got to go pick it up and cook it. All the animals are back out. So this is like, I mean, people are really, I mean, it's everybody can say whatever they want. They can put on as good of a face as they want about crypto, but when Bitcoin hits $3,000, people panic, right? And that's like, it's really funny to see, the market cycles and like, feast and famine mentality over here in crypto. I think I do think in general though, like you were saying, I think it's, it's incredible, and we have a lot of opportunities, not only this year, but in the upcoming years to really tap into, systems like yours, proof of stake. Like, what else can we do? Like, where can we go with that? Like, there's so many avenues. If you want the merits of proof of stake, I mean, look at Ethereum switching over, right? Like, there is tangible value in a proof of stake system, and personally, like, I lean more towards the proof of work just because, Bitcoin is near and dear to my heart, right? But I think, as far as different tool, different job, right? You can't get some of the same things you can on proof of work, and that's part of the reason that you see major projects saying, "Hey, look, we're gonna go proof of stake because all these benefits," right?
Oh yeah, and the staking. That's a part of the importance of branding. If you're holding a token or a crypto of some kind and it's not staking, then you're losing that potential of getting new coins, right? So your brand is going to suffer because, oh, that's one of those non-staking coins. Why would I want that? There's going to be this thing. There's this sort of gamification. There's this addiction to winning your stakes, and anything you can do as a cryptocurrency, like we're building pool staking products into all of our products so that you can get that daily reward of how much you got, even if it's just 2 cents worth, because you've got $50 worth of Divi in there and you get your 2 cents every day or whatever it adds up to. It's still exciting because you're getting something and it feels like it's for free, right? And so if your brand of money doesn't do that, then you're at a disadvantage in the future. And one of the things I started talking about recently about proof of stake is how the central bank digital currencies are going to have a branding problem, because not only they sort of old money that's just sort of uncool, but they don't stake. And the interesting thing is they could stake, because all of them are expanding their money supply, but they do it right now through quantum easing and through fractional lending. So the people that tend to benefit from this tend to be the rich people, right? With staking, what you're basically doing is expanding your money supply, but everybody is benefiting. If the staking requirements aren't that high, or if you've got a pool staking mechanism, then everybody, and that's a very different model as far as who gets who basically wins when the money supply is expanding. And so it occurred to me that once there's a level playing field, crypto is going to just crush these central bank digital currencies, which is scary in some ways because it makes you think that, well, maybe the governments are going to have to do something about that. But the other option is because they have to compete with each other, they might have to start adding staking. Because imagine like the US is creating a US dollar as a token, right? But now China decides to, take the trillions of dollars of extra money they have sitting around in US treasuries, and they're going to start staking. So now, if you move your money into yuan, which is pegged to the dollar basically by the Chinese government, and you're getting 2% a year on that just by owning it, Well, a lot of people are going to start moving their money out of dollars into yuan, right? And we're not talking about competing with Bitcoin. We're talking about these coins competing with each other for worldwide attention. And, you know, farmers in Africa, when you've got an app, which, you know, we'll have that allow you to move all of these things around very, very easily in exchange, they're smart people, you know. The people all over the world are smart, and the poorer they are, the smarter they are as far as saving pennies. They will figure out if they can save 1 penny or make a penny, they will, right?
Yeah, I think
we're talking about a whole different world.
You're exactly right. And, you know, China is a very interesting thing to me because, you know, you hear a lot of politicians take a really aggressive stance, but then shoot our, you know, our own country. You're US, I'm US, you know, I don't understand the aggressive nature. I don't think they understand the implications of their actions, the things that they're doing right now, and the effects, like you were just mentioning, the effects that we're going to see in the future because of this aggressive stance, where billions and billions of dollars every day are now moving, you know, overseas to places like China that, you know, even if they don't allow the mass population to do it, they still even allow like a select few to operate in this manner, right? We in the US, I think the path and the strategy that they really took, even if they would have allowed it to exist and expand for a while and put like a sunset limit on it to allow the market to mature to learn things, we would have been much better suited than that. I spoke to a guy that was sponsoring a bill for this. He's like, look, we need a sunset regulation. We need time to figure out the industry, right? Like, and that's literally like, hey, look, like, let's just hands off it, let it develop, and then we can figure out, you know, kind of how we can fit in and not kill everything or whatever. You know, look, I'm not the biggest fan of regulation. I never will be. You know, these are my principles as a person, you know, as a person. And I understand people have different viewpoints, but what I'm trying to say is, if you're an American and if you value our country being really good, and if you know, all these wonderful things that everybody, you know, these higher thoughts that we all want to appeal to, the fact that, you know, majority of the US population doesn't understand what's going on with this massive value transfer into crypto, which is happening every day. And we're not going to be able to shut it off. We're not going to be able to stop it. It is Pandora's box. You know, it's like what was it? Leia from Star Wars. The harder the Empire squeezes, the rebellion comes out. Like, you know, like the more rebellion comes out, stuff like that. It's just, I think that, you know, for all the tough talk and everything, when you look at somebody like China making smart decisions when it comes to, you know, allowing their nationals to, you know, operate in crypto and run companies and everything else. And then if you look at the US, we have a couple, we have some good companies. I still think we're an industry leader, but that's going to completely and quickly change if we don't make a different decision soon. I think, you know, these old laws do not, like you were saying, like we could create a proof of stake system. These old laws are in a lot of ways incompatible, and it's not our job to go back in time and try to comply to something that was, you know, 200 years ago. It's their job to kind of modernize and realize that, hey, look, there's better ways of doing things now. And I really hope that, you know, with this, you know, I can only hope for the best, but with the new presidency and everything like that coming up, I really hope that, you know, we have good regulation. That's something that I really hope for, because if it's not, it's going to be really tough, you know, and that's going to suck really bad. And it might cause a lot of problems. You know, I might have to go down to Costa Rica or wherever, you know, where you are, and start. You know,
yeah, I'd love. That's my dream, is to have kind of a blockchain center, and of sort of a bunch of coins. There's another cryptocurrency that was started near me called NIMIQ, NIMIQ. It's a really good one. That's not very well known, but it's a great team and great ideas. And that was started, you know, in the middle of nowhere, like I am on the beach in Costa Rica, by a team mostly Germans, and I kind of going back and forth between Germany and Costa Rica working on this thing, and so I'd love to have more energy down there, blockchain and crypto down there. So we're actually building this digital nomad space that can have, you know, probably we'll be able to house about 20 people. So hoping to attract people. And we're only accepting crypto. All the payments for food, lodging, everything will be crypto only. So we're going to accept Bitcoin, and we'll accept Zap. All our friends, you know, all our friend coins can be there. And that's part of what we're doing, is we're kind of building this alliance of really good cryptos that solve real problems with really good teams that are likely to survive long term, and putting them all into one set of of applications that will sort of morph into a platform over time where people can build apps that use all of these. And that's why we want Zap to be the Oracle coin. So I think you're doing the most interesting things. I mean, Chainlink and a lot of other ones get all the press, but Zap to me is building the actual most interesting set of tools for people that, to me, is going to at some point be discovered and take off. So I'm very happy, bullish about that.
Definitely the hope. And I mean, just to, I guess, like sum up, I think that general sentiment, and I mean, we could talk about Divi forever. We could talk about, all the wonderful features, and we could talk about, the staking and everything, which I think is a huge incentive. Your multi-tiered system for stake nodes and all this wonderful stuff. I think it's incredible what you guys are doing, but I think even more so just the team that you guys have, the community that you guys have, people like Nick, people like you that go out and evangelize and, aren't afraid to talk about, what they're doing right, what they can improve upon, everything else. And have an abundance mentality, which is, hey, look, I want Divi everywhere. Like, I'll work with anybody who want to work with us. We want to put it, everywhere we possibly can. I just think that's a benefit to your guys' community, to you, to your team. And I it's infectious, it's contagious, the way that you guys talk and the way that, like, you see things. I hope that I have that same type of feeling when I talk to people. I know sometimes I get a little stressed out. Like, we have all these projects going on over here, but I've never had anything but a positive experience with you guys. All your community has been super wonderful. And we're really happy to have you guys, come on and talk about your project. And I think what you guys are doing is incredible, and we're appreciative of your support and everything else. And we hope that we can continue to try and find places to put Divi everywhere. That's like the top of my mind every time I think about you guys. So
you'll notice one of my things with marketing strategy. A few people have noticed this, but when I talk, I tend to talk a lot about, like, 3 years from now, really about the long-term vision and stuff. And that's done on purpose because I want to attract people to Divi who are long-term thinkers, long-term holders. Because when you attract speculators who just care about what the price is now, it's difficult, right, to have your price go up, and everybody wants the price to go up, right? So we want people that are thinking long term. So I talk a lot about where Divi is going to be in 3 years. I mean, we're really trying to build all the right tools. The future is a moving target, and we're trying to build the right stuff at the right time so that 2 or 3 years from now, we're in the right place to be that $1 trillion market cap coin, right? Because it's the one that's everywhere, that everybody's using, that has all the good use cases, that's cool, So really thinking of long term. And I think that you're better served, and it's really worked for us. We only Chainlink, actually, of all the sort of the ICOs from May 2017 on, has built more value than Divi. We're number 2 in the whole space as far as how much we raised and how much our market cap is now. So we've turned 2.6 million into, I don't know what it is today, but maybe $65 million market cap. It's a huge market cap increase.
That's incredible.
Yeah. And we've done it without any major partnerships or without being on any good exchanges.
I wish I had the Divi by the numbers slide. I wish I had the Divis by the numbers slide and we could pull it in. I was watching that yesterday. I was like, damn, they have all their numbers figured out. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
These things are important. It shows that you guys actually have a team that's aware of the statistics, aware of the metrics. And, in every company that I've ever worked with, you have to know the numbers. You have to understand where you're succeeding and where you're not. So, I mean, I think we have a couple minutes left here. What I usually like to do here is give final thoughts, and then also just, where should we follow you, Jeff, specifically, but also Divi, anything else you'd like to say? What this is 3 minutes, all yours. I'd love to give it to you.
Yeah, well, I have a Twitter account, but I don't really use it. I keep saying, I got to start doing that. But I tend to, instead of spending 20 minutes a day coming up with a brilliant Twitter tweet to grow my Twitter, I spend 20 minutes a day talking directly to our users, especially all the new ones. So basically anybody that wants to talk to me can just join our Telegram, and I'll tend to say hi to people. A lot of people think that I'm a scammer trying to get them to send me a Bitcoin so I can send them 5, but because no CEOs do that, but I do. I really do that with everybody. Everybody new that I see, if I notice, to say hi. I want to find out what they're passionate about, how they see Divi, how they found out about us. And that's really valuable information, for the CEO of a company to know exactly who the people are, where they came from, and what their expectations are It's phenomenally valuable, right? You can try to poll your users and stuff, but we don't need to because we know what they want. I know personally, right? And a lot of times people end up, because I did that, end up buying a lot more Divi than they were planning, or it turns out there's some, they're really valuable to the ecosystem. They have some great advice, or they know a developer. All kinds of people like that have ended up being really valuable just because I reached out. So that's the best way to meet me, is just join our Telegram, and then we can chat. I take the time to do it because I find there's a ton of value in it.
Absolutely. I think there's nothing more valuable than talking to actual people that are using the product, participating in the ecosystem and the community. So, I mean, me and you definitely mirror that sentiment. I try to get into the Telegram as much as possible for our communities and talk. Sometimes I get grilled and I actually like it because it tells me what I'm doing wrong or what I'm doing right,
Super valuable.
But yeah, I mean, that's like my favorite stuff because I like see it as a challenge. I'm like, oh man, we gotta do better. It's like, I thought it was this big shot. Now it's like, oh, nothing.
Yeah,
chopped down.
Yeah, that's very true. And sometimes people come in and they can appear very trollish because they're very negative. They're asking really annoying questions, very tough questions. They're not accepting the answers that the community is giving them. Those are my favorite people. When I see that they're just really smart and they're really skeptical, which they should be in crypto, those are my favorite people, because when I can turn them around, these guys have big mouths and they stick around. They're often Bitcoin whales. They become very valuable to the ecosystem when you can turn them around. So I'm always telling our community members and admins, like, send these people to me. Now if they're really trolls, then we just try to kick them out as fast as possible. If they're just there to make trouble, then we get rid of them. We don't engage them. But when they're people like this, when you turn them around and make them a fan, boy, they're a fan for life. So, and I learned that's it. It's the same thing with my hotel. The people that are the angriest, most pissed off customers about something, if I actually take the time to listen to them and make changes and get them what they need, often they have a good reason for being upset about something. There was an honest mistake that was made or whatever. When I fix them, they come back year after year and they tell everybody. So it's the same thing in our Telegram.
100%. And just two final items. I do want to talk to your team about IPFS and ENS domains. I know I brought that up in the past, and we can follow up online on a separate chat. And then the second thing is, hey, look, my favorite job that I ever had in the world was front desk at a hotel. I worked at the Marriott across the street from the Pentagon for a long time. And I'll tell you what, the best people I ever met in my life, the funnest job I ever had. I've never been more happy than working there. I don't know why. It just was like awesome to solve problems.
You're a people person. You're a people person. They knew that. They put you in the right place.
It was fun. I mean, I was mining Bitcoin. I was soldering them. All the generals were like, what are you doing in Bitcoin? What are you talking about? Like, these are like 3-star generals, 2-star generals. So like I taught all them. So they're probably all rich on it. Like all the top guys now. Anyways, but all right. I'll talk to you later. Jeff, I appreciate you coming on. Hopefully we have you back soon, and maybe we can grab Nick next time. You guys are on here. I think it's a little short notice, but next time we could probably grab him.
Yeah, I'm the pie in the sky kind of guy talking about 3 years. He's very practical. He can tell you about all the products, what they're doing, and it's completely different presentation. And he kind of talk to both of us to know what's going on with Divi.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you so much. We're going to continue on. Justin, bye Jeff. Thank you.
Bye.
And we're going to continue on here. I think the next segment is coming up, and I'd love to intro them. We got Luis Carrera and Hans Luhmann of Polis. And I believe Luis is going to interview Hans about Polis. Is there anybody else on there? Justin, if you want to hop in. Absolutely. Hey guys, how you doing? We got Hans and we got Luis. How are you guys doing? It's good to see you guys again. I got you muted here, Luis.
Yeah, thank you. There's Luis.
Yeah, hello. Thank you for having us, Adam. We met recently, and I'm really happy to be here today with you. I really appreciate what you guys are doing with this hackathon. So, let's get started.
Absolutely. I've been talking about proof of stake coins, and I think this is like, so we had Divi, you guys know them, and there's somebody yesterday, Pack Global, I believe, and there's a lot of proof of stake coins out there. You guys are really unique, and that's part of the reason I wanted you guys to come on. I was really intrigued, I think Muhammad reached out to you guys, and we were chatting, and I was like, man, like, they got some cool stuff going on, and I was curious about a couple things, and I started asking. And you guys said that you had a really interesting kind of decentralized model of how you govern Polis, and I thought that was really cool. I thought that was an interesting path to go down. And then I started kind of talking to you guys more and more, and you had a really good plan for the upcoming year and everything that you guys were doing. So I definitely, I hadn't heard you guys on anywhere or seen yet, and I figured it'd be great to get you in front of the blockchain centers community, kind of talk about what you guys are doing, and kind of the path and the roadmap. And I really like the the energy of the team. I think we had a couple calls, and I just wanted to learn. So I just wanted to welcome you guys and see kind of what's going on with Polis, and give me the rundown, give me the elevator pitch. Why Polis? Why now? What's going on in 2021? And kind of key items and where you guys are going, because I know you got a lot cooking over there. So introduce yourselves if you wouldn't mind.
Yep. So my name is Luis Correa. I'm from Mexico. I have been working with the Polis team since I believe early 2018. The project started in late 2017, I believe. So yeah, I have been, for the most part, with the project. I have been participating in a lot of the initiatives that we have been having since the start. And yeah, it's very exciting to be here right now in 2020, where we are close to launch our own code base. We're preparing an entirely new protocol. And yep, so I don't want to continue with that before Hans introduces himself.
Yeah, thank you, Louis. So I'm Hans Lohman. I'm originally from the Netherlands. I live in Canada now since 2005. I found the Polis project in 2018. I'm always constantly searching for utility. I'm sort of, well, if it comes to a maximalist, I'm a utility maximalist. I'm looking for projects that can help the actual thing that I think is very important, consumer to business, business to business, those types of things, and all sorts of financial solutions that come to it. And I was intrigued by the Polis project because it was one of the few projects that was actually working on a debit card interface at that point. And from there, I was right away all in. So we've gone through many, many things that we'll touch on later on. But yeah, right now my function is the quality assurance manager for the upcoming Olympus project that we're going to talk about later on too.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, touching on Olympus and touching on this debit card. So look, I mean, I come from a lot of different perspectives. I look at blockchain as technology, and then, obviously cryptocurrency, as a mechanism to replace kind of our current currency system. If it's US dollars, it could be anything, is the reality. And I know the government doesn't like to agree with that in the US, but look, we didn't have a state issued currency in the beginning. Somewhere along the line, we started getting a central bank. We started issuing a lot of monopoly money, whatever. It's not my style, but I know some people really like it. I try to live my life in crypto as much as possible, and so I'm really open in this front. I actually, there's a lot of projects I liked over the years. I thought IOTA was really interesting until they tried to write their own cryptographic algorithm, and then they kind of came back to reality and they started making some really good things. I'm not going to pick on them too much. I like the innovation. They were writing ternary and everything. I liked Litecoin. Because it was faster, and the script, and Bobby Lee and all these guys that are working in the space. Is it Charlie or Bobby? I always mix them up. It was
Charlie.
Charlie.
Yeah.
Bobby's his brother. Forgot. But Charlie, did something interesting there. And then kind of moving into like some of the other things that I started really watching, like Feathercoin, and I watched the whole thing. Kind of go. Back in the day, I think there was like a couple exchanges when we were watching them all. You start researching the coins, reading the white papers. And there's like a common theme, everybody has that one thing that makes them unique. Now, some coins, I believe, they try to go the route of being a currency, and they might not be sustainable for a number of reasons, right? They might not be fast enough. They might not have the infrastructure. They might not have this. So I kind of like the approach that Polis is taking with, like you were mentioning, kind of this debit card feel. And I'm not going to talk too much about the other stuff. I'll let you guys talk about it with the I don't even know if you want to bring it up, but I remember you guys were speaking something about, how to have that on ramp, off ramp. I'll let you talk about it if you want. I don't know if that's something you want to bring up, but also there's, this other aspect of it, which is the governance and how you guys release Polis. And then, kind of this new Olympus project that you guys are doing. So I wanted to hear if you wouldn't mind just kind of like isolate, kind of go through kind of what your value prop is, why you guys think that you guys can, really become a currency, in its full sense. And, what are the implications of this debit card? Am I going to be able to just swipe it anywhere and it's going to work? What's the plan for that? Kind of what's the background look like in the infrastructure for that, if you wouldn't mind?
Sure. So I think in order to kind of start explaining why Olympus is so important and why the governance system that we implemented on Olympus is going to be great, is to understand how we got here. Essentially, Polis started as a fork from Dash. So we share a lot of its features of its current governance system, which allows to fund community proposals for projects that are of interest for the project, right? So we have been living with that system since 2017. It has been working great for us, but we, as a project, believe that we can do so much more in this regard. We started designing Olympus around the idea of having a functional DAO system, decentralized autonomous organization. This means that everything related to the governance is kind of coded into the protocol. So there's election cycles that take place inside of the blockchain. There's, of course, the voting mechanisms and so on. But also, we wanted to create a comprehensive system of rules and mechanisms to prevent kind of misbehaving inside of the governance, right? So if a DAO manager, also kind of the reporting and the transparency towards the community is achieved through special blocks in the blockchain. Everyone can audit how the funds that are given to the DAO are spent and they know where they are, right? So there's also some mechanisms to prevent that any DAO manager may go rogue in some place or whatever. So there's some mechanisms that allow the community to kick out any DAO manager at any point in time and start like an emergency voting cycle. And also DAO managers can, through, I think the name is partial majority. If 3 out of 5 DAO managers agree to kind of kick out some DAO manager that perhaps is not performing according to the metrics that its position subjects him to, they can kick him out. So it's a pretty comprehensive system of rules that allow 5 key areas of the project, which are technology, business, adoption, marketing, and community, to have special funding for their tasks. And also that allows the community to be involved in how they choose and even remove these DAO managers, right? Essentially, there's voting cycles every 6 months. A DAO manager can go elected as frequently or as many times as the people want to, and that's our contribution to the governance system, right?
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot to unwrap in what you said, and my brain immediately goes to, let's build on what somebody else says, and like I just start taking it further, and like all the, this is just the way my brain works. I'm like, oh, what if you plugged an AI as a DAO manager, right? And Aphid, the guy that I was talking to yesterday, was, and then they got the money, and then so like I'm not gonna get into all that, but I had like a ton of ideas that kind of spread on governance. I think governance is one of those things, just like healthcare, or one of these one of these major areas that requires like a lot of innovation. Is very difficult to get right. So I think it's interesting that you guys have emergency voting rounds. I think I'm piecing together some of the details in my own head. I'm sure I'm not far off, maybe not exactly right, but I'm kind of getting where you guys are coming from. So you have a bad acting manager, doing something. Maybe it's the marketing position, for example. Is this what you would consider a DAO manager, right? Correct.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
And this guy's just horrible. He's going out. He's taking his money. He's going to Italy. He's got all the girls with him, whatever. He's doing a horrible job. He's posting on his Instagram. The community's like, oh my God, this is not what we voted for. This actually happened to me, by the way, in a token project that we were working with back in the day. They took the whole team to Italy, and I was like, oh my God, like the worst. You raise all this money, now you're just out, have a party.
Exactly.
Anyway, so something like this happens, and we were on contract. I wasn't part of the team, by the way. I will say that we were on contract as a marketing company, so not my team. Not going to say who it was, but something like this happens. Now, let's get rid of this guy. He's a bum, right? We got to vote him out. So we we just did a voting round. He was elected. First thing he does, go to Italy with all the money. We vote him out 3 to 5. We say, hey, like, let's kick off an emergency voting round is what you do. 3 of the 5 DAO managers can activate it, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And then it goes to the community. Now, how are the votes weighted? Is it by wallet address? Is it by amount of Polis that you're holding? Like, how does the vote happen?
Yes, essentially, you generate something known as coin proof. So you vote with the amount of coins that you have. So the amount of coins you have is kind of related, or the exact same amount your vote is counted as, and then you only need partial majority. I mean, for electing a DAO manager, you need kind of absolute majority over to be elected, and for removing a bad actor, you only need 30% of the voting coins to kick out a misbehaving DAO manager.
Okay, so let me understand this. First of all, it's an active voting system, which means your vote doesn't default, right? Like, if I don't vote, it doesn't automatically vote for me. There's no default voting, correct? Okay, so we have to actively vote. So to remove a bad manager, what we would have to do is we kick off a vote, and if 70% voted to keep him and 30% voted to get rid of him, we get rid of him, or we need 30% of the network to vote to get rid of him, and then we have to get 50.00001% to get rid of him, correct?
Correct. The second, yeah, that's correct.
Got it. Awesome. So that's good. So the voting rounds, are you guys concerned at all that you guys get replaced by the community? Or you just feel that, because you guys do not that I'm not saying that that's going to happen. I'm just saying because you guys are going autonomous, and now the wallets, obviously going in the hands of the community. You guys have done good work. I think that, the community will reward and vote you guys back in, obviously, but that's basically what we're talking about here, right? Like, if they want a new team, they could theoretically just vote everybody out, right? Correct?
Exactly. Correct. So basically, Polis has been developed by, not developed, but backed by a single company. So it's the main company that's kind of pushing the development of Polis. We, of course, want it to be as decentralized as possible. And this is kind of a first step towards making the community, hey, we want to change developers. We don't like what you do. You can go away, right? So, and we have the power to do so. So we know that's potentially kind of harming us in the long run. But we believe it's something that's very important to give the people the choice to how the project develops and what, so they have control of how the project evolves. And Polis being a community-driven project, it's something that we take a lot of pride in, and also that we want to kind of ensure that people are able to do.
See, this is what I like.
It's a good incentive. It's a good incentive for the DAO managers that you always step best forward. It's. Your role is at stake, and if you're passionate about stuff, that usually sort of shows off to the community. If you keep doing a good job, then the chances are always that you get voted in again. But if there's a better candidate that actually steps up and gets voted in, then it's always to better the project. I think it's a really great thing. I think also it takes guts. Because you don't know what the hell is going to happen necessarily, right? This is kind of this is one of my favorite things about crypto, personally, right? So, like the U.S., I always like to go back to stories, right? We had like this weird governance system called the Articles of Confederation, right before we had our current system of government, and they were trying to run a president, and they went up to George Washington, and he was like, "You know what, dude? I'm not doing it." They had to like convince the guy to campaign, and then put him in office and like run him. And he's like, I don't even want to run, man. Like, don't do it. They like put him in office. But like, it was kind of funny because he had created a more decentralized governance model than most places had ever had, right? And the guy's not perfect. I get it. Nobody, nowadays, whatever, screw him. But like, it's interesting to see how, the U.S. was set up. And it really set a standard for like kind of the whole West. Like the Monroe Doctrine came up, and we have like these governance systems, in the West, it's really different from the old world. And, I guess where I'm going with this is what we're looking at with like currencies and things like this is it is literally a revolution, right? It's a Nick always says this is a monetary revolution in the Bang on Bitcoin film, but that always stuck with me.
because I really do think it is. It's a different way of looking at it. And, you know, the fact that these projects, really the ultimate goal is to get it in the hands of the community, from what I see, because we're all coming from a decentralization mindset that are in the community built projects, at least like the ones that, you know, we don't do these huge ICO raises a lot of times. We don't, you know, or, you know, it's a very small amount and we try to, you know, source together what we have. Maybe we have some kind of company, maybe we have to set up some kind of structure, right? But the ultimate goal is always to hand it back to the community. That is a really romantic idea to me, right? And I love it. And I'm hoping that we see more governance in the same ways that you guys are doing. You know, there's, you know, I'm part of, you know, I work with a lot of token projects, and that's always what I'm pushing. I'm like, how do we get, you know, Discord members to oversee something, or, you know, how do we hand out, you know, this to evangelists? Like, let's give the community more power. They're going to reward us with it because these are our best, you know, that's our best people. Just like in a country, you know, which is very similar, you have like your best performers. You got your Olympians. You got these people. They love America. You know, they're, you know, Canada or, you know, Mexico. Like, we have great people in our societies that really evangelize our country's brands, right? So I look at, you know, there's a lot of books and a lot of precedent for a lot of this stuff. But what I'm saying, and I guess like the summation and the sum total is, I really respect any project that's trying to put more power in the hands of the community, and is willing to say, hey, look, if we don't like the results, that's not our business, because this is why we did it in the first place. That's our mission, right? We're going to keep true to the mission. So, you know, kudos to you guys for, you know, actually going forward with Olympus, and, you know, you're going to hit activate, and then I guess it's in the hands. I don't think there's anything to worry about. I'm just saying it's, you know, that's always in the back of everybody's minds, right? Like, I think the community is going to reward you guys well and keep you guys going good. But I think it's going to be interesting, you know, to see kind of what happens, you know, and how it progresses. So the governance thing, you know, main reason that I wanted to talk to you guys today. But, you know, let's talk a little bit about this proof of stake system that you guys are going to maintain. A similar thing to Dash still. You're moving in the same direction there, right? Not many changes on that front, at least, correct?
Well, it's going to be a little bit different, eh? So, Louis, you want to take the word here?
Sure.
So basically, we have made a lot of changes since we began as a fork of Dash. I think the most relevant one would be that we switched from a proof of work, which Dash currently uses, to a proof of stake. We kind of backported the Peercoin's proof of stake. And we have been running with that since, with little to no modifications, right? So I think the most important change regarding Olympus would be that we will be moving to a Casper-inspired proof of stake system. So this is what Ethereum is currently using. So we took all of the ideas from Casper and made our own implementation of that. So yeah, I think the main, I would say the most important benefit from doing this is slashing conditions for malicious nodes or malicious people doing stake. So in the previous chain, if you misbehave in the current chain, you don't get punished. You just get ignored, or maybe you can get away with it, and who knows, right? But actually, the Casper protocol incentivizes the full network of nodes to behave correctly, and if you try to do something wrong for the chain, you will get slashed. Your funds will be burnt. So yeah, I think that will be like the most important change when we migrate to Olympus, and also the previous chain worked on an UTXO system chain. So now we're moving to an account-based system, which has it has some advantages, some disadvantages, but we believe that that's the right next step for the Polis blockchain project.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Let's talk about the Casper. And I was really hoping you'd go there, and I was really excited that you went for the Casper thing. You know, I was talking to you guys, and you said, you know, we might beat them to it. You know, like that's how close we are, you know, to getting it done. You know, we might beat them to the implementation. So let's talk about this new type of. I don't think I had ever seen it before, Casper with the slasher, right? So you have the proof of stake, right? And you get rewarded if you're doing everything right. And then there's this slashing aspect. Now, I don't think a lot of people understand this because this is fairly new. And, you know, I set up my buddy called me, he was having issues, and I had never set up a ETH 2.0 node. And I set it up and I saw slashing, and I was like, that is all. I knew what it was immediately. I was like, you're going to penalize those nodes. Like, I don't keep up to date on, like fluff. I want to see it implemented. So like when it's implemented, come call me. I don't want to read all the freaking articles about everything else. Like when you get it, let me know. If you want to have a conversation with me and I know the guy, like if I talk to Nick about something he's doing, okay, I know him, he's going to do it. Like I judge it a little bit differently. I don't read the stuff on the internet. Let's talk about slashing. What essentially does this entail? Can you talk about it from your perspective and why you think it's important and what the implications are? So, I'm a node and I'm verifying garbage transactions. I'm trying to be a bad actor on the network. What's going to happen to me?
Exactly. So essentially through proof of stake, I think we need to understand that first for anyone listening. Proof of stake, you kind of collateralize some stake. So that's some amount of coins that you are willing to lose if you misbehave or do not behave according to the rules that everyone else is playing with. And you use that to validate the blocks, right? So essentially the miners work to validate blocks. It's replaced by validators that do the same thing by staking their own coins. If I try to validate incorrect transactions or blocks, there's a set of conditions and rules, which is the consensus mechanism, the Casper consensus. That's what the rules contain. And essentially, if you break any of those rules, it depends on the implementation. But in our current implementation, a fraction of your staked amount will be slashed or burned, or you will lose them essentially, and they will be burned forever. No one has access to that amount that got slashed. And so essentially, each time that you continue to misbehave, that fraction keeps going exponentially bigger. So there's a point where you eventually, by either having an incorrect version or simply by having your node offline when it should be online, you will continue to lose your coins, and essentially there's a point where you are not able to contribute to the validation anymore, right? So this prevents bad actors from continuously harming the network, and the more they do it, the faster they will run out of funds, right? So we believe it's an interesting mechanism to keep a proof of stake chain honest and stable. And yep, that's what we're going for with Olympus.
Yeah, we've already extensively tested it, by the way. And the good news for you, if you want to see this thing actually in action, we have a working testnet. So essentially, the code base is so far ready right now that we have a third party auditing it right now to sort of find some of the vulnerabilities and all of that good stuff. So we're extensively running the testnet. I've myself pushed already like more than 100,000 transactions in a sort of a denial of service attack type of thing. So we're really hacking away at things to see where we can sort of demolish it, see if it's stable, if we can sort of test it to the limits. It's looking very good. It's fantastic to see that slashing principle actually work. You see that your 100 coins that you start with as a validator, so that's the collateral that you need to run a validator, you see them very slowly but surely go away, and your node will be completely kicked off when it reaches like 80 coins. But that only happens when you're really like doing bad stuff. And sometimes it's fun to do, by the way.
Yeah, I want to clarify for the community. So in case you're not looking at this, like let's just really simplify it down. The only time this happens is if, let's put on my bad guy hat. I'm a bad guy. I'm trying to verify crap transactions or scam some money, right? You would have to intentionally do this. This is not something that you're going to run the node normally and, some bad's going to happen, you're going to get slashed off. This is not how that works. You would literally have to be doing something for everybody listening. You're not just going to host a node and something bad's going to happen, okay? In nearly every case, right? So, and this is really important. You're not going to create a node and lose it. It's just an added feature to incentivize good node holders. So I wanted to switch the perspective of this back to I'm a good guy, right? So the way that Ethereum does, I don't know if you guys differ, right? I can host the core validation, right? We have the validator running. And then on addition to that, I can put on the slashing function. Is this similar with your guys? And can I be incentivized by running a slasher function for bad nodes? Or is this not something that you guys are doing? Is it just Okay.
Yeah, it's currently something that's not implemented. If I don't know if we see that it works in the Ethereum chain, we might be considering to add that sort of functionality. But yeah, definitely at the moment that's not something that happens in our system.
Yeah, I think it's a step too far at this point. I want to see an active. I want to see the slashing function play out. I think it's good on its merits. I think it's a really great way of managing proof of stake and bad actors. So, I mean, Hans, you're talking about the DevNet and the testnet here and how you guys are getting it audited. I've been talking to Lewis for a minute. I want to hear your kind of perspective on a couple of these things. I think the conversation is shift. I wanted you to elaborate on that, but I wanted to pause you just to clarify for anybody that might not be familiar, so they're not concerned or anything. I just wanted to make that clear. But if you want to elaborate, and then I wanted to ask you specifically about the debit card thing that you were talking about earlier after that, if you wouldn't mind.
Sure. So, yeah, the testnet is fully live and active. So we've been first doing a couple of private testnets with of course, the group of devs plus a couple of the fervent testers in our community. The moment that we saw that was ready enough, we set a certain set of deliverables to be able to get people to work with this in the public. That happened about 2 weeks ago, that we actually invited the entire community to start testing the net. We've got a little Chrome plugin built for this, so that it's a little easier with the GUI, because not everybody is very prolific with command line stuff. So in the beginning, it was really like that basic, because we're building something from scratch, right? So it's not exactly that you take code that's readily available. We're building our own entirely new code base. That's also part of the reason why we're getting this audited, because there's no, I'd say, history of this code base. We're really going into a new territory, and that is sometimes scary, but it's also sometimes needed to implement new functions where you have all the flexibility to do so. So these validators, you set up a validator by essentially just running some code, one of the validator codes on a VPS or on some server system. You collateralize this with 100 coins per validator. And the system then starts to essentially do its own thing. So the slashing part is just built into the functionality. Everything is built so that it goes on autopilot, if you will. You essentially build a validator, and you're just like set and forget good if you're just a regular user, and you get rewarded via the proof of stake mechanism that way. So it's a I think a very simple thing that people can participate in. We always focus on making things simple, because if they have to click like more than 3 buttons, then sometimes you lose people already. And mind you, we're a community-based system, so we like to just embrace the entire mainstream population that's not always as technically prolific as we all are. So with the testing, there's APIs. You can do RPC calls towards this node. You can run pretty much all of the things that you normally run towards blockchain nodes, like for Bitcoin, or whether it be for Dash. Those types of functionalities are built in as well. I'm always focusing towards building point of sale systems. That is one of the things that I do. And that is also where I'm now developing our point of sale system towards, so that it's Olympus compatible. And yeah, for that, there's a whole set of instructions that you need to interact with one of these nodes. And we have a scalable capacity, so we can go actually really far. Right now, I have not been able to even touch the capacity of the network, because my VPSs are simply not powerful enough to actually do a real DDoS. So that is all looking very good. And yeah, pushing lots and lots of transactions through this thing. It's really fast. We have a block time of 30 seconds. So stuff goes like nearly instantaneous. You immediately see something that is pending, and it finalizes very fast. So after every 5 blocks, we have a new slot, a new cycle, and that is where the chain will start finalizing the blocks that were in the past before. So that's perfect, because we like to do fast transactions to enable it, using, like in brick and mortar stores. And yeah, that is, I think, one of the great features here, to have large scalability, but also really fast transaction times that are very secure because of the way that we have this consensus mechanism.
Absolutely. And I was just scrolling through your page while you're talking there, you know, pulling it up, showing everybody so they could kind of see your website. But I think it's incredible. I think you know, the kind of strategy that you guys are going after is really great. And you know, I think you know, this hackathon event that we have paired in conjunction with this media, right? What I'd like to see happen in the future is definitely, you know, Eric and I to kind of hop on and play with your system as soon as like we can, you know, set a time up, something like that. It'd be really cool to check it out. You know, I'm intrigued by, you know, slashers. Like I said, I think Casper is very interesting. I was really excited about it when they first talked about it, and that's why I was saying, like, you know, not paying attention to it until it's actually implemented, because they've talked about it for years. You know, it's like I couldn't do it anymore. They're playing with my heartstrings. So no, I mean, it's really good that you guys are getting it audited. And you know, you said the launch is Q1, correct? You're going live straight Q1. Any kind of more specific deadline on that, or no? Just Q1 in general. Do you have anything?
We want to have it ready by early Q1. Truth is, we are waiting for the audit results. We are when we receive them, we will be making like a more specific target for a timeline for that. But yeah, it will definitely have to come in early Q1 for next year. And as soon as we deliver on Olympus, we will also be providing like I mean, we will be kind of releasing a vanilla or initial version of Olympus, and then we have a cool set of features planned for the chain, and those well, we will be having more clarity as well as soon as we release Olympus, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I don't know if you guys can talk about the one business partnership that we were talking about on the call. I don't know if that's something that you want to get into, but I do know that you guys have, you know, a really vested interest in trying to get this in very, very targeted areas. And I forgot the gentleman that I was speaking with. I'm drawing a blank right now on the call previously. What was his name?
Andreas?
Yeah, Andreas. I was speaking with Andreas. You know, he was doing a lot of interesting stuff in Europe. I don't know if this is something you guys can talk about, but once again, I know that you have some business partnerships coming out. I know that you guys are really targeting, you know, trying to get in business owners' hands and for all the benefits there. And you know, I know you talked about the payment systems, you know, and this debit card function. I'd love to hear first a little bit more details about how that works, because, you know, you got to have like a fiat off ramp somehow, right, to make this work, right? On ramp, off ramp instantly. There's a couple other issues there. So first, let's talk about the debit card usability, and then we'll talk about kind of like what the implications are for like everyday business. If I'm a Polis community member and I want to go pay, I can pay anywhere. But like, how does that work? And when is that available now? Like, can we talk a little bit about that?
Well, let me just go back a little in the past of how this all started. It's what got me into the project in the first place, like I previously mentioned. I have a stack like this thick of no longer working crypto cards. I've basically seen them all, tested them all, because I believe that it is a great sort of intermediate function to get people interested into crypto. Because one of the first things they always say is like, how can I use it? Where can I spend it? What can I do with it? That's the sort of reality that we're facing. I mean, we're not all like in this same sort of project, knowing where we're going, but most people just see it as like another form of money that they just want to use to buy things. And that's fine. That is actually a very good sort of thing to have. So we set out with a MasterCard that was issued via a Mexican, because the headquarters is in Mexico, bank solution provider, and that worked out actually really beautiful. So we started shipping out cards everywhere. Everybody started, it was going gangbusters, and it was going so well that it got so much attention that at some point it turned out that there was a couple of things in the in-between party, not 100% like checked off. They actually told us that everything was okay, but when then push comes to shove, we had some issues, and unfortunately we had, because of that, to shut that project down, which is very unfortunate, but yeah, it is what it is. So of course, we start looking out for new opportunities, new ways, and we found different new ways. So we have a working card right now for the European areas that is top up via gift cards. We have a large selection of gift cards built straight into our mobile wallet, which might also be an interesting thing to mention.
That's what I was going to ask about.
What I do, for instance, I practically live off of crypto here in Canada. So if I need to fill up my car, I actually buy a ESSO gift card. I then move the balance into my SpeedPass app. I get to the gas station. I authorize the pump from my phone, and I fill up. There's no bank involved, nothing. And that all from a gift card, which I immediately get issued from paying into with our cryptocurrencies in Polis Pay. So you can pay with Bitcoin, Litecoin, Dash, all those like big ones are there, but also the whole slew of small ones. Of course, Polis is in there. We are very, I'd say, open towards other communities. So we embrace other projects and deliver the same sort of capabilities that we've already built here, because we believe that we're all sort of going after the same thing, which is usability and adoption of this beautiful project that we're all working on, which you can hear I'm mildly passionate about. And so that is very easy with our Polis Pay app, which is a multi-coin wallet. And these gift cards, it's like the cat's meow for me. So the debit card in Europe, it's from a company called ePay. It's a MasterCard, and you can top it up by buying a gift card, which then automatically does the translation into balance on that card. So that's, in this case, the off-ramp. But yeah, we're building new types of systems that I think will be also tied into Olympus when we go there, because that's actually where the focus right now is. We have a good thing going with the current chain, but of course the focus is on the new chain, and it's going to be even better. Like we will have at some point smart contracts in there run from Solidity. So you can take basically any already developed smart contract and then run it on the Olympus blockchain. We have. Am I going a little too far already, Lewis?
No, you're not. You're perfect. You're perfect for me.
Yeah, and so, well, I mean, in what I can say and not. So, but this is all common anyway, so it's good to get it out there. So we have a separate block space. Like in every block, we have a separate space for smart contract transactions and regular transactions. So we are not going to get bogged down when we create, for instance, a CryptoKitties contract that might go rogue on the network and gets basically just all the bandwidth. So on top of that, the scalability of stuff, yeah, it's going to be super cool. We're also looking at implementations of like ENS, all those very cool things. It's 2021 is going to be like awesome. I'm so looking forward to already implementing all of these things, building new features in our own code base, which is also run, don't forget that, on a coin that is the gas money, that is a capped, limited amount. So unlike Ethereum, where we actually don't know what the maximum amount is that's ever going to be there, we have 25 million coins ever. On Olympus, same thing. So that might give some interesting sorts of things for the future. So it's looking very good.
Absolutely. I think there's a lot in that. So let's talk about kind of like I understand you guys have this like top up card. So like for me, this is really interesting, right? I like using gift cards in crypto and going straight from one to the other. It's pretty awesome, right? The problem is like for the mass market, like people really get frustrated. I don't know if like it's not that hard to do such a thing, right? And from my perspective, this is normal because this is how I live my life, right? I got to purchase something over here. Oh, just get a gift card. It's fine. I'm going to use it. We're starting to see more implementations of this gift card model, which was really difficult back in the day, but now it's a lot easier. I mean, there was a time when you had to buy like, random deals. I know Paxful struggled with this model, like, bad actors, putting up fake gift cards, all this stuff. The good thing is here is you're dealing with an official company that's doing this gift card retailing. There's no issue. It's completely completely above board. You can purchase these things. You know, you're not going to get your account banned by using the gift cards that you purchase here, as opposed to like other places. Sometimes like you don't know where the gift card came from. So I like that strategic partnership aspect. I also like the merchant services aspect. And, you know, this is what you talked about in Europe, and I'm hoping to see that expand out because, you know, if you have, you know, this card, this is something that I don't know if you guys are going to be open to including other currencies on it as well. I don't know what the policy is internally, but, you know, this is independent and by itself, its own business model type deal, right? You have a card, and if you can get partners and market segments and introduce this thing to more and more people, they have the ability to use it. So I still think that the jury's out on, you know, who's going to be the major card company, who's going to take over the world. I don't think that's the way it is anymore. I think a lot of people like to think that that's the way it is like, hey, look, we're gonna dominate absolutely everybody in the world. It's like, no, we're gonna get a ton of market share, and we're gonna make tons of value. You know, and we're gonna bring crypto to everybody, and our project's gonna be huge. And there's gonna be a lot of competitors in the market, right? But that's kind of okay because, look, where we're transitioning from is there's these massive monopolies, the US being a huge one with fiat, right? And they're just this huge cash monopoly, and like nobody can do anything. And they have all these rules in the banking system, SWIFT and everything else. And they're super inefficient. I mean, you know, there's tons of stories. The banks are no better. They lose money all the time. They send money everywhere. They do the wrong things. They do all this. They get hacked. You know, they lose their customers' information. You know, this is part of the reason they think like pseudo anonymity is like a bad thing. You know, it's a really good thing. You know, if a senator got his stuff hacked, right, and he loses all his information, all his personal files go out, wouldn't it have been better if that guy was anonymous, like pseudonymous on the internet? Like, I don't think that they put it together. I think that things like this, these on-ramp, off-ramps are really important. I think you can capture large amounts of the market. You integrate into the dinosaur system in the easiest way possible. I'm going to keep calling it the dinosaur system until, you know, I know the bankers get mad at me, but it is the dinosaur system. They got to get over it. It's like fossils. Yeah. It's fossils. I mean, I don't know. You know, if I offend somebody, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I can't see one rational argument of how that system is somehow better unless you're the guy, you know, scooping off the top. Like, that's just the reality. If you're that guy, great. I mean, I would say the same thing. I try to convince people, but the argument's horrible. Oh, I'm just gonna print money. You know, yeah, you go out there and we're just gonna give this to everybody. You know, grants and government stuff, and we're gonna take all this debt and we're gonna put it on you, and then we're gonna collect it later in taxes. And if you don't collect it, you get thrown in a cage. Like this model, I think everybody's gonna look back at this, and they're gonna look at income taxes and the printing of money. And if you look at it at its core, and I don't know what the reasons were for it, I'm not going to blame any specific person, but we're going to look back at it and we're going to be like, people actually went to jail for this. People actually did this for this. Like, it's actually bizarre that that's the way the systems work in nearly every country, right? So I think that this better model where you have transaction fees, and, you know, Jeff was talking about it earlier, like where you have these proof of stake systems that you can generate income that, you know, people agree to. There's no agreement on the tax rate a lot of times. These are people making decisions for us. This is not democracy in action, so to speak. It's not like, hey, look, we want to fund our development community, and like just think of it as a broader scale. We want to fund our roads, you know, and like we want to fund this, and this is the budget that we're going to allocate for it, and we can vote on it later. So the governance with the proof of stake, with the onboarding, with you know, the slashing for bad actors, getting them out of there, you know, all these things really come into, you know, your value ecosystem, and this is something Jeff talked about earlier. I don't use that word enough, but since he used it, your value ecosystem. I think you guys have a particularly high value ecosystem. So, you know, we have a couple minutes left here. And I you know, one of my questions, and this might be a little bit of criticism, but I have to ask it because I can't, you know, just fanboy the whole time. So one of my concerns when I was looking at Polis, I was like, man, you know, where's all the liquidity? Where's all the exchanges? This isn't like a top issue for me. You know, if you have one or two, that's great. I wanted you guys to talk about kind of the strategy there. And I know that you have some excellent partners that can, you know, you're been in communication, you're waiting, you know, in a lot of ways for this, you know, this Olympus program. So can we talk about kind of the roadmap there and what the rationale behind it is and like what's coming? Because I think this is really huge. And I think that you guys have a lot to talk about there. So kind of what's going on with the exchange thing, like on CoinGecko, when I see, you know, like why only a couple, and then like, what do you guys plan to do about that?
Yep. So essentially, as we said earlier, we are a masternode project. We that having a masternode requires you to log 1,000 coins, so that's 1,000 polis in order to create it. And we have been, I mean, it's kind of a good thing, bad thing, because there's a lot of people that hold on to our coins, right? So they create masternodes, they enjoy the rewards, they use the rewards to buy the gift cards so that they can buy things in the real world that are reviews for them. So yeah, there's currently like around 9 million coins locked of a total supply of maybe close to 11 million.
Hey,
so,
wait, everybody, let me pause you really quick. Yeah, 11 million total. Not very many. In case anybody's wondering, this is one of the cool parts. I forgot to touch on that. I just wanted to highlight that I was impressed with how many you had locked over the total supply, right? And how much is available. I thought that was really interesting. And hearing you guys talk about like your community members and how you're able to be sustained is like this is really an early stage thing. You guys have a somewhat large community, but it seems as though like these guys have been holding and doing stuff with you guys for a long time. So it's kind of like sleeper. Like you've been doing all this stuff, you got all these active people, and I'm gonna be real with you. I don't think I remember. Maybe I heard about you once or twice somewhere here or there, but you guys kind of popped up on the radar due to a random call, and we were like really excited. I was like, wow, you don't hear a lot about people just being locked up that much. Having all these things. So sorry, continue on, but just wanted to make
but
11 million total supply.
One of the things that's also a bit of our thing is that we have actually not started promoting the project before we really had like the deliverables. The moment that we had our MasterCard, we started to go a little bit and boom, it started to grow. But we just basically don't want to sell air. We want to have like deliverables and then start promoting it. We also start building the structure, like the DAO structure. Our organization now has all the right people in these capacities that every entity that wants to grow really needs. So it's not just only technology, but it's also important parts like the marketing, communication, communities, and all those types of things like adoption. So that just got in place as we're working towards getting the mainstream or the mainnet for Olympus up. So yeah, we're going to make a lot of noise. But we can do that with actual deliverables. So that's part of the plan.
And I want Lewis to continue, but
yes, go ahead.
It's very rare. A lot of people have stuff going on, and I'll tell you what, I've talked to like really big projects with massive budgets, and I'm not going to name anybody specifically, okay? But there are very large projects out there, that do not know what the hell they're doing. And they don't know why they're doing this. They're talking about business engagement. They might have hired, this Oxford MBA or whatever they hire, and they think that in itself is the solution. And what they've overlooked in a lot of these instances is not that person, on paper might not be qualified, but that they don't have the requisite experience or understanding or risk-taking abilities, which is required in such an early stage market as crypto. And this is part of the thing. Like I've worked on projects with some of these people. Like I mentioned, back in the day, we did a lot of token raise marketing, all that stuff. We worked with a lot of people. I got to get too much into it. It's kind of boring, but there were older people that might have been, more qualified and, maybe more experienced. It could have been like risk takers that like would really go out there and make progress happen. Right. And I felt like some of the worst things that could happen was a person that was, either didn't know how much they didn't know and was really relying on their laurels or their, hey, look, this is, I'm from a top college and I do all this stuff, and I'm the best ever. Yet there's somebody out there just running around building stuff, smashing into walls, just kind of like eating their lunch for them. And they might have raised all the money in the world, with all the investors saying, hey, look at our pedigree. But at the end of the day, the implementation's what caught up with them. And now, years down the road, they've changed, several key staff members. They can't figure it out. And the culture's all jacked up. They didn't, they might have a community and it's there, but it's kind of like wavering. And okay, there's more projects coming out. Like, look at these guys. They didn't hype it up too much. Polis is over here. They're working. They're getting some stuff done with, relatively small market cap, all these things. Like all these metrics are like really good. And I get excited about projects like that, especially I will be the biggest proponent of any open source project, any open source community that's really trying to make a difference and decentralize. I'll be the first one that goes up on stage and not give a crap about what anybody thinks and just talk about how great they are, right? Because I see so much value in that, in keeping with, from the white paper that Satoshi wrote until today. people, the maxis like to talk about, hey, look, it's Bitcoin or nothing else. I don't think that that's anybody's intent. If you read the white paper and the way that it was designed, it was meant to be open source. It embodied the concept of double spend. The guy talks about improving his mechanisms in the paper and what we're going to do. And this is kind of where we're headed. So I think it's a really corrupted worldview for, and I don't think it's the majority of crypto. I actually think the majority of crypto is people like me and you and Lewis and Hans here. And we're just trying to make sure that we build the best things possible and innovate and get this stuff out there, and we're going to acquire market share, and it's going to be awesome, and we're going to learn things and grow, and it's a fun competition between all these different projects. And what we're starting to see is people specialize into their areas of expertise and do really well. So I'm glad that in a way there's nothing but up for Polis, in the sense that you get added here, more people learn about you, you have a small cap, and this is, I guess, the other question I have is that the max supply that'll ever exist, or you guys can keep growing, right? Or is it just capped at 12 million? That was my question.
It's capped at 25 million. Yeah.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hijack it there. I just wanted to kind of go on a tangent and talk about why I think it's important for an open source project to really get the core tech done before they try to talk about, like what Hans is saying, the scalability aspect will bite you in the ass eventually. Like, you will be caught and you won't know what to do and you won't have the capabilities. You'll be a dinosaur project if you don't have the right team, the right culture, people that believe in the project. That's 90% of it. You could have all the money in the world, it's going to disappear. I mean, it's held in the value of your token, your value ecosystem. It is held in that. And if you cannot keep the value there, people are going to start selling. The team could have 1 million coins. It could be worth all the money in the world today. And if it crashes down to 1 penny, they're broke. And that happened in 2017. A lot of times that happened. Yeah. It's happened to, so like, I don't want to get into all the projects that happened. I don't need to stomp on them, but there were definitely a bunch of people who felt too big. We're the smartest, we're the best, we're doing this. That's not the case ever. You're only as good as what you're doing right now today. Crypto is a very vicious cycle. This is very
Sorry, I think the Polis case is pretty interesting because it started pretty much the opposite way, right? So there's a bunch of great developers, of passionate developers that really love the project and are building into it, but they don't know how to sell it, right? So they don't know how to present it to the world and so on. So I would say for the first 2 years of existence of Polis, that's why most people didn't know about us. And I believe that that's the main thing that we did right this year, right? In 2020, we got kickstarted the DAO. So we elected the first 5 DAO managers for the Polis project. And since June this year, when the DAO was elected, I have seen a lot of progress in areas where we as only developers will never have been able to tap into. So yeah, from business, from relationships with exchanges and so on, we have been building a lot of great things this year, and I believe that was we had, before having the DAO, we had the people and the budget for doing so, but we didn't have the know-how. So I believe the only thing that was missing from the project was this small structure and limited, specific tasks and roles that people have within it. And since we have been working this way, I have seen a lot of improvement in the project. And yeah, I'm really happy with how things have been working out so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to give you guys till 1:05 here, because I know we ran into your time a little bit. So there's 2 more key things. And I know Eric is, part of my team, so I can run through his time if I'd like, but he'll get angry at me, but we'll deal with it. He's a very good coder. He can get it done quick. I'm sure the workshop will go great. So I kind of interrupted you, and I wanted to give you the chance to talk about these business relationships, specifically exchanges and the strategy behind that. And I wanted you to elaborate on that because I felt it was important. And then I want to kind of close up and give you guys some final thoughts. So with 10 minutes left here, let's talk for 5 minutes about some of the partners you guys have found and what the strategy was for the exchanges. Because I could talk about it and I was excited about it, but I want to hear from you guys as to why not many exchanges right now, and then kind of what you guys were looking to do, and then final thoughts and where to find you and follow you. So floor is yours, gentlemen, please.
So one of the things that we've always had is that the community more or less also selects our exchange by just running the volume on certain exchange. So we've had quite some community and volume going on in Cryptopia when that still existed. It was one of our larger exchanges at the time. Mind you, we're a project that actually does everything the hard way. So we started with no funding pretty much. There's like as good as no pre-mine, that sort of stuff. We have a very fair distribution from proof of work. But that means ultimately that you will have to finance everything just like the hard way. So we never really had large ICO budgets or what have you to right away get listed for, I don't know, 100 Bitcoin or, you know. So we had to work with the smaller exchanges. We started with Cryptopia and a bunch of other things. We had CryptoBridge, all the ones that actually started to vanish on us, and all the time the community very loyally followed us to the other exchanges. So right now we have South Exchange, we had something going with Whitebit for a little bit in an attempt to actually go to what higher tiers, but the community ultimately decides where they take the volume. So that actually sort of has been working pretty okay for us. And we thought, you know, we can just start pouring lots of money into big exchanges, but it might not even bring us what we actually need for the project. So it's always on our radar, mind you. But one of the things we've done is tap into this DeFi thing. You may have seen, I'm not sure if it's listed on CoinGecko, but we have wrapped Polis now as well. We actually like to call it Taco Polis because in the sushi swap stuff, you know, the food theme, we had an idea to call it burrito, but the main developer likes tacos better. So, so that's actually a very interesting thing because we're now on Uniswap, and many times over, we're just there like for a week and a half or so. We have more volume there than on anything else, and we're starting to get like really into this whole DeFi thing, which is great because we're going to run that on Olympus too. So I'm going to head it over to you now, Lewis, for some of the plans that we have.
Yeah, so basically the DAO has been working really hard to kind of bring Polis to wider community. We have secured some deals at this point, but we are not entirely allowed to talk about them with names and so on. But we're considering some tier 2 exchanges for next year. We are waiting for Olympus because exchanges have this tendency to kind of charge you for every upgrade, protocol update, fork update. We don't really like it, but that's the game. Don't hate the player, hate the game. So we are planning on delivering Olympus first, and then we have pretty much a couple of them secured to be listed as soon as Olympus goes live, and it's stable. And that's I think the main thing that we are hoping to achieve on 2020. We are obviously always looking for new business relationships. We are Andreas, our DAO manager for the business department. He's pretty he's pretty active looking for this type of listings and so on. And I believe he's doing an amazing job. I know the community is aware of this. And so I expect much more of this type of news for the next year.
Yeah, I think, add on to that, one of the things that I pride ourselves in at the Blockchain Center is definitely trying to help people that are working on good projects and be a community resource center. So it's one of the reasons that I thought, and Nick thought, Nick Spanos, the chairman of the organization, thought that, a biz dev team that really establishes relationships with some of the larger desks, some of the larger exchanges and everything like that, that we have an open line of communication in it and want to help. So I know we're going to have conversations about that when the time comes. But like you guys said, I think it's about trying to make sure that the new version is issued first, the Olympus, and then you're going to push for the exchanges, because the change would not be worth it at this point, because you're going to have to go back through it and do it anyways, right? And the timing is really sound. I mean, it's a sleeper. You guys got Uniswap in the meantime. The wrap token thing, I have some ideas on that for the proof of stake stuff. I want to talk to you guys about that as well. I know we talked on a couple different calls. We have a lot of people that have been talking to us, about this specific thing. It's a hot topic. So that's kudos to your team for pulling that off. I thought that was incredible. I think your guys are in the right place. And, I think there's a lot of stuff that the Blockchain Center would love to talk to you guys about. We appreciate you guys coming on short notice. I know we had talked about it, and we, Hack the Holidays was really jammed together with a lot of great speakers. We got Brock Pierce coming on later. We got all these great guys. And it's great to have you here and talk about your stuff. and your project and your value ecosystem, and Olympus and all this wonderful stuff. So I know we'll hear from you guys again, and maybe we'll get you on Dev Wednesday, mess around with some stuff. But really quickly, where are we following you guys? Where are we going for Polis? Is it where I know we got your website here? It's polispay.org. What's the Twitter? Give me the rundown and sign us out if you wouldn't mind. To close this segment and hand it off to Eric.
Yeah. So our Twitter account is @PolisBlockchain. And we have a YouTube channel as well, but all of those channels you can find easily in the footer of the polispay.org website. If you want to look for the mobile wallet, you can find it on polispay.com.
Great. Louis, Hans, thank you so much for coming on. We appreciate it very much, and we hope to have you back on another event sometime. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Aidan. Good luck.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Okay. I think Justin's going to be transitioning us to the next segment, which is one of my favorite people in the world and one of my favorite topics. It's going to be the NFT workshop, and this is going to be with Eric Manganaro, the Manganaro. Hey, and we got the Philly boys in the house, Motown Philly back again.
Hey, how you doing?
We're doing good. We're doing good.
What are we guys talking about just now?
We were talking about actually Polis did two interesting things. They did a really cool governance structure, no pre-mine. A lot of the things that get us excited about projects, Eric, like where you have a dev team that's just doing things and trying to make business partnerships, all this, not the hype train.
Where?
Yeah, exactly. Louis is from Mexico. They got an international team. Hans is up in Toronto, but they got teams in Europe, everywhere else. Actually, a really surprisingly large community for not having many exchanges and not having a lot of other things that you would expect. But one of the reasons they said was because they're changing their entire protocol. It would make no sense to list it twice and go back through and change it all because they made this decision. But one of the interesting components, I will sum it up from a tech perspective.
Okay.
Was they took their own version of Casper, and they were expecting to get it running right around the same time as Ethereum or a little bit before, but they
Ethereum too.
It to the exactly. But they don't have a reward-based slashing model, which I think is interesting. So you run your validator node, but you don't run a slasher node. The network automatically does it, which is interesting. So there's no value prop on that side. They may do it in the future, they said.
For
but the other
if you
thing,
have a slash, if you don't stake the correct information.
Yeah. So if you're a validator node and you're making bad validations, it's going to eat away at your balance, right?
Yeah, that's the slasher.
Yeah.
Workload.
Yeah. So the way Ethereum does this is, I believe, if I remember when I was setting up this node properly, is they have a slasher and validator model. If you run the slasher model, you can actually earn coins off of other bad stakes, right? So you just eat away at them, and then you earn it. If I understand that properly, they don't do it that way. They actually burn the token as the validator has, so they just burn it in perpetuity.
Oh, so it doesn't go to anybody else. It just gets burned.
That's crazy.
Yeah, a little twist. Little twist. I don't know how that plays out. Yeah, but
I think that's
a
fair.
deflationary aspect in there. Very interesting. So that's it. But NFTs, Eric, what are we doing today? What are we gonna?
Well, I thought about OpenSea. OpenSea is like one of the premier markets for NFTs, and what we're going to do is we're going to do a deep dive. We're going to go through every category, and Justin's going to be here with me this time, and we're going to explore OpenSea, and then we're going to go, depending on what kind of time we got, we're going to go deeper into minting a creature off of one of their tutorials.
Wow.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Should be a fun walkthrough. I might pop in and out here. I think I gotta read up and see, what fires there ought to be put out. I'll be back probably later. When's I'm gonna look at the calendar real quick actually and see what we got coming up.
Oh, I
pull up
give me a second.
if you wouldn't mind pulling up the calendar, let's hype up everybody else before Eric gets into this.
Pull up the calendar.
Grab this calendar. it is updating in real time. So
Whoa.
And for everybody watching, participating, we want to say thank you yet again. We're happy to be here with you during the COVID crisis and all this crazy stuff. We this is a core component of the team right here. Justin, Eric, and myself. We have a lot of others that have made this happen. I want to maybe give them a rundown real quick. Everybody from Mufti to Nick and
shout out
Anna, and we are talking about the
Gunpowder Ginsburg.
Yeah, Gunpowder Ginsburg, Nick Spanos. We got Joshua Bell. Stefan's over there doing all kinds of stuff. We got
Thanks, Stefan.
Bradley comes.
Bradley. In the background we always got Steve there somewhere doing some stuff, and whole slew of team members. Rachel, Isaac, Muhammad. All these people doing wonderful stuff. So I want to say thank you guys for putting it together, and let's see what we got for the lineup next. So NFT Workshop, which is where we're at right now.
Whoa.
Then we got the Nasdaq. What is that?
The whole Nasdaq.
Is it Wild or Wheeled?
Wheeled.
Wheeled. Yeah. David Wheeled. He's spoken on here before, and Xenia. And then the Rarible guys. Great team over there.
Yeah,
blockchain activism. I hear Trent Poole's. He's a big deal from what Nick says. He's a pretty big deal. And Brittany Kaiser, I've heard of. I never met either of them, but I've heard great things, and I'm really curious to hear what they got with all their initiatives in politics in Wyoming and blockchain. And obviously this coincides and comes on the heel of kind of like the statement that Brock Pierce was doing with his presidential campaign and trying to put some eyes on blockchain and really try and make sure people understand it. Yeah, there you go.
Here.
You got the
right.
Brock the vote.
Gotta just.
And so after that, we have Brock Pierce and Rice interviewing him, Chris Rice.
Cool.
And that's a big one. And then Celsius, our favorite, over here,
Celsius.
Harumi, and the Celsius crew, always doing interesting things over there.
For Celsius.
I'm definitely a Celsian now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, really?
Celsian. I just want to say.
I was gonna put. I mean, they remind me of the CFI model, and you know what? I'm not gonna say I'm open to the CFI model. I still have a disdain for centralized finance in my heart of hearts because of the perspective I have.
Yeah.
But
you're such a radical, Adam.
Yes.
We have a place for you.
That ties into the Interpol.
Not in a bad way. I mean,
it's in a bad way for us.
No, it's not. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I like to see blockchain projects that are trying to bridge traditional finance in modern finance because we actually do need them. We need them.
Like if you look at the market cap of all crypto, I mean, there are portfolios that are bigger than all of crypto. So there's a point where it has to.
I mean, my dad, for example, needs a place to go. He's not going to store his own private keys, so there's got to be some kind of custodial solution, right? And we're just glad to have Celsius.
Yeah, honestly, I even had tragedy stories of people who have been receiving payment, and they'd be like, "Well, I lost my keys." I'm like, "Well, I have no way to help you."
Yeah, that's so. I mean,
I think it's good.
I do too.
Not everybody's not like us. We're like, well,
I'm always going to give them a hard time, though.
It's okay.
There's no version of this where I don't give them a hard time. That's the reality. But I do appreciate what they're doing. I think the team's doing really good things. And then we're going to go on to, we're going to play the Darth Vader music for the Interpol.
Oh, yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
What about the music for you? You're like, dun, 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 dun. Come with me to the crypto.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I guess it's a matter of perspective. And Aavegotchi, following up for the last part of the day, and we're big fans of the bonding curve. So
honestly, that's like our thing.
Yeah, AMMs, all that good stuff, and what they're doing is kind of keeping in this overriding NFT theme for the day that we've been talking about. So if you guys are sticking with us, let's learn how to mint a token. Let's learn about this interesting thing that is the idea of a non-fungible token. Are we doing 721 or an 1155 today, Eric?
I believe we are going to do I think we could do either. We'll just pick when the time comes, because like a big differentiation between the two is having the ability to have like a token itself, also the non-fungible version as well. So
semi fungible, I think, is like what they call the 1155 standard, right? You have an overriding idea of like axes, for example, and then
I don't think it's
types of
semi-fungible.
axes.
I think there's just literally 2 tokens.
I thought they called it a semi-fungible. I might be wrong.
Well,
I read a pretty good paper.
It comes from the Ethereum improvement for metadata. So we're just going to play with the metadata and see what we get.
Yeah. I don't like the term semi anything really. Like numismatic.
Unless semi-sweet chocolate chips. I love those.
Yeah. Those are good.
Gotcha.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Although it's semi-sweet,
Noted.
then you kind of like eat it and you're like, wait, this doesn't have any sugar on it.
Noted. All right, guys.
But
take it away.
speaking about baking, we're about to bake right now.
Bake some NFTs.
Yeah, we're gonna bake some NFTs.
All right, we got
Put 'em in here.
45 minutes, boys. Let's get
Yeah,
it
45 minutes. I have all day long.
done. Through that.
I can be on here minting NFTs
Hurry
all
up.
day.
Just kidding.
Hurry up and we're gonna
Mint those tokens, Steph. Mint the tokens.
What do you think this is? A live stream? All right. Well, we're here on OpenSea. Justin,
Yeah.
what's up? What do you know about OpenSea? Do you know a lot? Do you know a little? Because we're gonna go through it.
You know, I'm not a huge expert on NFTs, to be honest.
Okay.
You know, this is
Cool.
a little bit more new to me as far as NFTs. You know, I listened to a few panels we had previously on the Blockchain Center Network with Alex and Jesse, and we had like Devin Finzer, Coin Artist, and James were on. We did a on the block where they explored the, NFTs. So, you know, a little bit of information from that, but overall, I haven't really experienced it myself. I'm not really a collector of these NFTs or kind of have really participated much in the space personally.
Cool.
As a creator, so.
Well, this is a pretty one. This is the Angel Virgo.
That looks like this is being featured now on their site.
The Virgin in each person hides a gift that they have yet to give to the world. Untapped potential rises just below the surface, and when the moment is right, this reservoir of energy stands in wait, holding a very special sort of power through its hidden nature. I can't pronounce it. Hamlail? Cool. Well, this one's current price is $0.5 Ethereum. You got the price history, and basically, you know, you can see OpenSea's user interface is pretty tight. It kind of lays out all the information that you want to see for
very
like,
feature rich. You know, it categorizes everything from the artist's portfolio to some featured things as well, which is great, and some of the different offers they have.
Yo, shout out to Peter Moorbacher. He literally put this in here like 23 minutes ago.
Wow, so this is fresh.
This is fresh. As fresh as it can get.
I guess maybe dial it back a little bit and explain maybe what an NFT is, or like an ERC 721, or the other standards are.
Okay, well, let's just, if you're going to dial it back, then
just a quick, you know.
Okay, so okay, so people are like, oh, I want to buy a Bitcoin, but it's too expensive. I'm like, well, you can buy a fraction of a Bitcoin. You can buy 0.0000001 of a Bitcoin. You probably you can do a lot of things that have to do with, and that's actually one of the things that make what we define money as. You know, it has to be fungible. It has to be a store of value. There's all these characteristics that what we know as money does. And, you know, that's to say like, oh, I want to, you know, I have a bunch of plums and I want a whole bunch of oranges and I had to figure out something in between. you know, because not everybody wants plums, although I have the plums and I want to turn them into something else. So, you know, it helps out the market a lot. So if it depends on how far we're going back into the nature of money, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, that word fungible is a term that we can really that we're pivoting off of. And so what makes this non-fungible is that if I had this painting in my house, like right here, this painting here, it wouldn't make sense to me to break this up, and you know, me and Justin will have a painting and then we'll split it in half.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of like, you know, wouldn't make sense, you know. So there's a lot of things in this world that we buy and sell that are non-fungible. We want to just have the whole thing. So unlike just a straight token or a piece of information that we're going to have, we're not going to split that in half. We're going to sell the whole thing. So bring us back to the future, dialing it back. I would like to buy this piece of artwork by Peter Moorbacher. I'll tweet it out saying, "No, look at I just bought." People are like, wow. And now, you know, I think there's lots of services out there to like bring it out. Sometimes the artist will, you know, send you the actual copy or one of the, you know, if it's one of 500. I think on OpenSea that the minimum is like 100. So like, you know, there's definitely there's value and, you know, in the eye of the beholder. And it's important because we trade these things all the time, you know? Justin?
Yeah, totally. So, I mean, there's definitely a lot of interesting things happening in the space. I'm just going to bring something up real quick on my stream here.
Okay.
Go over that.
Yeah. Here's another good thing. Like, you know, the idea of like virtual worlds is huge too.
Mm-hmm.
So
they're selling land and virtual assets.
Yes.
For these games, right? Because there's the sandbox game, right? So then they sell a parcel of land that they created, which
makes sense
as well.
Yeah, I'm going to literally be a part of this ecosystem, and that ownership over something really does have the ability for me to, you know, either develop on this piece of land like in Decentraland, or, you know, just play on the game. And you can see this is the coordinates on this 2D plane where the land lives. Let's look at the land. So you can see land is a digital piece of real estate on the sandbox metaverse. Players can buy and build experiences on top of. Once you own a land, you'll be able to populate with games and assets. Each land is a unique, non-fungible token lying on the public Ethereum blockchain. So it's interesting. We want to just, you know, we talk about the ERCs, you know, but we really want to be able to just, you know, buy and sell. And this is also something that literally was just on here before and it was sold like 40 minutes ago. Holy.
Wow.
So this is like, yeah, this is almost 2,000 land tokens. Buy that. Ooh.
Yeah, I remember back, what was it, 2017, early 2018, we were buying, what was that, Decentraland block?
Yes, sir.
They did the auction for that.
Yeah, Decentraland doesn't have much going on with it in terms of like how I expected it to be, but like, you know, a lot of people have taken that model and
there's
run with
evolution in the space. I think the easiest thing for people to understand is what CryptoKitties, when we talk about these things.
Yeah, here's a CryptoKitty.
Exactly. So that's, you know, they have unique attributes typically. You know, they're rare and it's a collectable. Kind of like
it's part of their game, as it were, because, you know, what would make this worth almost, you know, $1,200 is that inside this the meta of this game is we have the ability to sire different you can sire different CryptoKitties based on their species.
Yeah, different attributes they have: eye color, stomach color, stuff like that. Whiskers, no whiskers, kind of like I think there was a project you were working on as well.
Yes, it's in the mix right now. We have it's called Texel.
Yeah,
it kind of works in the same way where we have different flowers to be minted, but the idea is we have multiple traits, and you want to be able to quickly generate new tulips based off of, you know, their bloom type, the number of petals, the primary color gradient, the secondary, and then how, you know, so we can actually create these and then create new tulips that are associated with it. So this is kind of like a NFT plug for
these are more
project that we're
randomly
working on.
generated, whereas things like where OpenSea, you have artists actually creating these assets now. So it kind
Yes.
of took it like a step further and said, hey, let's put these pieces of art, you know, as an ERC 721 where they're tradable, and you know, people can buy them, you know, essentially to keep for themselves. Or trade in the future. I think I'm going to pull up this one article that kind of shows it as well. Is, you know, where it can go is, you know, you have the artist Beeple that was pretty popular recently.
Oh yeah, Beeple.
That had, you know, millions of dollars worth of NFT art collections that were sold for his Nifty Gateway. This was I think the record, right?
Yeah.
$777,000. You know, valuation, and then over 20 artworks valuation. So, I mean, that's just kind of like where it can go as far as like art auction. I think Carol and Jorgen and a few other people were talking last night, you know, about kind of when you get into these really high priced assets, you know, some of the, you know, concerns of where you're buying them from. And I think that's one good thing about OpenSea is it does show the artist as well. So it's not just an anonymous user. Kind of tying, you know, that into the discussion we had last night on NFTs and other projects. Going back to your screen here. So just wanted to mention that as well, that, you know, it is very interesting that, you know, how the space has evolved over the years from CryptoKitties now to personally created artworks that are available.
Jump to super rare. Looks like these really intense pieces of artworks are here. I think this is really cool looking.
Yeah, and it has some of their social links. You know, it is the point of being known, I think, as well, where it's not so much an anonymous user. It's you know.
Oh yeah, I think that it's
stage of, you know, being an artist in 2021 is going to be, you know, digital based for a lot of things.
For real. Now we have Elephant Dreams Part 3. This is 51.5 Ethereum.
$34,000.
Yes, sir.
One.
Holy.
Well, that is super rare. So
super rare. It was minted 23 minutes ago. Holy.
Wow, these are new. Wow, yeah. I mean,
yeah, we're at the cream of the crop here.
Yeah. You know, the other thing that OpenSea does really well is they also have music now that they added. So, or is that Rarible? I do mix them up a little bit.
I think it's Rarible.
That might be Rarible. Sorry. They're both great marketplaces for this, and I know they do integrate together as well. So that's where I get the confusion sometimes.
Yeah. Develop with us. Let's see rankings real quick. Switch to Ethereum network. Switch to the main one or the Rinkeby network. Oh, I'm on Robston. Okay. Oh, okay. So this is more of like the this is like their Ether scan of sorts. New stuff that's coming out. Domain names. Oh, yeah. So the Ethereum decentralized and stoppable domains. We did a stream on ENS as well. A couple.
Yeah, the ENS domains that they added for OpenSea. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Whoa. Very cool. Let's see what the new ones. Vitally.eth, Voken, accredited, reimbursed.eth, capital funding.
I think you know, the IPFS and everything that's going on right now, with especially the ENS for Ethereum, has been very popular in the past year. Picked up a lot of steam.
Yeah. Virtual worlds. Let's see what the top virtual world is. Decentraland. Holy. 274% increase over the last. Oh, Decentraland names. I gotta look at this stuff before, you know, I come in here.
Yeah.
So Rare, Meme Limited. These are like, you know, trading cards. They're the top ones. Doki Doki. Let's check out our collectibles. Crypto Punks.
What was other news? It was Lil Yachty.
Oh yeah, Fuse.
Yeah.
Fuse or something.
Pull this up here as well. I know that was a recent thing that was published.
Okay.
Let me see here.
Browse. Whoa. Axe Infinity, third rarest mystic part. We got a little Grogu, Crypto Wars. I'm not sure how they can use that.
Yeah, it's interesting how, you know, since it's digital, you know, you can have videos, GIFs, and other things, animations, 3D objects. So it kind of opens it up a little bit more than just being you know, an image essentially.
Yeah, and I think that it's okay if it's just an image, because we talk about provenance, we talk about just paying the artist. Like, it's okay, pay them.
Yeah, the artist.
People do really good work.
It tells you the breakdown of, like, you know, some of the numbers as well.
Yeah.
So
let's continue looking at the site. You can keep talking. I'm going to continue. Let's peruse it just a little bit.
Yeah, and then we'll go into the actual creation of an NFT.
Yeah, because I think that's a lot of the stuff that I do on stream is just to show that things are not so difficult. And if you do have problems, you can be human and just ask somebody.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see. Let's look at their blog real quick, and then we'll go into it.
Sure.
Everything you need to know about NFTs, the non-fungible token Bible, blah, blah. Okay, let's see if we can learn anything that we don't know anything about this. As a marketplace, OpenSea is unique. Cool. We'll bet you a God's Unchained card that if you ask us about an NFT project, we've heard about it. Likely have talked to the developers at some point. You're right. The NFT ecosystem is a tight-knit group of incredible innovators. Everyone from enthusiasts to developers to gamers and entrepreneurs to artists. Okay. Standardization. Let's go to that. Psh, psh. Cool. Traditional digital assets. Digital event tickets, domain names. No unified representation in the digital world. Okay. So that's where we were talking about ERC20
there's
versus
different standardization for it. Yeah.
These are analogous to other building blocks of the digital world like JPEG, PNG. Interoperable non-fungible tokens now allow non-fungible tokens to move across ecosystems. When a developer launches a new NFT project, these NFTs are immediately viewable inside dozens of different wallets, providers, tradable on marketplaces, and most recently, displayable inside of virtual worlds. Tradability, great. eBay style auctions, bidding, bundling, got it. Able to sell it in, like, stable coins, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, everybody in chat who just got here, we're doing a deep dive of OpenSea. We're kind of checking out what they have to offer for us for marketplaces of a brand new type of asset. And liquidity, instant tradability. Yes, that's something that you also have, because
instant tradability, I think, is an important thing, and liquidity.
Yeah, because like I want to trade with you, Justin.
Yes.
It reinforces the idea of the. It reinforces.
Hello? I think your microphone may have cut off as you moved it.
Hey, can you hear me? All right, cool. I gotta fix that.
Yeah.
But
yeah, like it's trading baseball cards, right?
Yeah, peer to peer. It's person to person. This is the thing that I want to show you that has value to me. And if you don't agree, then I don't tell you.
Yeah, it's you. And then there's also now auctions as well for these.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I saw that on Bounce Pools too.
Yeah. So now that you have NFT auctions, it's really growing a lot. Definitely in the next year, I think it's going to evolve even further. As you mentioned, music and other different things that can be, turned into these exclusive pieces of art and be able to be auctioned off.
Here's this cute little feller. His name's Herbie Starbelly. That's what we're going to make today.
A Herbie? A monster?
Yeah, he's a creature. I don't think he's a monster.
Sure. Not a monster? No.
No, he's a creature. He's a creature, and he's going to live on the blockchain.
So it shows how the contract works and how it writes the title, the owner.
Yeah, we got the owner.
The metadata, which is we looked at the standardization, was like a JSON file or JSON schema.
Yeah, it has the name, description, an external link.
Along with some attributes as well that there were.
Where's Adam? While we're talking, can we get Adam to like upload a picture to the blockchain center?
Oh, sure. Let me
tell him to do that, because then I'll have something to like literally to mint, and we'll change that. Simplest way to store metadata is on a centralized server somewhere, or cloud service like AWS, which we happen to have. Either that, or I'll take a picture of like Josh and I'll make an NFT out of it.
Yeah, there you go. Why don't we do that? Let's just do that for now.
Yeah, okay. Go on. All right. While I'm doing this, go on the website and look for a picture.
Yeah, we'll just do it.
Okay, because I think the external link is what we have to do, and we'll have a trait type, and we'll put charisma, and we'll just make it log off the charts for Josh because he's stuck. Ranking, charisma. What else can we put for him?
Let's see. I think
Stamina?
maybe.
Yep.
Yeah, we can have stamina. Josh is we
Yeah,
can do all the attributes of our team here that are doing the hackathon. How about that?
All right. Yeah, we'll do that. Well, I don't want to do all of them. We'll just do Josh. Just find
All
his
right, we'll do
picture.
All right.
And we won't tell him. And if he's not
Yeah.
watching, he won't know. All right. Central. So let's see. Okay. Increasing number of developers, particularly in the digital art space, are using the interplanetary file system, which we actually covered in a couple of streams ago.
Josh isn't on the. He's on the main site. Yeah, we could do that. All right.
Whatever has a CDN, that's fine.
Yeah, let's see.
There are now services like Pinata. What is Pinata? I think that's what we were talking about before. Yes, easiest way to use IPFS. I think we should do a stream on this later, because I was talking about that and I couldn't put my mind what it was. History, blah, blah, blah. Crypto kitties, blah, blah, blah. We talked about them. Speculative mechanics, blah, blah. Viral story, blah, blah. Volume, it's fake. Kittyverse, okay, cool. Hot potatoes. Hot potato games. If you're a NFT OG in January 20,000, crypto celebrities launched. The mechanic was simple. Okay. Venture capital interest. Okay. Back to building. Blah, blah. Oh, whoa. Okay. This is, Tune In by Josie. A piece of crypto art that sold for $60,000. Yeah, nice. Tune In.
Oh yeah.
We have Mintable, Mint Base, and Mintable. Let's look at these real quick. Mint Base. Ooh. So this will help us mint tokens too. This is for like that's kind of tight. Turn any creation into a blockchain item. So this is for like if you want to like, not struggle with code like me. Oh, this is super rare. Get back. No. Mint base. Okay. Traditional IP dips its feet. Japan leads the way. Japanese games are pioneered away from more advanced user gameplay, appealing to an early adopter demographic. Here are some secrets about my crypto heroes that has such a volume on. Most played blockchain games. We have to go try My Crypto Heroes. What's this video? Oh, this is Decentraland. It's grown a little bit.
So it is the virtual world.
Doesn't look quite 2020 yet, but we'll get there.
We're getting there, Somebody has to do it first, right? Somebody has to do it. And then it can grow.
Okay, so this guy's like showing off all his NFTs
an art
inside the
gallery.
Spiral Cancer.
So that's what's cool about it, is because you can make a virtual art gallery.
Crypto Voxels is tight. I definitely like Crypto Voxels. My boy has a couple of crypto. Play now.
Oh, wow. All right, so
Oh, okay. This is like another city type thing.
yeah, like a 3D world.
Well, I'll see if my GPU will hate me.
Yeah, that's the optimization part. I guess, and then you could do the same thing. You could feature artwork and stuff like that. Yeah, I don't know if that's going to work out. I sent you a link. I don't know if that'll be a viable option for this NFT that we're going to make.
No, you want to give me the link.
I did in the
No,
private.
this is literally the picture.
No, I sent it in private chat on the stream.
Yeah, I know, but what you want to do is that.
That is the link.
Will that work?
I don't know. It's a WebP file.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's jank. They don't have like a CDN or something. I guess this will work. We'll see if this works.
We'll see.
You hear that, Josh? We're coming for you. You're going to be on. Josh actually has a couple of NFTs that
he does mint his own NFTs. Yeah. What program?
There he is. Da-na-na-na. Josh is in trouble. He's gonna be an NFT.
He's the COO of the Blockchain Center. So that's, So let's see if we can do that with him. We'll go through that process.
Yeah. So let's bring it back.
So we're going to create a creature on OpenSea.
Okay. So this is the docs.opensea.io.
Okay.
We have developer tutorials. We have their own SDK. Let's just look at that. Oh, OpenSea.js, making offers. So this is if you wanted to like actually bring it into your own website, creating bundles. Very nice. Get an API. Ooh, we love APIs on here. So we actually can retrieve bundles, retrieving single assets, contracts. Not something we're going to do today, but let's go back. So let's do the 721 tutorial. All right. So I want to make a little directory here, and we'll call it. Bring this up side by side. Can you see my screen all right?
I can. Yeah.
Can you take the top banner off?
Sure.
Because then we can see the top portion of this.
There we go.
Tight. All right. So let's do this in like a reasonable amount of time. We're live coding, so if you see me flash my keys, go ahead and steal all my money out of them. I'm definitely going to. I definitely have. I just have a burnable wallet. Like if everybody wants to have it at this point, go for it. In my streams,
fine. It's a demo purpose wallet, so
I think there is $10 on it. So if you want to take my $10 from my measly Ethereum wallet, then go ahead.
So we're going to go through this OpenSea's guide here to creating a creature.
This tutorial will show you how to go from start to finish. Okay. Very cool. So let's just sell him on the open market.
Wow. We're just going to sell Josh on the open market.
Yeah. His likeness without his permission.
Okay.
Okay. So let's just go full screen for a second. Pioneered by CryptoKitties and the ERC 721 is the latest standard and fun, blah, 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 blah. If you're developing an ERC 11, go to our ERC 11 contract. Okay. So it looks like this is the, I think if you remember our stream from earlier, this is the, okay, let's see. Brad's in my ear. Call the NFT Jad. It's Josh and Chad. Jad. Nice. We'll do JHAD. Jad. Okay. So it looks like it's a pretty simple ERC20. The contract itself is pretty simple. We inherits from tradable ERC token, which inherits from the Open Zeppelin ERC21 contract. This is important. Can I actually have some of that water?
I think a great guide on Solidity was the Crypto Zombies, where they have you create different attributes for your zombie and everything. It's a good way to learn.
Yeah, it's how we tell everybody who comes into to join the dev camp how like, okay, once you learn some Solidity, and this is what we do. base token URI. So that's what we're going to look at. Let's see, optional. Okay, white listing. Additionally, we can just so only certain people can buy it. Okay, blah blah.
Well, we're going to put it on the open market. So
it says check out the repo, and this is what we do often. Bam, GitHub. Okay.
Creature.
Okay, so it tells us like simple things on how to start.
So are we going to clone this repo and then?
Yes, sir.
Go through that. Okay.
All right, we're in live coding. So let's just go to our GitHub. We're going to copy it.
Clone that repo.
Git clone.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
That repo is cloned. That was quick.
Yeah.
Now we're inside, and
I'm gonna make it. I want to make it the just so it knows. Okay, so everything on here should be here.
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool. So to deploy your creature contracts, simply check out the repo, get a free Alchemy API key, and deploy with Druffle. But we're not going to do that.
We're not doing that. What are we doing then?
We're gonna just do. It says right here is you can do it with Infura.
Infura. Oh, okay.
Yes. So let's actually bring up my Infura, steal my keys. Let's log in real quick. Okay. OpenSea. Cool. And now I think we're going to have multiple of these.
Okay. Make sure to copy that secret key if you're watching the stream.
Secrets. No, we're going to flash it like crazy. So we have Rinkaby. Let's just do a whole bunch of them because I'm not sure which one I have a testnet token for. Rinkaby, Robston. I think it just changes the name of it. Endpoint created. So we'll know it's Robston. Everyone take my project ID. Okay. Another thing that we're going to do is that we're on Rinkaby and I have no testnet. No. Let's go to Robston. It tells you not to use Robston. Wait, can you try to get me some Rinkaby testnet tokens? That would be tight. Because I think I did get it to deploy the Robston, but I don't think it's not supported.
Interesting.
I had that, but
you need Robston?
I need Rinkaby.
Rinkaby. Okay.
Rinkaby. I already posted my social network that I posted it, and it didn't give me my Twitter because I did post it. If I see my name,
oh, to get tokens?
Yeah, because I posted my public address.
Interesting.
And let's see if I can Rinkaby faucet. Authenticated faucet. Let's see if we can get it. Give me Ether 3. Now it says no Ethereum address to be found, and it totally is. That's where I was at. If you
why are you putting your Twitter account?
Because it told me to.
Why don't you just put your Ethereum address?
No, it says social network URL containing your Ethereum address. That's how it says. You put it to request funds via Twitter, make a tweet from your Ethereum address, paste it into the context.
Okay.
Maybe I did it wrong.
You may have.
Okay, copy tweet link. Okay, that's better. And let's get some Rinkeby. Give me Ether 3. See? That's some. Yeah. All right. While I'm doing this, if you can give me some Rinkeby, otherwise I'll deploy it to Robston, and then we won't be able to see it on OpenSea. Give me it. Okay. So while you do that, I'm gonna do the rest.
Yeah, let's do the rest of it.
Well, yeah, we're just gonna parallel process. But let's just take a look around in here. We have migrations, blah blah, contracts. So we have creature.sol. This is what we were talking about before. Creature. I think we were talking about his name was Herbie. Where's Herbie at? First names: Herbie, Sprinkles, Boris, Dave, Randy, Captain. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna make Herbie, Sprinkles, Boris, and one of these inside of here. Okay, that makes sense. It's got a little Flask contract here. Friendly creatures of the sea. And it creates like a little API so we can actually spawn it. That's nice. Has like the metadata API in there. Whoa. Finding out what's under the hood here. Okay, so here's the sample file. Let's rename this just so we know we're in here. Git checkout. We'll make a new branch and we'll call this live. Just so we know we're live. Justin, you still there? I think Justin left. Okay. So it says yarn install. Export alchemy key. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. I'm going to put my project ID in here. Infura key. Okay. And now we're going to put the private. Oh, man. We're going to put it on this site. Hope no one takes my 2 Ethereum from Robston. Let's see. Go into settings. Security and privacy. Reveal seed phrase. So if you're streaming, don't ever do this. And here I am doing it right in front of you. Clip, close. Okay. Here's all my personal information. Okay, let's just put inside of a mnemonic here. And we're going to keep it the network to Rinkeby. Save this, and we're going to source. We're going to save this as .env. Great. Let's see if we can actually echo Infura key. Cool. So we got it. For everyone at home, check it out. To everybody who's just jumping in chat, we are going to mint an NFT today off of OpenSea. We're doing this tutorial here. So I wonder if he's going to actually get my Rinkeby faucet. Let's see if he can actually get it right now. Please, just let me get it. Please, please, please. Nope, that's not it. Twitter, come on. Someone send me some Rinkeby. Maybe anyone who's listening. Send your boys some Rinkeby. Is this correct? It's correct. What the heck? Copy link to tweet. Come on. Ooh. That's all right. We'll figure it out. Dum 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 dum. You could probably just mint it to the actual main net. Goodbye. 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 Goodbye.
Yeah, no dice on my end.
Really?
Uh,
Really? So let's just say yarn install. Expected version is version 12. Okay. So we'll work on that. So we'll just say MVM install 12.8. It's already installed. Excellent. So we'll say MVM use 12. Now it's using it. Great. Get status, see what we're doing here. Oh, okay. So now we got our local key installed. Let's check it out. I think it's ready. Truffle deploy. Network Rinkeby. Let's check it out. Well, bam. How's my mic? Is it still working?
it's still working. Yes.
Woo. Okay. Okay. So it's exciting stuff, but we're installing. Oh, should I have done that? Should I use Yarn to install? I probably should have. Darn it.
Got about 4 minutes here till the next.
We'll see. We got 4 minutes. It'll take 4 minutes just to install this stuff.
Takes that long.
Oh wow, we're really installing something here. Looks like we're doing the make install. Okay. Deploying your contract. You need a seed fave from MetaMask, blah, blah. Okay. Keep on going. It's installing Truffle, Web3, Uglify.js, Core. Interesting. Oh, I think we're done. Cool. So we're going to say yarn install. I think I should have done that first of all. You may want to mute while typing.
Sorry.
Let's see. Ethereum gas reporter. Okay. I probably should have done yarn install first. So in order to deploy with Truffle and Infura, you'll need a seed phrase from MetaMask, which we did, and is funded with Ether. In order to get Ether to your Rinkeby mask, you can use this faulty Ether faucet. That doesn't work for me. But you need to post a message to one of your social profiles and paste the link to your profile in the test faucet. And in order to obtain your seed phrase, reveal seed words, blah, blah. We got that. Oh, so it really is doing some work here. So next, we'll want to mint new assets for a newly deployed ERC 721 contract. We'll mint these assets into an account which we control. We can test the OpenSea auction flow for our items. After deploying to the Rinkeby network, you'll be a contract on the Rinkeby viewable as the Rinkeby Etherscan. Okay. Nice. We're in. So, blah, blah. We'll try to do truffle deploy again.
Looks like we lost your mic, maybe.
How about now? Hello, hello.
That's better. Yeah.
It's downloading the correct. Hello. Oh, hey. How's this now? Is this better? Cool. Okay, so it's deploying migrations, creatures. Yeah, it's looking like we are good. So you can see right here, we're doing a migration dry run simulation. And the initial migrations, it's telling you the block number that's going to be at, the account. So when we actually go back into here, it's going to ask for our account. And we're going to have a balance. This is how much Ethereum that I have inside there for testnet. The total cost. Gas price is extremely cheap. 2 Gwei. Deploying creature. Okay. So this was the dry run. This is the simulation, and actual simulations here. So we have the transaction hash, the contract address, the actual deploying, saving migration to chain. Interesting. Hello. Maybe I have to really get a new microphone.
That should be the case.
Microphone check. Nice. Hello. Hello. Okay. So, how much time do we have left?
I think we're just waiting for one more person to join.
Yeah.
Next
Okay.
one.
Very cool. Well, that is pretty much all the technical background for how to mint. So you can see our contracts are deployed, which is really tight. Yeah, you want to not type that.
All right. Yeah.
So what you see here is that we took that, we deployed it to the Robson network, which is incorrect, but we did it anyway. You can see that we took in the creature.sol, creature accessory, the factory, the loot box, and we can see here from our truffle migrations where it all came out. So we can take this and we can mint the tokens. Now let's see if we can actually mint them depending owner address. So let's look at the contract address. Owner address. Now this is the contract address. Owner address is probably mine. Okay. Factory contract address. Okay. Where's the contract?
Okay, it looks like we are out of time as far as for this. It looks like David and Xenia are here for the next segment.
Great. Yeah, I pretty much finished up. You can,
All
went
right.
from start to finish on how to deploy and, work through code live.
Great. So we have David Wield IV and Xenia on the stream now. So let's bring them in here. Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Hello. Hi, everybody.
How are you doing?
Doing well. How are you?
Great. Yeah, I just got done doing a stream on how to mint an NFT and how to bring it onto like a marketplace like OpenSea.
I listened to the last minutes of it. It was very interesting because I'm also deeply involved in the NFT market myself. And yeah, this was great.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what I try to do is just try to, try to open up what it means, even though sometimes it may be difficult to describe, even for me to understand. It's, I think it's important to demystify it.
Definitely.
All right, well, we'll hand the reins over to you, and I'm just going to go ahead and go behind the scenes now.
Hey, yeah, thanks a lot for having me.
I'm going to have to. I'm going to have to grow out my hair to compete with Eric.
And with me then.
You too, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
How are you today, David?
I'm good. I'm good. Sorry for looking a little disheveled, but I was, I'm trying to. Anna asked me to do this, I think, just a couple of days ago, and I had a bunch of stuff on my schedule, and I wanted to make it into the gym. So it's, Saturday. So that's nice to see everybody. Nice to see you again, huh?
Nice to see you. Nice to be interviewing you again. And then it's just this time of the year, and you look great. So yeah, happy to jump on this interview and just discuss, because we have so many interesting things happening this year. And I think it's great to just wrap it up with you. I'm personally very excited about that. And I personally have a lot of questions. Yeah, so excited to be here.
Yeah. Where are you right now? Are you in New York or?
I'm currently in Vancouver. I've been based out of Vancouver this entire year.
Oh, it's pretty spot.
Yeah, no, it's a great spot. And Masha will be coming here as well. But I think that most of Blockchain Center viewers already know who you are. But just to give a brief introduction, you're the founder of Wild & Co. And you're also known for your position as a former vice chairman of Nasdaq. Anything you would like to add, like as a personal background, anything you would like to share with us?
Look, I mean, I think there's a reason why I get invited to speak is I've been working in investment banking in the securities industry for, my whole career. And I took 500 companies public, literally, from big ones like NVIDIA, which is, Jensen Huang's company, Celgene, that was sold to Bristol Myers Squibb for $74 billion. But I worked with them when they were a $100 million market value company. And so what and then people call me the father of the Jobs Act. And for those of you that don't know, the Jobs Act was, I wrote a series of papers on market structure that basically showed the drop off in the small IPO and inspired people in Congress to try and write solutions. And some of these solutions are things that, at least in the United States, people are making use of now to do, tokenized securities and other kinds of capital raising transactions. And so, when all the ICO stuff happened initially, and it was not going through the Securities and Exchange Commission, I was very early telling people, got to be careful, because this stuff, is going to be deemed to be illegal securities transactions. And sure enough, it was. I also told people when they were trading crypto and tokens that you got to be careful, because those are regulated businesses in the United States, and you can't call yourself an exchange because it's a defined term under the Securities and Exchange Act of 1934. And so, that was before the SEC chair even said it. And so I got a little bit of notoriety in the crypto circles for some of the comments that I made that turned out to have been right.
Yeah.
But where we have an investment banking practice that works in the blockchain space, we represent clients. We started an investment bank. It's actually in the cloud. a network investment bank that we started from basically scratch in August of 2016, and we're up to 100 professionals now, and growing. And I ran a top 10 investment bank years ago, and so what I'm trying to do is to essentially virtualize what we had in the in a big investment bank in the cloud, in a high payout independent contractor model, because my belief is that investment bankers actually need to collaborate, and that little investment banks don't work very well. So we want to get really, really, really large. So if you will, we're a form of decentralized finance, okay? But but we ourselves are not blockchain right now, although we represent blockchain clients, among other things.
Got it. And speaking of decentralized finance, basically what we're seeing now is, even this year, starting from Telegram to multiple other lawsuits, companies that were raising money via ICOs and just doing being very active in 2017, 2018, they are being sued just now. And I'm wondering if something that's going on with Uniswap or some DeFi projects, we will be seeing the same wave 2 years from now. Will the same regulations be covering this entire space, or it's still, will they be able to avoid it? Because it still doesn't look, it's the same Wild West that we've been seeing this year. What do you think about that?
Well, I think that there are basic principles that guide the application of capital raising through the Securities and Exchange Commission, for example, that have been developed over many years. And then also you have, the FTC, and, people disclosure and basically doing a very good job of detailing what goes on, so that people can't feel that there's been material omissions of information. I mean, the problem with all the ICOs originally, and I was picking up the white papers, and I would read them, and I'd look at the description of the token, and I couldn't understand what the real economic rights, what was I really getting, right? And I couldn't really understand the plan. And so there's two possible conclusions: either it's not very well done, or I'm not smart enough to understand what they're talking about, right? And I found over the years that as much as I start to think, God, I must, be getting old, and I don't really understand what's going on, and that really the problem is that the thing's not very well written, and it's not up to the standards that are required to do a fair and proper disclosure and description. And a lot of those businesses, some of them were well thought out, but some of them weren't particularly well thought out, but almost all of them were not particularly well drafted, because they weren't using securities industry standards for their disclosure. I think that, I think that the SEC has been really pretty temperate, because they understand that there are a lot of investors and they don't want to create a lot of incremental harm in general, but they also want to make sure that people start to comply. And if they issue a security, or even if it's in the form of a token, but it essentially is going to be deemed to be a security because it has all the characteristics of that what you would see in the Howey test, for example, that they're going to assert jurisdiction, right? And even if they don't, the FBI or the states, we have 50 state regulators in the United States, and they can assert jurisdiction and say, what you did was fraudulent, right? And even though it may not have been your intent to defraud people, and I think that's probably very good, and it's very healthy for investors. What's not very good is the pace at which the United States government has moved, and it's not very good that Nasdaq and the New York Stock Exchange haven't figured out how to list a token yet. And it's not very good that the DTCC, the Central Clearing Authority for securities, hasn't figured out how to take a deposit of tokens and get them reflected on your brokerage account at E-Trade or Ameritrade or Morgan Stanley. And that's slowing the capital raising and the transition, if you will, to tokens. It's slowing it down because, just for people to understand, if I in the United States, if I want to avoid in the aftermarket state-by-state regulation, and I want to get the brokerage accounts to the big brokerage firms to allow their brokers to solicit a trade or an investment in your company, you need to have the stock or the token listed on what they call a national securities exchange. The two big ones being Nasdaq or the New York Stock Exchange, because they provide you with an exemption from state registration. Yeah. So you can win the exemption from state registration by filing with the SEC and doing a full-blown S1. But then in the aftermarket, once the tokens start trading, there's no longer a state-by-state exemption if you're in the over-the-counter market. You need the national exchange listing to do that. And so until they figure out how to do that, it makes it harder to kind of, go to the next phase of, if you will, the development of particularly the token as securities markets.
I have a couple of questions here. One, there is a new proposed rule by FinCEN that would require all virtual asset service providers essentially to keep records of all the transactions. And I think it was like midnight rule because no one expected that. Is it something that will help or no?
This is the KYC proposal, the know your customer proposal, right? And look, I've said to people, way back at the beginning, this is for years now, that governments, who have a vested interest in thwarting terrorism and money laundering and collecting taxes are going to figure out how to assert jurisdiction and to be able to trace all of this stuff, right? So just because you could do peer-to-peer with a cyber wallet doesn't mean that at some point the government's not going to say, hey, we're going to make that illegal now. We're going to require you on the cyber wallet side to know who that cyber wallet is being held by, to know your customer, because we don't want evildoers transacting on a peer-to-peer basis, financing terrorism or laundering drug money and things like that. And I think that this is just kind of natural. I think the governments have been ridiculously slow at doing it. I think they've done a better job of monitoring some of this activity because, I was going to say in 2018 at the end of, so exactly 2 years ago, I was over in the House of Representatives when they were going through the transition between the Republicans and the Democrats, and I think I was talking to people in the House Oversight Committee or something, and they were telling me about all the national security and how they'd been tracking and detecting massive transfers of Bitcoin from place to place, and had a pretty fair idea of who was doing it, despite the fact that they thought that these people thought that they were going undetected. So I think that that maybe the governments, or maybe a little bit, and their intelligence agents a bit more than it, but you expect that going somehow a way to track for tax purposes, right? I mean, that's going to be a real focus. They're going to have to know where the money or the crypto came from, because they want to thwart terrorism, and they want to thwart money laundering, criminal activity, and so it could be just as simple as we come out and the government say it's illegal to own a crypto warrant that does a wallet that doesn't send an audit trail to a central repository so that we can track your activity, right? And then if you get caught with one, you're liable, right? So even though they can't, they may not be able to detect that you have that cyber wallet, they could pass a law that says, tough noogies, if you have a cyber wallet, you better make sure that it's compliant, right? And I think that you'll start to see people do some things like that. But to answer your question, with the Financial Crimes Enforcement Agency of the U.S. Treasury, FinCEN, they are looking at making sure that under the Know Your Customer rule, that they know who has these cyber wallets, because they don't want the cyber wallets to be held by criminals.
Makes sense. And also to the point that you mentioned earlier, I think in blockchain community in general, you're known as the person who's advocating for tokenized securities. And I think it was a very interesting event hosted by Securrency and now former chairman of SEC, Jay Clayton, said that he believes that all securities eventually will be tokenized. And so despite that government is moving quite slow, there's still a sentiment towards that on the market in general, like including yourself, some other thought leaders in this space. But do you think this is still the future? And when we will see the transition towards that, the real transition?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, well, whether everything will be ultimately tokenized remains to be seen, right? But I think that you're going to see very large swaths of the market become tokenized. There's no question about it. But particularly, you go to conferences and there's a lot of people saying a lot of really stupid things, right? I mean, and I'm going to get a little, antagonistic here, but like one of my pet peeves is everybody talking about how you tokenize something and it creates liquidity. It's actually a pet peeve of FINRA, right? Because what they overpromise liquidity. We tokenize something. What is liquidity? Liquidity is I can move size, volume within a narrow price tolerance, and the token or the security is supported. Well, guess what? Just because you tokenize something that would have traded poorly as a stock doesn't mean it's going to trade better as a token, right? Now, I mean, it's like, it drives me crazy because you get young people on panels, talking about we're going to create liquidity. Well, but what you can do through the smart contract is you can get rid of a lot of the legal stuff and automate the compliance checks, right? Because a token will integrate into that software layer, and so it's the magic of the software essentially that can take a lot of cost out of the equation and make it easier to move something from point A to point B. So in that sense, it may improve or make it more liquid, but it's not going to trade like Apple stock does on the Nasdaq stock market, right? Not that kind of liquidity, not like U.S. Treasuries, not like the currency markets. So, but there are things that tokens, because you're dealing with bits and bytes, can do much better than traditional securities. They are very efficient, low cost to pay dividends, right? Or coupons, distributions, because it's just bits and bytes going into your wallet, right? So it's frictionless. So I could essentially go and pay a distribution, a micro distribution every second of every day if I wanted to, in the most extreme case. You could never do that with a dividend, a dividend paying stock. You pay it 4 times a year, or maybe a dividend closed-end bond fund. You pay it every month. Why is that significant, right? It's significant because individuals live on a weekly, bi-weekly, monthly basis. They pay their bills, right? So frequency of distributions and lowering the cost of making those distributions actually adds value. And interestingly, if you do studies, which I've done, because remember I ran an equity capital markets group, and I did all sorts of closed-end bond funds and closed-end equity funds and real estate investment trust, you name it, and we watched what traded and why it traded well. Things with higher distributions and greater frequency of distribution tend to trade better than things with lower distributions and lower frequency of distribution, because the market votes with their wallet, their pocketbook, and they're saying we value the higher frequency payers more than we value the lower frequency payers, even if the distribution is the same amount. The institutions, will think that retail interest that bids up, they'd probably rather pay for sometimes the lower frequency distribution, because they trade at a better all-in yield, all-in return basis. But for issuers, it adds a lot of value because it causes that security to trade at a higher price than it otherwise would have traded. If that makes sense to you.
Yeah, this makes sense. And
Yeah,
one more.
I'm a total capital markets nerd.
But this is great. And I also want to ask you one question from the perspective of your experience as an investment banker. Like you said that you took 500 companies public.
Yeah.
And one thing less.
And
yeah.
what?
So one thing that the blockchain space has also been buzzing about is Coinbase IPO, which would be the first, I think, blockchain company IPO, essentially first cryptocurrency exchange IPO, which I think they are working together on with Goldman Sachs. What do you think we should expect with that? Are they just the first starting the trend, or does it have chances to be successful? Or your thoughts on this topic?
Well, yeah, no, look, I think it's a real business, right? And I think that they've driven real revenue. I think the question is, how will they? And I don't know the answer to this. How are they going to do their deal? Because I will tell you, the first blockchain IPO, if you will, for an operating company was actually for INX. It's an Israeli company run by the I'm on the board of directors there. Okay, but what we did, and this is why I know this so well, we went through the SEC for 2.5 years because Shai wanted to issue a token as a security, right? And that was where I was telling you, we couldn't get it listed on Nasdaq or the New York because they didn't know what to do with it. DTCC, we talked to the head of technology over there. We couldn't get them to take a deposit of tokens so that they would show up then on securities accounts, right, electronically. So I think that, Coinbase, it'll be interesting. Are they going to issue traditional securities to finance themselves, or will they issue a token as a security? And my guess is that, they might find it easier just to issue a traditional security and get it into the full-blown system, because, and my guess is that's what Goldman will advise them ultimately to do, because it'll create broader adoption, right? I mean, I've told Securitize over the years, and Polymath and others that are looking at platforms, to create platforms to tokenize things, that, I think you have to think about, what investors want, right?
Yeah.
And not all investors want a token now, right? So, if I'm advising an issuer, I say, figure out how to issue it. It's both a token or a traditional security, right? And you can maximize your market, but don't tell somebody that, who has an interest in the fundamentals of your business and you're trying to raise capital, that you can't accommodate the way that they want to have exposure to you. I mean, we think that this is such a novel thing, and the new thing, and tokens and, crypto and so on and so forth. But, remember, we started with just physical stock certificates, and then we went to electronic delivery in the United States. That was a form of settlement. Tokens is a different form of settlement, right? It was another electronic form. Tokens are not that novel. I mean, we've been using tokens or hashes for years as keys to open up, to access and download software, for example, right? So, what's different about it is that we're now trading those tokens, right? And we're also integrating them into software layers. And the blockchain, the distributed ledger, is just really a scorekeeping system, right? So there's a novel combination of three things that really existed before we started trading Bitcoin, right? So, as I like to say to folks, very little is revolutionary. This is sort of an evolutionary thing that somebody put together some things, connected a bunch of dots and created a system that was very novel. But it's evolutionary and not really revolutionary.
Yeah. And since you mentioned Bitcoin, I can't help asking, the current rally, it's something unprecedented. What are your thoughts? So why is it happening? What we should expect, not from even the investment perspective, but for digital assets in general?
Well, first of all, in institutional terms, Bitcoin is very tiny. But I think people genuinely want to get exposure. And so what you have is a supply and demand imbalance where more people are coming into the market, and there's, you know, and institutions, are smaller institutions mostly, are starting to come into the market. And so as you make capital, if you will, if you permission it to start to be able to invest in crypto, and it was sitting on the sidelines, that it's going to just drive up the value of those crypto assets. And so, you know, I don't think that this is any different than what we experienced during the dot-com bubble, which I don't know how old you were during the dot-com bubbles, but I used to sit on the commitment committee at Prudential Securities, you know, and listen to, because we had all this retail involvement, just like we do with with crypto, retail involvement that was driving the value of internet stocks, of dot-com stocks. And the institutions were looking at this stuff and saying the valuations don't make any sense, the valuations don't make any sense. But then they were looking for alpha, you know, uncorrelated returns. And they finally jumped into the market and started buying these dot-com stocks because they were driving the indexes up and they were being left behind. Well, it's a little bit different, but not that much different. The market primarily started with individual investors, right? And now you're starting to see institutions come into it. The one difference, and this is why there's a little bit more friction for the institutional community, is they're still getting comfortable with the custody issues, and you know, the risk that you'll lose all that Bitcoin if you keep it on your computer or in your cyber wallet or something. And so, you know, the custody issues custody solutions are starting to develop. You know, you see Fidelity with their digital assets initiative, and you know, looking at how to effectively, you know, custody you know, tokens. And I think as people, you know, as big brand name, and I'm not even saying Coinbase, because Coinbase is not, you know, if you're a big institution, the fiduciary, that you know, the party that you're going to trust is a State Street, it's a Fidelity, it's these very highly established names. And if they say they can do it for you, you're apt to do it. Coinbase is still a new entrant, right? And the institutional trust is not there yet. So it remains to be seen, you know, if many risk-averse institutions that are thinking about getting into crypto will actually try and custody with somebody like a Coinbase, right? I mean, but I think a lot of, you know, there's so much money. I mean, just in the institutional equity space, there's $40 trillion, right?
Yeah.
And if just a small portion of that comes into, you know, Bitcoin, it could drive the price up, you know, pretty significantly. So that's what I think you're seeing. I think you're seeing, you know, new assets that heretofore haven't been playing in crypto, moving into crypto gradually. It's the adoption curve that we're going through. And I think that it's going to be, there'll be hiccups and ups and downs, but I think they'll be steadily, and really not about to have some exposure in a well-diversified portfolio. I'm actually, over the long run, you know, for the next couple of years at least, fairly bullish on Bitcoin.
And I've been hearing, like, in general, I've been seeing a lot more materials explaining to either asset managers or institutional investors what is the appropriate way, like how they can get this risk managed exposure. Like, so don't invest more than 5%, but there is some practical advice. And I think since we're seeing a lot more of it, it's definitely also can be a sign of that people are interested and they will be entering this space more and more. And it's pretty exciting to see, like, both from the perspective of like a retail investor and as I'm very interested in this industry in general.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I mean, we have you know, people that were very traditional research kinds of houses that have there's one fellow I know that used to be the one of the senior strategy people at Morgan Stanley, and set up a research boutique, and they do traditional asset allocation and macro research, but they've started doing research in crypto and block now, because many of their family office and other clients have an interest in learning about it. So this is if you will, the legitimization, for want of a better word, of this sector. And I think that as time goes on, you're going to see more and more of the traditional kinds of firms, gradually step in, and then ultimately everybody will be participating in it. I mean, all the traditional Wall Street firms.
Got it. And we are already our second half of our interview today, and now I'd like to transition more to broader, like, macroeconomical topics, so to say. Because this year, like, not to go into politics too deep, but what we've been seeing with the US election, and in general, like, everything that happened with the coronavirus pandemic, how do you see, like, and some people believe the election was compromised, for example. How do you see the current political situation? And you're in the US, you're seeing this from inside. How is it influencing the economy in general? And what is the impact it might have on digital assets?
Well, those are good questions. I think a lot of it, a lot hinges on the Georgia Senate seat races, as to who controls the U.S. Senate, because right now the Democrats control the executive branch with President-elect Biden, or they will, and then the U.S. House of Representatives. And so, if they control all three, then obviously they're going to be able to get a lot of legislation done. And I think that you'll see a very active couple of years, because I think that they'll want to get a lot done while they have control over three branches of government. If they don't, then there'll have to be a lot more compromise. You'll see a lot less done because the Republicans under Mitch McConnell will have a block. I think the one thing I would say to folks is that the chairman of the co-head of the Biden transition team was one of the first advocates for an improved IPO market. It was Senator Ted Kaufman, who gave a speech on the floor of the U.S. Senate. He's a Democrat. The concluding line was something to the effect that if we can figure out how to get the $25 million IPO to work again, both on the offering and in the aftermarket, we will get America back to business. And I think that a lot of the pro-capital formation legislation that had been done, was incredibly bipartisan. I was active on a bill that was ultimately, to create a new form of stock exchange called a venture exchange with Congressman Emmer in 2018, and then it got rolled into another omnibus bill that people referred to as Jobs Act 3.0, called the Jobs and Investor Confidence Act of 2018, and it had the support of the Trump White House, and but it essentially got stopped only because President Trump shut down the U.S. government, and it pushed the legislation into the next Congress, which has the effect of mooting it, right? And then the Democrats took over, and then we went into the election. So I think we'll continue to move forward in the United States. I think that the climate has been open to improving capital formation steadily. I don't think that that's unique to the Republicans or to the Democrats, for that matter. So I'm cautiously optimistic that we'll have an opportunity to do some things that help entrepreneurs in general, and drive more, ultimately drive more startups, more exits, and the like. I think that there's general recognition that that blockchain and crypto is here to stay. Whether or not it's going to move any quicker in the United States, I don't know with the regulators. But I also think that, look, there was high integrity to the U.S. election. I think that I don't think, I mean, you saw Krebs, who was the one that finally got fired. He was a lifelong Republican, but he was in charge for Homeland Security with cybersecurity for the election, and he himself on 60 Minutes said that it was the highest integrity election probably in the history of the United States. And you saw that President Trump's group basically lost, from what I can see, just about every challenge that they made, over 50 cases for lack of evidence. I think that the shame of it all is that we just I hate seeing people not come together to work together to improve the country. I think that the adversarial nature that politics have taken in the United States is kind of counterproductive. And I personally pine away for the days of Ronald Reagan and Tip O'Neill, when Tip was the Speaker of the House, and Reagan was obviously U.S. president. And the two of them used to go out and get a beer together all the time. And it wasn't that they didn't have differences of opinion, but they worked it out, I think, because they both had an unabiding sort of sense of patriotism and obligation to all of the American people. And the thing that I like about President-elect Biden is because I think he's striking the right tone, which is he wants to be a president for all of America. I think that's admirable, and I hope that the Republicans will participate, and they're going to have a lot of disagreements, but we really need to get some things done and put the American people first. I've got a lot of work to do, and I'm cautiously optimistic that we'll see more of that sort of better behavior with over the next couple of years. We'll see.
And one more COVID-related question. There were people who were advocating that basically not necessarily Bitcoin, but any type of some digital assets can be a great use case. Basically, distribution of some relief funds when these were these checks that people had to get to people who were basically left without the jobs, and it's like millions and millions of people. And there was essentially no convenient and fast way to do that. Do you think this is something like, okay, we see that there is a potential application, or maybe there is some other things like technology-wise that like COVID exposed to us?
Yeah, no, I think you could create a blockchain system that was incredibly fair, but first you'd have to make sure that everybody was on the block, that everybody had a cyber wallet, right? Everybody had a connection to be able to receive that way. It would be a great way of keeping track if you had people integrated, so that you could look at when people people passed away and the like, then you could shut off, you could automate the shutting off or integrate that information and shut off distributions to people that were no longer with us. So there might, there's a case to be made that, that if you completely systematized it, it would be a harder system to game. And you obviously could make the distributions kind of instantaneous. So, there's a lot to be said for it, but that's a very large system. And it depends probably on information that is kept by 50 different states that's not consistent. So I wouldn't underestimate the amount of work that it would take to do something like that. But theoretically, it could be a a much more efficient, much higher integrity system, and it would be an interesting application of the technology.
Mhm. And maybe I have a couple questions before we wrap up today, going more into like what will happen next year type of questions. Could you share some projects that you're personally excited about in this space?
Well, I mean, we're working with a company that is, you know, is doing something really interesting to value on the block illiquid assets, and it's really an information business to value commercial and other real estate, private equity, and to go from what is an annual valuation to one which is more continuous, at least 12 times a year. Crash the cost of those valuations. The significance of that is that it actually makes full-blown properties easier to transact. If somebody wants to buy and sell a building, you know, you've got a valuation you can look at, but it also has an implication to essentially liberate capital for insurance companies. It could go from a tier 2, a tier 3 to a tier 2 asset. That has profound implications to then custody of these illiquid assets and making them ready to trade. And it's not really kind of tokenization. It's selling people little individual interests in commercial office properties, but rather for the institutional market to enable it to be more efficient. And so there are some really large institutions that are interested and that deal with custody and the like, that are very interested in this particular company and their approach to things. Now, they are, you know, aggregating the information and giving an audit trail on the sources of the information, so that then when it's supplied to the entities that actually do the valuations, that, you know, that you've streamlined the process and there's high integrity to the data inputs, and so that people can have trust in those valuations. And I think that that is potentially transformative and may ultimately ripple through the entire sort of, if you will, you know, private equity, commercial office property markets and things. And it's a baseline, and from there, once you have those valuations, you know, you could imagine, you know, more efficient, you know, trading of securities, lower cost trading and transacting, buying and selling of companies, buying and selling of properties. So that's one.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And probably my final question for today, something that you're looking forward to in 2021, some high-level trends that you would advise people to look into, like what is happening on the macro level?
Well, look, we do have that, you know, that concern. I mean, Bitcoin's sort of tailor-made, you know, for inflation hedge, except for the problem is it doesn't service an inflation hedge, because really what's driving the value of Bitcoin right now is just a supply-demand imbalance, where you've got more demand than supply. Now, again, I think that macro institution beginning to move into crypto is something that you know, that is, you got to be, there's going to be a lot of volatility. It'll be up and down. You know, people get in and, you know, overpay, and, you know, it's going to be hard to watch. You know, and it's not for the faint of heart. But I would say that the overarching macro trend is more money coming into the space, and an inflation, for want of a better term, in the value or an escalation in the value of some of these crypto assets. I still think it's going to be a while before tokens of securities, you know, become widespread. Why? Because you have to deal with, it's a highly regulated business. I do think that you'll see more, derivatives being formed around crypto as well. I mean, exchange traded funds is a form of derivatives and things. And so, like Grayscale, I think that there's a, appetite and more appetite for, people who want exposure to crypto to turn it into, a security form of ownership so that they can just deal with the traditional, custody issues, right? I want to custody an exchange traded fund. I don't want to touch the crypto. So this is the way I get my exposure. And so, crypto first, derivatives of crypto second, and then tokens of securities kind of the caboose, because it just requires so many more checks and balances on the forms of regulator stock exchanges and the like. But I think that, I would watch for when Nasdaq, or the New York Stock Exchange announces that it will list a token as a security. When that happens, that's a shot across the bow of more rapid adoption. I would look for when DTCC says we can custody a token, and have it show up on in your E-Trade account, and because that is when you essentially enable the entire market to have exposure. I mean, people that don't want to touch a cyber wallet but would rather own it would just as soon own a token or crypto through their traditional securities account. Then you all of a sudden take all that money that's sitting on the sideline and you make it now available. And so those are key sort of check the box things that I think we should look for. And if any of those things start to happen, it's going to cause a lot of buzz in the blockchain space.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, David. I think these are all my questions for today. Obviously, I always want to get in depth into more specific topics. But yeah, it's great to have this event, and thanks to Blockchain Center for organizing this, by the way, because it's a great way to wrap up the year, I think. Yeah, it was great having you. Pleasure talking to you.
Yeah, and happy belated Hanukkah. I know it was the 8th night of Hanukkah, and then and Merry Christmas to everybody. I hope you have a great and a blessed holiday season.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And I think, Justin, I'm staying on the line for the next interview with Alex Salnikov from Rarible.
Yeah, hi. So yeah, you're in the next group as well for those. Thank you very much, David, for being on.
Yeah, my pleasure. My pleasure.
And oh, sorry, this is the next one coming up here. So just be a few minutes, I believe, for them to join for this one here.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry about that, one moment. Yeah, so I know you've done a few NFT panels with them in the past on the Blockchain Center's channel. We did a 3-part series. You hosted that one as well. So excited definitely to hear this next one with Alexander and James. I know we did an NFT one with Eric before. You had your discussion with David. And he was going in the process with OpenSea. And I know that a lot of these NFT companies seem to be working together with their marketplaces. And it's nice that there's a lot of integrations with everyone as well. I think you're muted. Sorry.
Yeah, that's right. And it was great to collaborate on this series with Blockchain Center. And I'm personally very excited to be working with Rarible as well. And James Waugh, he is a very active and well-known like community member in not only in Rarible but in NFT space in general. And I think it's interesting because me and my twin sister Masha, we still have a podcast about tokenized securities, and we were discussing this topic. And David, for example, was on our podcast last year, and we were diving deep in some of these questions earlier. But this is the first year when we are, as an industry in general, discussing NFTs in such depth, because this is essentially a very novel thing, and I think we'll be seeing a very drastic growth of this market. So yeah, it's interesting to chat and see also like what are, and obviously like Alex and Rarible, they are one of the leaders on their market, not only in terms of the volume, but in terms of recognition and trust. Both from the artists, from the collectors, the community in general. So yeah, I'm excited to see what are their thoughts on the market, on the future, what we'll be seeing in 2021. So yeah, and we'll discuss that in a couple minutes, I guess.
A few minutes here for them as well. You know, we have a lot of other great talks coming up. Also, I know you also we have Aavegotchi at 8 p.m. That's going to close us out for today also. And you know, we have let's see what else. 4 p.m. we have a discussion for blockchain activism with Brittany Kaiser and Trent Poole. And then 5 o'clock, Brock Pierce is going on, and he is with guest Chris Rice. And then we have Harumi with Narada Thompson with Celsius Network, and then Nick Gans with the Interpol, and then the Aavegotchi again with Daniel to close us out. So that's for the rest of the stream tonight. And then tomorrow we go into some of the judging for the hackathon, as well as a few additional panels and discussions. I believe there's one more workshop for dApp starter kit, DeFi, and then in-browser mining that we have for Sunday. And then the final judging as well. It looks like if you go to our Discord channel for the Blockchain Center, you'll see we do have some people discussing some of the different projects and sharing them as well. You know, this is an online event currently due to the circumstances. So most of the people are in the Hack the Holidays channel for the Blockchain Center, showing their different projects they're working on remotely. There's someone's making a hardware wallet that they're 3D printing. Looks like a few other products as well. So I'm really interested in see what comes out of this. By the end of this week also. And then I think just a few more moments for the rest of Rarible to join. Kind of excited to get. I need to make an NFT. I haven't done it yet. So that's when I said I wasn't really too familiar. I just need to. I think I need to actually go through the process myself and buy one, make one. So far, I've only really done some of the DeFi things. All the different, as they say, fruits and vegetables down the grocery aisle. So it would be nice to change it up with a little bit of art that people are creating. There's a lot of really interesting art projects in there.
It's very interesting to see some very loud names. For example, from the recent announcements from Rarible, Sean Lennon just created one of his first NFTs and sold it on Rarible as well. And it's just one of the cases. And now they're both actors who are also painters and just public personalities who are looking more and more into this market. And it's great to see this getting out there. And I think one of the topics I would also like to discuss with the guys today is are the challenges of actually getting the attention of non-crypto, not crypto native audience to NFT, because this is basically, I think this is what a lot of challenges of crypto industry come in general. How do you explain how this works? How do you get them to get the wallet? How do you get them to transact properly?
Yeah,
so
the whole process of onboarding.
So yeah, excited to discuss that as well.
So yeah, that'd be interesting. I mean, I think the most common people here is like the CryptoKitties, and that's the easiest like reference point for right now, just because it was the most popular at the time. But that's, you know, I think we've moved a lot further past that now. So where there is actual art being created specifically on these marketplaces, and then having auctions, and there's videos, you know, animations, GIFs. They have. There's games. There's all these kinds of additional assets that have come out over the past few years. I know there's also some like not safe for work type content as well that's been coming up, which is another way of approaching it also, which it kind of covers, it seems like, all the bases for this. And then we are seeing a lot more news about like more famous artists being involved in these, which I think also helps with mainstream adoption. So I'm sure you'll talk about that a lot more coming up with the next segment.
Definitely, yeah. Personally, very excited about this market.
Yeah, it's nice to have you as a host for some of these discussions, especially the Blockchain Center ones previously, as well as today for David, and then the upcoming one also. So
it's my pleasure.
And then let's see what else we have on the schedule. Give me one moment. Sorry, I have like basically with the live production, since I'm doing that, and then this also is I have people like in my ear as well. So it gets a little crosstalk, and it gets a little interesting, just kind of switching gears between everything.
As you transfer it around in terms of the magnets.
Yep. So looks like we'll just give it another few moments for them to join the discussion. Just checked in with my team, so it is definitely interesting doing this all remotely, 100%. We're not in like the same room together or anything like that, so everyone's in their respective houses as well. So it kind of changes, I think, the day of production and things like that have gone into this, where we're kind of, on a separate call, all day long, and then, talking back and forth via text message and things like that, versus having a stage set up and all being in the same room together.
No, very excited for the blockchain, like, and not only for events in general to come back, because there's definitely like so many things, and something that like the tech space hasn't offered us yet is the way to basically network with people backstage. Because yes, I think in terms of the panels, in terms of the content that we're getting, it's almost just as good. It can be just as good, but there's nothing that replaces the this interaction behind the scenes backstage yet. So basically, yeah, I'm very excited for it to come back to us.
Okay, looks like some of our guests are joining now. So I'll go ahead and add Alexander to this, and go ahead and have you to get started as we wait for James also, okay? Hello, welcome.
Hey, Alex.
Hey Justin, hey Ksenia. How are you doing?
Great. So I'm gonna
great.
behind the scenes here, and I'll leave you to it, and then I'll add James when they arrive as well, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think we're good to start.
Okay.
So how are you doing today, Alex?
Well, today is Saturday. I had amazing 10 hours of sleep.
This is very valuable these days.
Yeah. I've been resting all the day. I feel calm and nice.
That's very good. I believe that Alex doesn't really need to be introduced to Blockchain Center audience, because we already did multiple NFT panels, which I was also a part of them. And I personally also very excited to be involved in Rarible. And I think today, like why we were both invited was to kind of we already discussed a lot of topics in this series, but maybe to wrap up what this year has brought us in terms of the development of NFT market. And yeah, like very excited to discuss it today and hear some of your thoughts, maybe share some of mine.
Awesome. Yeah, there's been a crazy year for the NFT market.
And for Rarible as well.
For Rarible, definitely. Just a year ago, Rarible just started.
And when is the official launch of Rarible? What do we count as the first launch date?
We never had an official launch. We just launched it and started creating NFTs. I believe might be. We just recently celebrated our year since the first mint. Let me try to find when that was.
While you're doing that, did you find it?
Yeah, just trying.
Okay, because I'm gonna ask one of my first questions. Probably it is believed, and I think this is something that also you have mentioned previously, that NFT is the market. This is and also the technology that is going to bring the next 10 million people to blockchain. And what do you think about that? How this is going to work?
Well, that's a great question. I don't remember when I mentioned that, but it rings the bell. I certainly did. So I think, like, I do remember my first experience with NFTs. Even just not mine first experience, just a lot of users' first experience was CryptoKitties, and it alone just hanged the network. And the Ethereum network was clogged with transactions. Everybody was trading kitties. It was just this crazy idea of something living on chain and being visual and being yours. So that fact alone can definitely can tell you that the potential is crazy. The next time Guts Unchained launched their card game Hearthstone style, I suppose like one of the ex Magic the Gathering guys working with Immutable on Guts Unchained. So they are quite prominent in this gaming world, and they launched. And again, there was 3.66 million transactions of card interactions on Ethereum blockchain at launch. And so this facts, just craziness of how that can be when something real brought to Ethereum. Like not something real, but something non-financial, I would say. It's just NFTs are just another answer for a lot of my friends. Like, why do I need blockchain? They ask me, like, why do I need blockchain? What are you doing, man? And I say, like, well, we're for example, now we're trading digital art on chain, and they're like, wow, tell me, how does it work? And they're being engaged and previously when we were talking about financial stuff, they were like, I have a credit card. Why do I need it? So NFTs became just one more great use case for the whole blockchain technology. I suppose like there wasn't even anything else successful in terms of non-financial. Like during 2017, we had a lot of ideas that people would put, I don't know, carbon emissions, trees, like any sort of registries on chain to track something, like corporate blockchains, databases with your contra agents, your counterparties. So there was a lot of ideas. How can we apply blockchain to some specific business need and receive an outcome in being more efficient when using blockchain instead of just the centralized databases? And there was nothing like nothing really a vital spread except for the financial instruments. So like Ethereum definitely strives with financials, with loans, with a lot of that. And for some time, people just thought maybe the financial is the only use case for blockchain out there at all. And but when you break down the core value propositions of blockchain, people interactions, well, it definitely has not a lot of sense to use blockchain when there is no much counterparties involved. Like you need to synchronize to a shared state when a lot of different stuff happens. And NFTs happen to be this new use case that sometimes is like they are broadly speaking, they're just liquid representations of IP rights. Like crypto art is IP rights to the pictures, to videos, to MP3s, and it's intersection between financial, intellectual property, and entertainment. And I've been speaking recently to Metaverse guys, and they told me this funny. This thought really caught me somewhere, that the consumption, the entertainment industry lives on the end of the consumption chain. So like you go to the movie, you buy something, you buy a ticket to the movie, you go to the movie, and then it's done. Like you can't really do anything with it anymore. So or you watch the movie, you ate something, you entertained somehow. So this is the like end product. It's and because of this, like we live in this really advanced economy with a lot of financial flows and a lot of, so this end like end of the supply chain is really broad. So that's why I believe, I'm not precise enough about articulating how that works, but I'm just telling my thoughts about this. So NFTs are just, money is usually an intermediary in some like financial aspects are usually an intermediary in some processes. Like you put money and then you send them next. So while talking with NFTs, it's a product in itself. It's not just intermediary. It's a huge industry. IP rights, I don't have exact numbers, but it's not efficient right now. The industry is not efficient. When you're writing IP rights contract for music or for pictures, it's done on paper. There is nothing liquid happening out there. That's why I believe that there is like huge potential. Gaming is on the rise. IP rights is untapped global market, and that's another use case that requires fast blockchains. That requires like it's heavily dependent on the shared data. So yeah, that's why I'm a big supporter of that.
And it sounds like it makes sense that if we talk about the next 10 million people who are in the new adopters of blockchain, so we're not talking only about digital art here. We're talking about the liquid IP rights. We're talking about music, about gaming. So I think, this makes a lot of sense. The art market will also grow, but I think all these different applications and the massive potential of NFTs in general, this is probably what's going to bring all this, like this massive new audience to adopt this technology.
Yeah, people often blame DeFi for being self-referential. So there's tokens on top of tokens used in fancy protocols that are like extremely cool. They allow you to do a lot of stuff that never been able to be done like in traditional markets. But it's all about itself. So there's nothing, no like inputs from the real world and not a lot of outputs to the real world, except for the stable coins that represent the real economy with just being pegged to USD. And so the NFTs like also bring this this massive, like real world content on chain to be connected with these financial instruments, to take a loan collateralized by some NFT. I like this idea. So I spoke to recently again to some funds doing something with NFTs, and what they were doing is they are using SoRare. I hope I can talk about that, but they are using SoRare players to be rented out as a team. So SoRare is a game, is an NFT game when each player represents as an NFT, and then you can combine a team and play against somebody in this game with the team of your players that you acquired. So this fund, what they do is they acquired the expensive players and they rent them out to play in specific matches. It's the same strategy that Chelsea club is doing. They own a lot of players and they rent them out to other clubs to play. So this example just fascinated me, how this DeFi world can be connected to the NFT and being like to have a lot of sense in it. Like Niftex, another project that allows you to fractionalize NFT. There is a project, Rally Road, old style Web 2.0 project that is tokenizing expensive cars. You have an expensive car as an investment that costs $100,000. You can fractionalize it and allow each person to have like to own one thousandth part of that car and to be able to capitalize on it. This is the same process, and they spent a lot of money to build it because you need in order to achieve that, what they needed to build a company for each car and to conduct like a mini IPO for that company, to be able to issue shares of that car. That's crazy amount of overhead when we talk about that, and with this project Niftex that allow you to fractionalize an NFT like instantly on chain. A lot of potential. So 10 million people, like crypto market is relatively small now. The traffic of Binance, monthly traffic of Binance is something like 30 million users. And that's but like 30 million visitors, that's not like users. So we have like tens of millions active users in cryptocurrency market, like at all. That's very early for the market, and that's traders, which is much more this like crypto market is much more bigger than DApp market now, in which we live right now on Ethereum. So this is so early. The potential is huge to grow like 100,000 times in the next couple of years. It's so great to be here. And I know, like when you bought a computer, you probably like played a little bit in some games like Solitaire or like Solitaire or any other game. Minesweeper, there was a game, and there is an article that says that Microsoft created those games just to teach you how to play, how to use mouse and drag and drop or click into the tiny
object. I heard about that.
So, and in that way, NFTs can teach you a lot about how blockchain works, because it's brain that simple. Like you have it in your wallet, this digital item, it's yours and it lives on chain. It's very digestible way of understanding how blockchain works, because like this dollar lives on chain is a little bit harder. This Uniswap pool is on chain, much harder. This Uniswap pool staked into Urn to yield you some interest, completely crazy. NFTs, like they're visual, they have a like human readable name and description. We had a partnership and with Urine on launching wine insurance NFTs at Rarible. We will probably launch more with DeFi projects. If there is any DeFi projects watching this, please reach out. We love to mix NFTs with DeFi. So when there is this insurance contract, there is a picture. You see that I'm covered for 10 ETH from smart contract losses. There is a description that says that it's right, like specific contract, specific date, and I know it's so understandable. You can start using it quite easily, and then expand to other instruments. Like it's been crazy after the launch of Rare Governance token, how digital creators went to Uniswap to create their pools. They launched their own social tokens. They launched the liquidity programs for their social tokens. We're going to support some social tokens for trading on Rarible as well in the near future. So if anyone here has a social token, please as well reach out to us, and we'll make something great with items being able to trade for that token. I kind of lost track to this initial question about 10 million users, but it's the potential and the digestibility of it. What's going to bring a lot of new users here.
I have a couple of questions here, but since you already started on the DeFi, and you mentioned some of the probably top use cases of this, like collab between DeFi and NFT. But what are some other use cases? How we will see this merging further, and what kind of projects, what industries will come out of it? What else other than the projects that you already mentioned?
Okay, so big fan of options, of DeFi options contracts, just because like option contracts are like, they're quite a basic instrument in the financial world, but when we go out of the financial world, it's really hard for the person. It's really hard for the person to understand like what the option is. An option is a right to buy or sell an asset at a specific price. So imagine you bought some options that allow you to purchase ETH right now so you paid like $100 to purchase the right to buy ETH at current price in a month from now. What that means? That means that if the month passes and Ethereum now costs more than the current price, you can exercise your right to purchase that ETH at the previous price and realize the profit on top of it. So this construction is very powerful. Like a lot of financial instruments rely on it, but it's hard, especially hard if you try to express it with the ERC20 token. You would need to create a token with a lot of letters in it that would be called something like ETH options December 10 buy. Or to not have a standardized manner of displaying it. So one way to display an option contract is to have it inside NFT. So a specific card would play in your wallet, telling you that you have that right to purchase something at a specific price and a specific point. And there would be a picture of it. There would be a chart, a mini chart, telling you when you can do that. It's much more, I don't know, human friendly. I think that you can wrap almost any DeFi instrument in NFT, and it would just become better because there is like more explanation now to it. Like take Uniswap pool. Again, you have a Uniswap pool, and like imagine you supplied liquidity to Rare ETH like pair, what it gives you in response when you supply that liquidity. So the protocols gives you this liquidity pool shares. And this liquidity pool shares is the ERC20 token with the specific name like Uniswap LP2. And it lives in your wallet, and you don't really understand what that is, because it's really hard to like name each token differently, and there is like it's hard to get it, or if you staked it on top. If you would just create an NFT, if you would just create an NFT that has the same thing inside, but with the picture, with the description that this is a share stock in a Uniswap pool of this like token number 1 with the name, with his like icon for the token. It's much more closer to the user. NFTs are in general much more closer to the user. So this like Uniswap pools, let me just count them, the DeFi use cases that I think can be wrapped into NFT, like DeFi pools, options. I'm a big fan of just wrapping this usual ERC20 tokens in NFT. I think nobody yet tried to achieve that, but like imagine you're sitting on some, like you participated in the project, you got some, I don't know, 10% of the new project governance token. They're not yet liquid, they're not yet highly traded. You can't possibly sell that on Uniswap because the slippage would be like 100%. You would lose like half of your money when trading on Uniswap because there's no liquidity. But you can create something like OTC deal with NFTs. Like you just wrap like a big chunk of tokens into an NFT and put it on a marketplace, like they do in OTC trades, like with crypto. When you go to somebody else in the real world and say, like, I want to buy 1,000 Bitcoin, and they sell it to you without slippage. So like OTC NFT with just ERC20 tokens inside, insurance, options, pools, each pool wrapped into NFT would be much more better, much more understandable, like what that is inside. Some locked tokens, like if some project locked you somewhere, like there is a staking, so you staked your tokens and then left. You need to remember where you staked them. You need to go to the website, you need to claim them, otherwise you can just have it inside your wallet. An NFT that tells you that you just did it, like go somewhere, there will be a link to this website. You can go there and unstake your tokens. Again, just better UX for the user to understand what's happening. CDP, like collateralized debt positions. You put 1,000 ETH to claim some debt. You took a loan. When you're taking a loan, you receive this position item, like that tells you that there is a specific like collateral laying somewhere else on chain and waiting for you to repay that loan. Again, just a better UX. So NFTs are just the better UX for a lot of things in blockchain.
And talking about UX, the question I have here probably, and it has a lot to do with the adoption. What is the icebreaker with getting a non-crypto native audience in NFT? It's a question for blockchain in general, but specifically with NFT market. How do you provide them with the user experience that they won't get stuck in all this technical details? How do you explain, how do you show what they need to do to actually enter and benefit from it?
That's a great question. I can try to make that right here to explain how the onboarding process looks like for the blockchain projects, NFT. probably. So you're approaching a person that is not really familiar with blockchain or crypto or anything related to it, and you show them the website. And if it's financial, it has a lot of numbers, a lot of percentages, a lot of digits behind the dots. They usually tell you, this is too complicated. I don't want to use that. Just let's stop it. Let's talk about something else. So this is really hard. But like usually that works when you say you can make like 20% APY here, and they might be interested. In terms of NFTs, usually like visual binding works quite well. So you're showing the person an NFT and they got curious like what that is. And you show that it's cost like $100 or just something small. And they're like, okay, yeah, that's I can understand that. Okay, just tell me how it works. How do I get there? How do I sell my images? And then goes a long story about that. Okay, everything is tied to the wallet now. You need to have a wallet, and this is fairly okay for the user. They like, okay, I need to get a wallet. I'm downloading a wallet. And there are a lot of wallets. We support on Rarible. We support Fortmatic. That's a wallet that is just binds to your mobile phone. If you don't have a lot of money, you can just trust somebody to hold your private keys for a while until you get into it. How does it work? So you're getting a wallet, and yeah, that's usually like okay part. But the hardest part is to get ETH to mint something or to purchase something.
Yeah.
This is when shit gets complicated. You need to go to some exchange, or that was before. That was a year ago. That was completely unusable. When you needed to go to exchange to buy ETH, that's crazy. Right now, you have a lot of services that allow you to purchase ETH with a credit card, or in the United States even with Apple Pay. That's just great. But still, it takes about like an hour or half an hour to obtain that crypto, your first crypto, to mint something or purchase something. And after that, it's usually fairly smooth. So this is the onboarding process right now. I've seen this onboarding process a lot, and yeah, the hardest part is to like the entry barrier is just quite big for the crypto, because you need to like get this whole idea about you being in custody of your keys and your digital items, about this decentralized registry that is copied to a lot of computers. To like, this is just a new idea. You get used to, you get used to like big companies allowing you to log in with your email and password, and here you have a wallet, and your credentials being these 12 words, and this idea that I can use the same 12 words in another wallet to connect to the website if the first wallet doesn't work, for example. Yeah, that's a little bit hard, but after you get it, it becomes much better. You feel much more confident that like, okay, if that wallet doesn't work, I can go to this website with another wallet. If that website doesn't work, I can go to another website with the same item. So this moves the layer of ownership a little bit closer to you, and once you're comfortable with it, it gets much more like convenient. You don't feel dependent on some service. Like when Spotify doesn't work, you can't go to another streaming service to listen to your music while they are down. Because, yeah, it's all different. Or when your email doesn't work, you can go to another email provider, because nobody would know your address, your new address, and your old address isn't transferable. So yeah, this is like all of this is hard parts about crypto products. I've built crypto products for 8 years now, different ones, mostly trading ones for advanced like technical audience. But like the biggest issue is the simplicity of all of it. And a lot of developers, when they're developing something, they're spending a lot of time on their product, and they analyze their product, and they don't feel that it's hard, and it's really not that hard. You can spend like 30 minutes to read the FAQ and understand what's happening with every crypto product. You can research, like they show you the wallet. You can, if you really like curious about what that is, you can go to Google and understand what that wallet is. But what's most of the developers missing is that people just don't have enough time and attention to achieve that. If they absolutely have to, if they really want to make, I don't know, $1 million trading on Binance, they probably would do that.
And they will.
But if they just were curious for a moment about what that blockchain stuff is, and they passed by your website and they realized that there is a 30 minutes onboarding, well, yeah, they're probably just click on the tab and go to YouTube to do something more fun.
This reminds me of a Silicon Valley episode where they received such great reviews for the first release of the platform, but turns out the guys who were reviewing this were exclusively developers, and no one from the real audience understood that. So it's pretty funny, but it's also pretty accurate.
Yeah, that's exactly accurate. This series is amazing. I do remember studying in the university. We this Google PageRank algorithm of sorting the links on the internet in the right order. So in order to get this will be a long story. In order to build this rating of links, when you search something, they've built a mental model. So what they did is they created this random walk process. They tried to simulate the behavior of the user when interacting with the internet. So if there is an outgoing link on the website, so you came to the website, there is 5 links. With the equal probability, you click on each of that 5 links, and that gets you to another website. On the new website, there is again some links, and so you click on those links. That's how you browse the internet, and then they get millions of virtual users to the internet and try to understand how many websites would they how often the specific website would be visited if the users would just randomly walk over the whole internet. That's like the bare backbone of the PageRank algorithm. But it's missing one piece here. When you came to the website with no links, you got to do something. You randomly came to the website and there is no outgoing links. What you do, what they imagined you would do is you would close the tab and go to any random website on the internet. And that, I know when I see how users interacting with the internet in general and how I am interacting with the internet in general, it also fits together. If you came to the website that has something difficult or least engaging to you, or talking about something you don't need, this movement to click the tab, it happens just instinctively, very fast. Users okay, I'm gonna go somewhere else. And if you want to keep your users engaged, please make that simple. You have 5 seconds to impress the user with something that they need to have on your website. Otherwise they went. They just went. So what was the question?
No, we basically got into the topic of how to, what is the icebreaker for users to get into blockchain space if they're non-native. And I think you provided a pretty comprehensive answer to that. I actually have a follow-up question on that. Rarible is very active with the partnerships, and hopefully we'll be doing even more partnerships outside of the crypto industry next year. And for example, one of the recent events, Sean Lennon, an artist, issued his first NFT on Rarible and sold it there. Do you think, what is the significance, and this is not like the only precedent, what is the significance of these types of collaborations when someone with like well-known name enters and mints something on Rarible and like, or enters NFT space in general? Is it something that helps as an example? And is it hard to actually get these people to try it, or it's something they're already hearing about the market and they come to you and like they come to us and they want to do something in collaboration themselves?
Well, that's, of course, that's important for the whole industry. So like I actually think that we can do more for those users. We would do more. We will increase the awareness in terms of like the featuring page coming on the website, and we've been pushing it back for a while now, because it often feels like, okay, like if the website is featuring somebody, that means that they're like targeting and helping the specific users. But what people are missing here is that this really helps the whole industry, because usually when someone, when some celebrity comes, he brings a lot of new users with him. He brings his audience because of this. Like he's excited about. They're excited about this new opportunity. They never talked about crypto. They never had a, so like before in 2017. Like celebrities were promoting ICOs, and I don't know, it was the only way for you to participate in the market. And but now it's so much more possibilities for you to be here. The artists bring their audience with them in, I don't know, in this ethical like manner, just bringing them to this market, showing them how that works, being the leaders in the adoption. This has huge impact for the project, for the whole industry. Like I'm super happy each time like Nifty Gateway brings someone new to the market, just because I know that like this just expanding the market for all of us. We are like huge supporters of everybody who comes to the platform. Usually they need some technical help to mint something, to create a wallet. There are some specific techniques on how to promote, like mentioning, doing an auction, have like thinking about when to close an auction. Actually, like I've spoken to a lot of users on the internet, to some partners. There is a question here. So I've spoken to some partners of Rarible, just the guys that I know in the crypto market, in the NFT market, and they told me that Sean Lennon did close his auction too fast. So they were like aiming, they were interested in participating, probably, and they just didn't know when he would close the auction. That's why they didn't hurry to get there. So there are some several like mechanics that you probably want to understand when entering the market, and we are super happy to help anybody who's coming here. So yeah, just this when something like that happens, it's truly amazing.
Yeah, I believe so too. There is a question. Would you like to answer it now? Are you using your C71 or your C809? And does it represent ownership of digital assets?
Yeah, so we are using ERC-721 and ERC-1155. So ERC-1155 represent multiple editions. So you can have like 50 editions of the same item, and ERC 11721 is a single edition. We use these two standards, but we are curious about everything that's new on it. Thanks for just pointing out to 809. If we would receive a lot of requests about that, we might like consider implementing them as well. But yeah, this not like came to our mind a lot lately. I'll take a look and probably will consider doing this as well. So yeah, it's 721 and 1155. 1155 actually wasn't like so big. Even in May when we implemented that, most of the wallets, just your like Ethereum wallets, they didn't support 1155. The only Trust wallet and Rainbow wallet probably supported them. MetaMask didn't. So that's why we left both of the standards supported, 721 and 1155. So if 1155 would be supported by everyone, we would just get rid of 721 because 1155 is just better. It's more new. So yeah, I mentioned that just to point out how quickly the space evolves. Like most of the walls are 1155. If you do something with NFT, I would encourage you to do that with 1155. It's just you can always have edition of one instead of many, but you can never switch from one to many. There's one more question.
There's another question. Yeah, if we can show it on this screen, Justin. And for Rarible, do you see defined tokenized positions and insurance contracts as a key part of the future for the NFT market? That's something we touched upon earlier.
That's a great question, Adam and Ace as well. Thank you for the questions. So I think that use cases for NFTs are massively underexplored. There will be a lot more new use cases for NFTs. And insurance is just one of them. In general, I feel like the distinction between DeFi and NFTs is melting. As I spoken already, there is Niftyx that allows you to fractionalize NFT. There is collateralization of NFTs. Like this line between these two markets is blurring and will be blurred completely once we have the price discovery for NFT. Now, right now, there is no many options. How do you understand how much this NFTs cost? You can only understand what's the price by selling it, by changing hands, and that's not really great. But yeah, definitely understand why it's coming. But like I like to compare NFT market with car market. You have relatively illiquid cars, but still you can understand how much this specific car costs. Because there are like other cars of the same type that are selling right now. So yeah, once we have this understanding how much this NFT costs, or at least floor price, that this costs more than $100, 100 or like 500, then you would be able to like plug NFTs into every DeFi protocol out there. You will be able to collateralize, you will be able to stake them and have a yield and all of it. But like composability of blockchain is one of the biggest advantage because you can have protocol to protocol interactions. You can have protocol to protocol interactions, and this is just insane. If you could take an NFT and put it in a collateralized debt position and then receive some tokens and then stake it, fractionalize it, auction it off, English auction, Dutch auction. This is all is just being, the rate of experimentation is great, and NFT will 100% sure be connected to the DeFi world. You can expect that happen like, I don't know, there's just no question if that would happen, but when. It's already starting. That's why answering your question, Adam, again, like DeFi and tokenized position have the huge potential with the NFT world. Like you're trading NFTs would add a lot, like would just melt with these financial instruments and be there together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you for that. We have Adam, who just asked this last question, joining us in stream. Hi, Adam.
Yeah, thank you so much, Xenia and Alex. I appreciate it. I wanted to hop in here. I had a couple questions. I hope I didn't interject, but I was very curious because I've never had the opportunity to speak with Rarible. So I hope you don't mind if I asked a couple questions, Xenia. Is that okay?
Of course. Please do, of course.
Okay, great. So, you know, I'm enamored by these NFT marketplaces and, you know, how far they've matured in such a short amount of time. And the whole subset and culture, which I think is a big component, like the community aspect of, you know, the art and everything else, like people that aren't even necessarily super crypto are jumping in and collecting these things like at an astounding rate. You know, as an artist, you know, she worked with Adult Swim and she was in the VR space and ended up becoming, you know, an NFT artist first before even like Ethereum or anything else. She just dove straight in the NFT space. And that was like a very interesting onboarding procedure that like, not like procedure, I guess, just experience that it, like I'd never even considered. Like you've heard of the random person that jumps in Ethereum that's becoming more and more segment and they're Ethereum first, right? But there's just like new class that's like literally just NFT first. And I don't even know if they know that much about blockchain actually at all. They just like, oh, non-fungible tokens. Okay, we can trade these things. And they don't necessarily understand the underlying market, but it's very interesting to see that juxtaposed against like these DeFi guys that have been in crypto forever and now are kind of getting into the, you know, the swings and the tradable contracts. So you have these two juxtaposed positions from crypto sitting on the same platform, purchasing different things and experiencing different parts of the crypto, you know, sphere. I'm very curious if there's something, Alex, this is my next question, because the DeFi contracts, you know, this is something I'd thought about for quite some time, and then it started becoming a thing, right? And you've seen all the fractionalization of these positions and all these derivatives. What is something that I'm missing in NFTs that's emerging right now, or maybe hasn't emerged yet from your perspective, being the NFT marketplace guy? Is there something out there that like nobody's taking a chunk out of that you guys are looking to do, or that you would like to see happen? And because I miss things all the time and I was like, man, why didn't I think of that? So I didn't know if there's anything out there like that, Alex, and I wanted to hear your position on it.
Well, the most emerging thing is definitely intersection between DeFi world and NFT world. So we had this new, like this September, we had rebirth in some way of the CryptoPunk community, because somebody just came up with the contract that allowed you to wrap a CryptoPunk and to receive a compliant, the RC 721 compliant punk that wasn't they weren't be able to trade on the marketplace before, just because they were so early before the contracts were out there, before the standards were out there. So somebody just came up with this idea to wrap into NFT, and the punks became much more liquid now. They started to be traded on OpenSea, on Rarible. We rewarded users to trade punks, and there was just this massive spike of users in the CryptoPunks community. So I think this idea of wrapping into NFT is really powerful now, emerging. We have insurance, NFT insurance, NFT options are the newest things. There was a project last year on East London that were allowed you to wrap CDP into NFT, your collateralized debt position, and to move it between Compound and Maker with flash loans. So this is just huge. As I told before, that can allow you to adopt so many new users to DeFi when just showing the DeFi stuff much more easy for them. Just wrap some tokens, just wrap the liquidity pool, and like you can have an NFT that would be that would be showing the yield, like 17% APY to put to this pool, and that can be visual, that can be descriptive with the name, it will lay in your wallet. Amazing thing. I'm a big fan of NFT badges as well, that are working as keys. So there is a project, I don't think this is allowed, so name them, but what they're doing is they're doing KYC NFTs. So if you post KYC on their website, they give you an NFT that's telling everyone that you passed a KYC somewhere. And that's this way you can start interacting with other projects that require to pass the KYC without just like passing it again. It becomes the part of your identity.
So that's very interesting.
Yeah. This melting between DeFi and identity management, I think again has a huge potential, just because like services like $3 now they're like developing ceramic network that allow you to have a lot of stuff attached to your wallet as your identity. Nice.
Yeah, absolutely. So I was actually just looking here, and one of the things I like to do, if at all possible, is just kind of demo the use of this product, right? So there's a pretty cheap NFT here, right? There's this girl in the middle. There's a bunch of other stuff. I'm just going by price here. You could buy this one, or any one of these, right? I'm trying to think of like what's a good wallet. It's not gonna get me in trouble. The girl in the Merry Christmas is pretty interesting to me. I might purchase this one, right? So like let's do the buy now, right? Connect your wallet. It's done. Go in here. You hit buy now. Proceed to the payment.
You're purchasing one. Can you make it more fast? Yeah, because otherwise it can hang.
Yeah, it should be done in a second. It's done, right? So that's literally the entire process to use Alex's platform, and it's literally incredible for all the users in here. So if you want to collect some art, I got this Christmas babe, whatever you want to call it over here. We purchased on screen. Maybe a little dicey. Maybe Nick's gonna get mad at me for picking that one, but I mean, this is art, and you can get in here and you can play with it, and there's all kinds of awesome stuff here, everybody. So I just wanted to jump in and do that as well, in addition to my question, because I felt like we were talking about it the whole time, but it's a whole different thing to go through and experience it. So for anybody wondering, what did that take, like 15 seconds? It's done. You get it through. It's all good. I just think they have a wonderful platform. So that was my 2 cents. And Zini, I know we're running kind of close to time here, but I felt like it was maybe I picked the wrong picture there to go after, but it was the price was good. I just wanted to show show kind of how that works. But there's tons of content on here. And it's pretty
perfect
cool.
Addition. Yeah, it's very cool that you jumped in. Thank you for that, and very nice, also giving it a little bit of Christmas, adding to the Christmas topic of today's event in general. So yeah, that's pretty cool. I think basically there was only one question I would like to ask on top of that, and maybe Adam, you can also stay with us to join the discussion about it, because this stream was mostly turned out to be dedicated of how do we engage the non-crypto native audience. And we went through some of the main topics. I think, Alex, you're muted. And how do we explain the community governance? And how do we explain the decentralized autonomous organization? Because this is exactly the way how Rarible is governed. How do we get this message? How do we explain how this works to someone? Okay, we managed to get him on there, but how do we get them to participate in this governance process as well? This is probably my last question for today.
Thanks a lot for that question. So this is the hardest part of all of it. I believe when it comes to the governance, that's only for the limited audience right now, but we are working internally to make it working for the much broader segment. So the idea of governance is the following. Okay, we have a protocol. It can it can execute some code, it can make something work, and that doesn't rely on us. Why don't we make the change of that protocol, the upload of new things, the upload of new features, to also happen not without being dependent on us? So we like in like, put simply, it works like a multi-signature wallet. When you need to 5 parties to sign a transaction for it to go through, and now instead of this multi-signature wallet, you need to sign you need to run a voting with your token holders to vote on the stuff to be changed in the platform. And this is the very powerful idea, because it adds so much resilience to the platform. Like, why do you buy an NFT now for $1,000? Because you believe that it will be there forever, just like the physical painting that is being here for 100 years now. You buy it because you think that it will be, you believe that it will be there forever. And we as the platform, we as the project, needs to make that sure that it will be. And the blockchain, it will be there for a long time, definitely. Now the governance of it is so resilient, like Ethereum is being governed by the community is creating new things, and the same should be happening with the platform. So like, who knows what will happen in 5 years, but like, when it's like open source development, like Linux development, there is a core maintainers that propose new changes and people vote, like, do we need to implement that or not? That one big advantage of that is, like, we as a team are not a limiting factor to the community's creativity. Like, it's funny parallel between how users hopped into Rarible to create NFTs, because we allowed them to create NFTs without any limitation, at like, what should that be, to unleash their creative power, like just like creating everything for every use case out there without our control. And the same happens with governance. When you launch governance of a project, there is instantly the life originates like in the petri dish. There is like 100 users proposing something to implement something, hiring users, hiring coders, like making deals with somebody. So it's much more broad, horizontal development of the project. It's usually a little bit slower because you need to back and forth with everybody to get any consensus about implementing stuff. So like, governance slows down the project, but makes it much more lively, much more resilient to the change. I would summarize it like this.
Yeah, this makes sense. I think our time is up now. Thank you so much for Blockchain Center for having us today. Thank you, Adam, for jumping in to add like a visual side to what we have been talking about. And thank you so much, Alex, for sharing your thoughts on the NFT market. Yeah, I think this is it for today for NFT, and there are a lot of more exciting guests that will be on this event with Blockchain Center today.
Thanks a lot.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody. Up next, we have really good couple people here. I know they've worked with different members of the Blockchain Center a couple times in the past, and they have really good credentials when it comes to politics, legal aspects of blockchain, and most certainly ensuring that there is a roadmap and a clear path for people like me, you, or anybody else, even the gentleman that was just on, Alex or Xenia, to really thrive in this ecosystem. It's an important thing to talk about. Even considering, I think, a lot of the space when it first came out was like, we're really trying to innovate and, maybe try and, break the mold, so to speak. But at the end of the day, I think there's a lot of consequences to, the laws that are imposed on people. And this is internationally, this is locally, this is statewide, this is federally. There's all different types of laws that can affect what you do on a daily basis. And this comes down to, your rights and freedoms as an individual. I know this is a big selling point, of Brock Pierce's during his campaign was, he really wanted to be the crypto crypto representative, as it were. And you want to make sure that, that there was a foundation and roadmap, to guide this incredible technology to success. So it's people like this that are behind the scenes, specifically Brittany and Trent, who put in a lot of hours. They do hard work, important work. It's obviously important to not consider, or consider rather the totality of the blockchain ecosystem, and politics plays actually a very big role in it. I know Nick's put forward initiatives. I know others have, but partially thanks to the effort of these two is the reason that we have friendly states like Wyoming, where they have a pretty good framework for how you can tokenize. I'm not going to get into legal aspects, completely outside my field, but that's a yes, Justin. Anyways, without further ado, I guess we have two people on the forefront of something that is unfamiliar to me and probably not even conceptually sound to me, which is regulations and laws, and this big thing that's overhanging, why you have to ask your lawyer whether you can do this or this and double check on it, right? These are important things. You want good laws to, obviously further further the ecosystem. You want, I guess I don't personally want regulation, but some people want regulation to kind of guide everybody in the right direction. And really, at the end of the day, Brittany and Trent, I want to thank you. I know we've never met. I've heard wonderful things about you two. I think it's incredible what you guys do. I hear from Nick, if it weren't for Trent and Brittany and all the, Mufti, all these people that you guys work with on a daily basis, they speak very highly of you. So it's a great opportunity. I'm usually the maniac running around yelling about something on Nick's phone or whatever you guys might hear, causing Nick ulcers and everything else. That's usually me. So I try to prevent as many as possible, and keep the ball moving forward. But there's definite times I'm sure I cause him a significant amount of stress. I don't know if it's my sister always said when I try to be good, I'm twice as evil. Was what she always said. So I think that's really where that comes from a lot. But I appreciate what you guys do. I think Wyoming is incredible. I want to hear your insights on it, and I want to hear kind of what you guys have been doing. I've heard interesting things about out west and everything that's going on. So this is blockchain activism. Brittany Kaiser and Trent Poole here. So I'd love to hear, first of all, some of your backgrounds. You guys, tell me about how you arrived here. Even meeting Nick and all this, everybody has a Nick story. It's like, oh, the guy was yelling on stage one time. He came down, he pointed at me. I felt really motivated. Then there's other people that are like, oh, we were at a political campaign and the guy was brainwashing us. And there's all this other crazy stuff that goes on with the Nick Spanos crew. So let's start with Trent, and then Brittany, we can move on to you. I'd love to hear, Trent, some insight, about your background, what you do. It's a big mystery to me. So this is a area I'm unfamiliar with, but I do have some good questions, I think, for most people that are uninformed as myself. And I'd love to hear it.
Thanks, Adam. Hey, Brittany, how's it going?
What's up? Good to see you guys. Thanks for having us, Adam.
Absolutely. Thank you for coming. I heard it was a little last minute. Wait, let me put the Brock Beer Soda on here. I got it over here for you guys.
Trent and I will push things out of the way for Mr. Spanos, of course.
And Anna, for everything you guys are doing. My name is Trent Poole. I am a activist turned consultant. I don't really consider myself a consultant, but I actually consider myself an anti-consultant because we're always fighting against the well-funded, well-heeled political establishment and everything we do pretty much. And I was an early Ron Paul supporter. That's where I met Nick Spanos. Kind of fall in love with the, honest, audit the Fed, stop the wars, and kind of that libertarian view towards worldview towards government and politics, and loving thy neighbor, and kind of treating others like you want to be treated. That led me to my activism, and soon enough I started a political consulting company and got involved in minor third parties, and That was early 2012, 2010, right after college. And we own a company now that basically gathers signatures and puts candidates on the ballot and runs campaigns. And we try to win as many of them as we can. Obviously, we don't have the resources they always do, but we tend to have a pretty good shot and prevail. And it's been a crazy 8 years, but we've been able to work for some awesome people. Going back to third parties, we got to work for Gary and Jill Stein and a lot of independents. We've gotten to work for Ted Cruz, Rand Paul. This cycle, we were working for Tulsi Gabbard. We were working with Brittany on the Brock Pierce campaign. And we've had a lot of fun and tremendous success. We've had a lot of failures, but we've also had a lot of great successes in seeing that with enough, activism and engagement, laws do change. And Brittany will speak to that really quickly on some of the amazing things that they've been able to accomplish just by educating and informing and standing up against people that honestly sometimes don't know what they're doing. And we'll get into that more, but that's a little bit about me. And thank you guys for having us.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for coming on, Trent. And just to touch on that real quick, I think that's always been my stance, or my positive outlook on humanity, is that people are just ignorant to what they're doing a lot of times, and they may be presented with a situation, there may be an incentive behind it, whatever it might be, and they decide to do something that is not in the nation's best interest in a lot of capacities. I think blockchain really falls under one of these things, where we see money moving overseas crazy and stifling tech and all this stuff. So there's real impacts behind what you guys do, and I'm well aware of it because I experience it firsthand. Every time I say, can I do this or can I do that, it's Nick's like, what do you want to go to jail? Like, blah, 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 like screaming at me. I'm like, I just had an idea. He's like, don't even think that way. And I'm like, okay, all right, I won't think that way. Brittany, I believe it was you that was in the great hack in 2019. Was that what I was hearing? Yeah. I wish I had seen it, in preparing for this, if I would have had time last night and, on our text chain, because I really wish I had seen it, but it is on the watch list with my girlfriend. We're going to go through that next, I think, but I heard it's incredible.
It's easier to see it after you've met me.
Okay. Great. Yes. So give me a little background, Brittany. Tell me what's been going on in your world and kind of your background and how you ended up here.
Absolutely. Well, similar to Trent, I feel like for most of my life I've been in politics, and I know that lobbying sounds like a dirty word, but I've never been paid to lobby in my entire life, but I've been lobbying since I was a teenager. So I represent my own interests. And so ever since I was old enough to I suppose, attend a political rally. I think the first one I went to was when I was 14 years old. I got involved in campaigns, started volunteering and interning for local politicians, for U.S. presidential campaigns. And then I ended up going to college abroad and spending a lot of time in British Parliament and European Parliament at the United Nations in Geneva. And I would go and advocate for the laws that I wanted to see changed as a college student and just show up. I started interning for different human rights organizations or different NGOs that had voting rights and just got really into the legislative process. I was training as a human rights lawyer. So both kind of the writing of laws and the process to pass them by talking to the people that get to vote and explaining to them why you want to pass these laws and why it is so important for a particular industry or bad actors to be regulated was something that I've always been really passionate about. Now, I suppose what I'm better known for is the fact that I'm, the only person that worked, at kind of like a headquarters level for both Obama and Trump. It might sound confusing to most people, but I eventually ended up becoming a professional political consultant. And, I also at the same time have been really into the blockchain space from an early age. I had my first Bitcoins in 2011. And although I was an Obama girl, I, spent a lot of time following Ron Paul at that time. while living abroad and doing a lot of human rights work. And so when I came back to the United States, mostly to work on US political campaigns in the 2016 cycle, I started to see how, divided politics had become, not just in terms of Republicans, Democrats, but in terms of people in Congress not really being able to do things that were good for the people, not being able to actually work properly with experts in order to pass laws that could have, saved lives, that could have boosted the economy, that could have driven innovation. And it drove me completely nuts to the point where I decided, I have to do everything in my power to try to fix these things. So for the past couple of years, I have dove in headfirst into working with legislators and bringing them the experts that they need in order to actually understand the laws that they're supposed to write and understand how that they can protect people from bad actors while still allowing American entrepreneurship and innovation. I think when I came back to the US, like around 2017, 2018, I didn't know any American friends that had a blockchain company in America. I certainly didn't. I was consulting to companies that were in Switzerland and Estonia and Singapore. And to me, that was completely insane. The fact that this growing industry that was, where people are working with, tens of billions, hundreds of billions of dollars, that America was totally missing out on that because legislators had no idea what they were doing in writing laws that had to do with cutting edge technology they didn't understand. So right when I quit a company that you might have heard of called Cambridge Analytica, I flew to Wyoming for the first time when I heard that an amazing House rep called Tyler Lindholm and a very inspiring woman called Caitlin Long had been working together to create the first set of positive blockchain laws for the United States. And what I mean by positive laws were that the only law that existed in the US for blockchain at the time was the New York Bit license, which closed people out from doing business for blockchain, right? And so that's when I started to see that there was a huge opportunity for the United States to actually write laws that made sense so that Americans could build American companies, and so that this industry that I found to be so incredibly important to the development of the world, to securing people's rights, to giving people self-sovereignty, ownership over their own assets and data, that we could make that possible in the US when at the time when we started, it was impossible. So I flew to Wyoming in February 2018 when the first, Wyoming positive laws hit Congress. And, I would say these two laws at the time, one was an exemption to the Money Transmitters Act for Bitcoin. And the reason that this was being written, there were two different reasons. Representative Lindholm had already been trying to write this for a couple of years, but Caitlin Long was just trying to donate to her alma mater, the University of Wyoming, where she went for undergrad before Harvard. She was just trying to donate in Bitcoin to create a fund for female engineers. And it was illegal for her to do that, to make that donation. So she was specifically writing this law so that she could make this donation to start a fund for female engineers, right? And so this law exempting.
I thought that was right in line with everybody's wishes in the entire U.S. is that we want to fund, female engineers. There's a disparity. Right. I hate to point it out, but like the reality is, look, when we go to hackathons and stuff, like I wish that we had more women engineers. They think of problems differently, honestly, from their life experience. I think the male aspect is very utilitarian, right? And like, how do I get this to function? And I think women really think about it from the opposite perspective. They're like, well, how is this going to impact the user? And this is a broad statement, but in my experience has been kind of a little bit different. But anyways, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I thought it was I thought something that, you should be able to do, just turnkey, donate, let's get the money in there. Great. not
Right?
the case apparently, right?
Yeah, and so it was just so amazing that when she was like, no, I'm going to make this donation, but I have to change the law first. And so so she did. And some of the other first laws that were written in Wyoming, which are, you know, happened to be revolutionary but shouldn't have been, would be the differentiation between a security token and a utility token. So a bill that defined a utility token in law for the first time. Because for most of you listening to this, I think you probably realize what is still going on with the SEC in the United States, where they assume that most digital assets that are on a blockchain are specifically there for speculation, are there for investment, and are supposed to, are designed to increase in value, as opposed to some tokens that are literally just there to operate a network, right? And so defining a utility token in law was like such a huge thing. And for the first time challenged the SEC to say, you are taking away people's companies and making them give money back to investors, making them go bankrupt, making them look stupid, or forcing them to move abroad, just because you don't understand the technology. And that was really huge. You know, I got together a group with the help of Brock Pierce of about 150 different blockchain experts from around the world who flew into Wyoming from Hong Kong, Singapore, Switzerland, all over the US to testify, to explain to the legislators exactly how all of this technology worked, so that they could understand why these laws were important, right? And that's how that utility token bill got through. And then what I still think is one of the most revolutionary pieces of legislation in the US is, for the first time, they defined your digital assets as your intangible personal property. So for the first time, giving digital assets, the asset class to which our blockchain tokens belong, property rights, which is huge. Because again, at this time, there was a flood of unsecure exchanges that were being hacked. And if you were hacked, you kind of didn't really have any rights to get your tokens back or to sue the perpetrator for damages. So for the first time, all of a sudden, you actually own your tokens, even though you can't see them or you can't touch them. And so that was pretty huge as well, because for those of you that don't know, property rights is the strongest type of legislation that we have, not just in the United States, but most places in the world. If someone damages or steals your property, you basically always win in court and can seek damages for that. So that's huge, to actually say that you have those types of ownership rights and go forward with that type of value. And that really started, you know, a massive snowball of legislative momentum, not just in Wyoming, but around the world. After the first few laws were passed, everyone started watching what Wyoming was doing. Trying to figure out, hey, is this going to mean that people can actually build blockchain businesses in America? And businesses started registering in Wyoming, as opposed to Switzerland, Estonia, Lithuania, Singapore, whatever it happened to be. And then the momentum grew and grew. And
Wyoming made money. Wyoming made money. Good.
Yeah, I mean, I would say there's been at minimum at least $10 billion that's come into Wyoming in the past 2 years alone. You know, obviously, most notably, Cardano and Kraken moving to Wyoming was the biggest deal, where both of them are multi-billion-dollar companies, but also hundreds of other blockchain and crypto companies that have moved there or established there in the first place as well, which is huge.
Yeah, I loved it.
Chain, Brittany, tell them about beef chain and the blockchain.
Yeah, proof of stake. I already know about it. One of my favorite things. I'm talking to Cardano. Yeah, you guys are hitting on a lot of topics. So there's a couple things I wanted to say. I want to know, for all of you who don't know beef chain, the proof of stake has to do with the cows, obviously. And Cardano, their biz dev guy, I forget his name. We've done a couple calls. I think we're going to be working with IOHK on a couple different things. They have a bunch of new stuff coming out. Really, really great people. I was trying to convince them for years. I was like, man, Haskell's not the thing. Like, nobody programs in that. Look, I'm not picking on them. I love Haskell. It's a great language. It's just hard to source Haskell developers. I'm not going to get too much into that. But you can ask Eric, our CTO, everybody else. Like, we know the space pretty well. That was interesting. But beef chain proof of stake. If you guys want to talk about it, you're more than welcome to. I want to kind of keep it a little on topic, if possible, and pivot. But hey, look, I grew up in Buffalo, New York. It's in the shadow of New York City. Every law they ever passed was impractical. Nobody followed any of them. Nobody even cared. Some people didn't even register their vehicles. Everybody knew the cops. It's a small town. Like, you just drive around. I'm not saying I did this. I'm saying that I have friends that definitely did that. Nobody cared. We didn't have Uber. They had Uber. I don't understand how that works. But these implications transformed my very life in understanding regulations. My father was an attorney. He said it was kangaroo court 90% of the time, and like it was ridiculous. So I mean, these laws have very broad implications, and it's a lot more guilty until proven innocent in a lot of these matters. And you were talking about, with the SEC and these other organizations that have been given full license by our elected representatives. They have shunned off that power and handed them to people that they appoint, and they create policies and law that, that's the way it is. Nobody said anything about it. They just made a decision one day. I don't know how they make that decision. I don't really care what they say they made the decision. There's reasons for it. And I do believe in blockchain. There's a couple different powers. There's people that want to pull up the ladder that are from, your traditional finance backgrounds, and they see it as an opportunity. Look, there's this tech. We can pull up the ladder, keep everybody out. And you're going to have to put $500,000 up in collateral, have a perfect credit score rating, get 30 different background checks. I don't care if you were 16 and did something one time. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, it could be very minor, and it can hang up an application for a long time. So I'm in complete understanding with what you guys are saying here. The other thing that I would say is property rights. My dad used to have a T-shirt with a devil on it with a little fork, and it said possession is 9/10 the law. And it was like, it's a real thing. Property rights in America are very important. I think what you both do is incredible. And I didn't mean to hijack off the beef chain. If you guys want to talk about it, you can. But I wanted to provide insight, in my personal experience when I got into blockchain. As a matter of fact, I wouldn't even consider myself political. I take the opposite angle just to get in an argument. I'm like a contrarian more than I am a political guy, right? I think blockchain very much embodies my viewpoints. Is like, we have this technology, we can implement change, and there's good change and there's bad change. I try to be a part of the good change, right? And kind of pivoting, and because you had a floor for a minute there, let me just touch on one last topic. I don't think that people in blockchain, we work with people from a broad spectrum. And I mean, you could be completely leftist or completely rightist, somewhere in between, up, down, in between. There's people from all over here trying to affect change. And we all generally believe that the technology empowers individuals, creates a distributed infrastructure, and passes out this authority. And this is in contrast to a lot of things that we've built up over the last 200 years, all these financial regulations. It doesn't fit. People are trying to plug it in, and it's not the same thing, right? So like, I can't necessarily, and I'm not going to speak too much because I'll start going on a rant, but the political side of it is, hats off to you. I'd never be able to do it. I'd start screaming at people. There's no chance in hell I would ever be diplomatic about it. I'm a very binary type of individual when it comes to this stuff. So I appreciate you, Brittany, and Trent. I would love to give you a floor for a second. I saw you posted up a draft of this bill from Caitlin Longing, God bless her, whatever, thanks for all those wonderful efforts that she started up there in Wyoming and kicking this off. And I love this supporting the female developers. I think that's wonderful. But Trent, if you could talk about what you posted in here in the chat, and if you could put the link up, Justin, below so that people can find it or post it in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, sure, Adam. I was just helping something that Brittany was speaking on. So Brittany did basically the brunt of the work. She went out there and basically educated legislators in Wyoming on what they were trying to do or what they were attempting to do, which was regulate a whole industry. Or basically, they weren't really doing anything. This is a very interesting time in history. So beforehand, pretty much everything in the crypto realm had been kind of looked at in this, with a criminal framework or criminal mentality. I remember, they were saying anyone who held Bitcoin was a, drug deal or working for the cartels, or, kind of that very negative connotation and implications around the people that really work in this space. And I think probably a good inflection point the life cycle of cryptocurrency was around this time when Brittany and all of these people came to Wyoming and basically got these laws changed. And this link right here, I think I can share screen. Basically, if you guys want to click on this legal fuel, it'll take you to 13 of the, Brittany will talk more about this, but there's 19 now legislation passages that were codified in Wyoming that have basically opened up a whole industry and brought in billions of dollars to the economy. And I think $10 billion, Brittany mentioned, that's probably a conservative estimate. Certainly, Caitlin and others have said it could be as high as 20 billion.
Mm-hmm.
So, if you guys see this link, can y'all see my screen right now?
100%, I'm with you.
So you can see 2018 with HB 0019. That's the Transmitter Act Virtual Currency Exemption. And here's a descriptive summary. Some of the ones Brittany were talking about. Property taxation. There's one special purpose. This is a really interesting one. Brittany mentioned Kraken moved to Wyoming. There's also have a bank charter, and that's under HB 0074. So in Q1 of 2021, Kraken will have a fully licensed, they already have the charter, and they'll be banking in the state of Wyoming, fully reserved. So they won't be doing fractional reserve lending, but they'll basically be banking people. And that's really interesting. It'll be certainly interesting to watch one of the first crypto banks come to fruition. I'll hop off. Anyone who wants to go to this link, please, it's in the comments. Go check it out. I think it'll be certainly really interesting to see. I'm going to turn off share screen now. It'll certainly be interesting to see what happens. You know, I know they're talking about the gun industry and marijuana industries being unbankable. Well, I'm not saying that this is what's going to happen, but certainly in a 100% fully reserved banking scenario, which there aren't many of these banks, possibly they would run to institutions like that. I've heard that the banking industries, because marijuana industry is unbankable, they're turning towards cryptocurrency, and you know they'll actually round up every transaction. So if you spend $24.90 on a bag of marijuana in California, they'll round to 25, and immediately go onto an exchange as soon as that transaction occurs and buy Litecoin with that money or another currency, so that they can basically have their money in some sort of you know, some banking, quasi-banking system, so that they don't have to have cash on cash, which has obviously got its own risk factors associated with it, security costs and storage and a lot of other logistical nightmares. So it'll be interesting to see where this goes. Brittany has basically been a huge part of it, and I'm so happy to be on this panel and discuss it. One of the things I would like to see, and we're going to be certainly visiting this coming up in the next legislative sessions, is blockchain voting. I'm proud to have participated in the first vote ever going onto the blockchain under Nick Spanos and the Blockchain Center direction. We put the Libertarian Party of Texas on the Bitcoin blockchain and the Florin Coin blockchain, and that was in 2016. While we were also, I think they nominated Gary Johnson and John McAfee and a bunch of other awesome people. Austin Peterson used to work for Nick. They were all running in the same election, and we got to watch the first vote ever go on the blockchain. One thing that is super important now is, you know, as we kind of democratized our monetary policy with cryptocurrency, we should also be, especially at this, you know, crazy point in history, politically, socially, economically, and, you know, with COVID going on, is looking at other ways we can vote and other ways we can run our election infrastructure. And I think whether you support the president's current opposition and kind of dialogue and issues that are being raised with the current voting infrastructure, I think that any objective person fully analyzing it can definitely have the benefits of blockchain voting and democratizing the vote, because that's really what you're doing, and giving more access, more transparency, and you know, if there's ever something that an immutable ledger, while inefficient but very honest, could be used for, I would say government should be using it for voting. Right? Government's already inefficient and very dishonest. seem to be. So why not? You got to plug it in somewhere. And if there's a place that if blockchain is best used as a custodian for chain of custody and title and figuring out where these things belong and who actually owns them, well, shoot, that's just it checks all the boxes. A vote needs all of those things. And I really hope that we're able to foment and encourage legislators across America this cycle with some of the things we're going to be doing to look at blockchain voting as an awesome opportunity for getting us back online with transparency and democratizing the vote. So
how does it work now? Like what you're just talking about.
How does the vote work, or how does blockchain vote work?
Yeah, how does like what did this look like in Wyoming? Like when you guys were able to execute in the election subsequently? Like this is a hot topic, right? So I mean, from my perspective, at least, I know you guys live it, but I'm just saying, like, this is news cycle. So like, what does that look like? How does that work as far as the blockchain voting, submitting ballots and everything? And like, what did it look like when you guys did it?
So when we did it for in the Libertarian Party convention in 2016, and this is using the patent that Nick Spanos and his Digital Asset Holdings Corp owns. He was the first vote ever, the first patent for voting on the blockchain. And my personal opinion, the best. I still love you, Nick. I believe 100% in what you're doing. And I know that everyone has a different view. I'm not a genius by any means. I try to be objective, and I weigh people with much bigger brains than I have and try to say, okay, that makes sense or doesn't. The thing I like most about Nick's patent, or what they're doing relative to what others are trying to do, is I'm a firm believer in keeping things off the internet. I think the internet is very easy to hack. They're stealing data all the time. I mean, we just saw with the solar thing. I know there's still a lot of information. I'm yearning to find out more. It's from Austin, my hometown, where Brittany's at right now.
Nice.
They raided the FBI and DOJ just raided this. Basically, they're an IT company that provides servers and backdoors to companies all around the world. 450 of the 500 Fortune 500 companies are using this. 5 of our defense sector, our intelligence branches are using SolarWinds. So they're a huge corporation. And when they get hacked, the implications of something like that are tremendous. And when systems in our election infrastructure use them, it's even more precarious and more dangerous. We're not supposed to have Texas. I can speak specifically to Texas, but pretty sure every state has the same policy. You're not supposed to have any election equipment ever connected to the internet. I think that's a good safety net. And so Nick's patent doesn't allow what would be like some other blockchain voting would be like a biometric ID, check your face, iris scan, fingerprint, and then you can vote online on an app. It's not necessarily what we're talking about. What it is a paper ballot that gets scanned immediately into just basically Fujitsu scanner, and then it pops out, and then immediately your selections got scanned, optical character recognized by the scanner, tallied digitally with the tabulator, and then the ballot would drop into a ballot box that's locked and only able to be accessed by the clerks and the AJs, the people with the clearance to do that. And that paper ballot sits there, and the paper count, if there was ever a challenge, would equal the same digital tally. And the third thing, so it's actually you got the paper ballot that's in the box, you have the digital tabulation. Those should always equal one. And then you have what is the hash of the image onto the blockchain, and that will issue a character string or a number string, which would then be not able to be changed. If that document was altered, certainly if you took another hash another scan of the image, and the number changed, then you know fraud occurred. So it's actually got kind of triple factor authentication, a lot of checks and balances that I think are pretty amazing. Obviously, you could put a timestamp on there too, which Nick was doing, and a latitude, longitude, seconds coordination tally too, so you could see anomalies, and if someone was trying to stuff a bunch of ballots in over time, or you see a big surge, you could ping those irregularities.
I think we got Trent frozen there for a second, Brittany. So, Brittany,
oh, you're back.
Okay, good.
It just your last sentence.
We were talking about, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. So if you basically have all of these checks and balances, I think that you kind of have a foolproof working system. One of the other cool things that Nick did was he actually, I think he hashed a video of us doing the hand tally of the counts for the LP to make it the most secure election in the history of elections. And so that was really cool. So yeah,
I had to jump in here. Hold on a second.
Welcome, Mr. Spanos.
Yeah. So, all right.
So, yeah, there were many things that we did. Of course, we also recorded the 2016 Iowa caucus on the Bitcoin blockchain. For when I worked for Rand, and we had 1,006. I think we had like 1,006 poll watchers. I don't know what they call them in the caucus. Caucus watchers, and we recorded all those. All the results on the blockchain, on the Bitcoin blockchain, which it cost a little money, not what it would have cost today, of course. So the voting, I know I'm just jumped in. I'm sorry, guys.
No, we are honored by your presence.
Stop. So the voting, of course, the reason why, well, we do both. We do online and paper ballot voting, but the paper ballot's not going to go away because people have to believe that their vote counted. I mean, that's part of voting. If you don't believe your vote counted, you think you got robbed. I mean, usually any campaign that we ran for, like people that never got their hands dirty in politics, they always think they got like totally robbed. I mean, I'm not saying that about Trump. So there's always some kind of shenanigans going on, always. And the way I would say it is, the other side stole it fair and square. Because in politics,
they stole it fair and square.
Well, that's what happened, because it's true. And it's true. Because in politics, they're all doing something. Someone's doing something that is not above board.
Correct.
Someone, not everybody. Some people do things that are not above board. And there's always both sides are trying to do something, trying to keep people from being able to vote. Baskets of ballots that aren't real. That's, like the most horrendous thing. So they stole it fair and square. If Trump concentrated on getting a temporary restraining order on mailing ballots to every single person, they've mailed 3 ballots like to one each person if they had 3 different addresses. And the Secretary of State data is so bad that we always we buy data from Aristotle, like we did this time, which is a pretty good data company. I used to sell it back in the 80s and 90s. I used to, we used to augment it. Trent can talk on this. We appended with new phone numbers, because the old voter data usually has like your first phone number. So it might have your mom's phone number of the house in there, and you're 60 years old.
Yeah.
And that's what happens at the Secretary of State, because when else do you go?
They might say, "Oh, I have my daughter, but I have to give you her new number." So you're talking to Granny and you're looking for Brittany.
I know.
Sell right now.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. I checked my Secretary of State data. They think I still live at my parents' old house that we haven't had in about a decade in Chicago, Illinois.
Well, they mailed the ballot there. They mailed the ballot there for you.
Yeah.
Right.
They probably voted twice.
So if you get a ballot mailed to you automatically, that's different than if you request an absentee ballot. So if they're mailing across the board to everyone, dead people are going to get ballots. There's going to be ballots, out the wazoo.
Yeah,
And,
just here in New York, everyone got their neighbor's ballot in a few different boroughs. So you got the one for the house next door to you or a few doors down from you, and there was not enough time to actually get a new one. So if you didn't want to leave your house because of COVID in order to vote, then you couldn't vote. And so now you guys, for everyone listening, you can tell why it's so important for us to actually be able to have blockchain voting, for us to be able to use cutting edge technologies to upgrade this antiquated system that is obviously quite broken, right? And that, you know, that's not the only thing that's broken. And now we're starting to get to see more kind of uphill battles that we're being presented with, that me and Trent and Nick were talking about on text this morning. So maybe Trent, you want to talk about like the issues we're seeing federally right now and why we're going to have a lot of work to do over the next couple months.
Yeah, perfect. This is a great segue. So blockchain voting is definitely one of the bigger pieces of the puzzle. I really hope that we can get some headway on that. And I'm sure Brittany's got a big portfolio. She'll talk to us about what she's planning in Nevada and some of the other states. And we can talk about Brock and some of the goals we have for states with passing the Wyoming laws. But one of the reasons we really need to start proactively engaging legislators, and I hope that everyone on this this chat today really considers reaching out to me or Brittany. I'll put my contact in here. You can put hers. If any of you guys want to get plugged in and talk to your legislators, your local state rep or state senator or city council members even too, and we really need to start educating them on the implications of what some of these things do. So there's the G8, or I guess it was the G20, now it's the G8 or G7. They have a I can't keep track anymore, but the G7 has a financial action task force called FATFA. And FATFA convenes every year, multiple times, and their goal is to basically keep a kind of regulatory, keep on the cutting edge of regulatory framework as an intergovernmental agency body. And what they did in June was they released, and I'll put a link in here, kind of some advisory opinions and goals for 2020. And one of them was to regulate VASP, which are virtual asset service providers like Coinbase, like Poloniex, like Gemini, anything you can get on, any exchange you can get on and basically purchase Bitcoin by connecting after you do your KYC, so they know who you are, your bank account, you can transact and purchase Bitcoin with dollars or whatever currency you're using in other countries as well, as long as you're complying with those governmental regulations for that entity. So in America, we'll speak specifically to America, these regulatory proposal came out over in June 2020. We saw them kind of hint at doing it. And what it was is to make VASP implement KYC for their customers. So we already have KYC for their actual users, but their customers' customers. So KYC, know your customers' customers. And it's kind of it's really kind of sick when you think about what it does to the commerce and potential of Bitcoin, especially when cryptocurrencies are in such a tremendous upswing. But Mnuchin came out over the last couple of weeks saying he was going to do something with it. And thank God for Brittany and her works in Wyoming and everything they did, because now we have the first senator-elect, Cynthia Loomis, who is killing it. And she owns Bitcoin. Her son's a venture capitalist in the cryptocurrency space. It's going to be a tremendous boon to anything we do. But she actually tried to stop Mnuchin, and you can go on her Twitter. We'll put that in here as well. And she basically was, tweet for him up yesterday saying, "I met with him last week. Please do not implement this. This is ridiculous. We need to talk. We need to have. Don't make a regulatory rule change. Make a regulatory proposal." And fortunately, I think Loomis's comments really struck a nerve, because instead of issuing an opinion, he actually did do a regulatory change proposal. And the difference there is that instead of it just coming out in the middle of the night, hitting the industry, and us all having to adapt to it, we are now having an opportunity to give public comment. And so we need to put that link in here as well. So I'll do those 3 links as soon as I get done talking. But please, anyone on here who feels inclined to participate in this discussion, public comments are lasting until January 4th at the Treasury Department, and we really need people to be involved and talk about what this will do. and the lasting impacts. Basically, what their proposal will do is anyone who's trying to exchange from a wallet on a VAS to a private wallet where the private key or the cipher is owned by an individual or an entity, I guess. If you're trying to send more than $10,000, the value of the Bitcoin transaction or cryptocurrency transaction exceeds $10,000, you then need to basically take down that person's contact info and report that back to the VAS. So I hope that
that's gonna pass. So
I know Nick says it's gonna pass.
There's no way it's not gonna pass. It's gonna pass. It exists in banking. The only thing, I mean, we have to figure out. Of course, we want to try to stop it, but it's going to pass.
And so or Nick, maybe want to speak to this. I actually,
yeah, I said it. I said that we have to get probably get Bitcoin declared a currency if they want us to abide by, because they have us all over the place. They have us as property at the IRS, where we have to do all these line item reporting and all this crazy stuff because we're property. Then they treat us like currency, and then you have FinCEN, and so what are we? Are we a currency? Are we property? What the heck are we? You're just everyone's gonna grab a piece of us. Oh, we're banking, but we gotta get a banking license. But you know, you also gotta pay an accountant that doesn't know anything to figure out how to do every little trade. And if you go from one cryptocurrency to another, you have to pick. You know, that doesn't happen with regular. You know, there should be under, I think, currency laws. And this way, if they're gonna, because they're gonna treat it. Right now, there are laws in place that if you do a $10,000 transaction, you got to report it.
Right.
So,
100%.
I don't even have to pass it.
Right.
I don't necessarily think that the law change will be bad. I think that hitting us in the middle of the night with a law change would have been horrible. And I appreciate the regulatory proposal aspect of what's happening and kind of easing into it, because I think the information's already out there. We know that this is going to come to fruition. It's just a matter of when, and really doing it so that it has the least impact and implications on innovation, and it's not prohibitive to any of the gains that have been made in the space. I will say, too, like to that point, when regulatory clarity comes and occurs, certainly it's good for industry. And while Nick's mentioning, are we a currency? Are we property? What are we? Well, I think that this will probably help work out some of those kinks, and hopefully we'll be on the road to prosperity for a long, long time.
Absolutely. And, you know, the reason why all of us care about this so much, the reason why everyone listening should care about this so much, is because we're not trying to legislate and regulate to make it harder to do business. We're trying to make it easier to do business. When you have clear rules that allow you to innovate, it means it's very unlikely your company is going to be taken away from you all of a sudden. Right now, because of the gray areas, because of the regulatory uncertainty, that's why some people still choose to hold their blockchain businesses abroad outside of the United States. And, you know, unless you're based in Wyoming, I can't blame you. I totally get it. So we have a lot of work coming up over the next couple months, especially. Just in case you guys didn't know, I know our friends at the Blockchain Center just shared the Wyoming committee meeting schedule. We meet many times a year. We're now a select committee on blockchain, financial technology, and digital innovation technology. I'm one of the appointed civilian members of the subcommittee on personal data definitions. I specifically work on digital identity, data trust, and defining personal data in law for the committee. And we just had our last session on Wednesday and Thursday, which was absolutely mind-blowing. We're presenting laws about the regulation of autonomous vehicles and the AI that runs on them. We're working on digital identity to make it illegal for someone to steal your digital identity, and defining some of the data points that actually make it up. We have created an LLC specifically for DAOs, so our decentralized autonomous organizations can be legal, which is really exciting. We are working on personal data trust licenses. So if a third party wants to be a custodian of your personal data assets, that we could actually have standards that they would abide by, and you wouldn't, like a traditional trust, give up ownership of your assets. You would retain ownership while that entity was there to help protect your assets and help you increase and monetize them. We have been working on a bill that makes it illegal for anyone in the government to compel you to disclose your private keys, which is really exciting. They can compel you to use your keys, but they can never compel you to give up your keys, which is really exciting. That'll be the next bill that we get through for sure. And we've also written an anti-SIM swapping law, which regulates telcos and makes them abide by a higher level of privacy so that most blockchain and cryptocurrency leaders don't continually get robbed. So there's a lot of fun stuff going on in Wyoming. So I do encourage you to check out that link that was shared. You can watch all of the videos of all of our testimonies. You can read all the bills. You can keep up to date, and you can request to submit written testimony or to testify live. Right now it's just on Zoom, so it's really easy to do from anywhere. If you have particular expertise on any of those topics, you can join from your house. So I really encourage people from anywhere, even if you've never been involved in Wyoming before, to get involved. But over the next couple of months, we have a lot of big things going on. For instance, unlike Wyoming, Nevada only meets for legislative session once every 2 years, and they're meeting in February. And there's a few really awesome legislators that want to pass some blockchain laws. So we're trying to get them the best legislative drafts that we can so that they can introduce those in February, and hopefully we might be able to get something through, which is really exciting. So definitely watch this space. Definitely reach out to me whenever you'd like. If you want to testify, if you want to get involved in any type of way, and if you want to do the most light touch involvement, write to your legislator. It's really easy to find out who represents you if you don't know, and tell them how much you care about blockchain entrepreneurship and that this industry is very important to you personally, and that you hope that they would have a positive outlook on the industry and vote yes on any legislation that will help you keep your business where you live in America, right? So yeah, would love to do.
I remember during right after Ron Paul's first, not first, but the 07 race, 08 race, we helped pass his audit the Fed bill by chasing down every congressperson and yelling at them pretty much with a camera. And sounds crazy. Not yelling at them, but asking them, what association do they have with the Federal Reserve that they don't want it audited?
Right.
Is there something, do they have some motivation to hide the inner workings of the Federal Reserve? I mean, where are they sending the money? No one knows where they're sending the money, and things like that.
It's as simple as asking the question.
I wish we would have got the Senate on record, because I don't think it passed the Senate.
Yeah, that was Bernie Sanders screwed us over there.
Right.
Bernie Sanders led us to believe that we had him and someone else, and we didn't. He didn't vote on it, and then he created his own audit the Fed bill that had zero teeth, and I believe he sold out, 100% sold out.
Yeah,
and we had an incredible opportunity to actually audit the Fed and see what they're doing, especially now they got all this extra.
I heard Warren actually had
lithograms with notables on there.
Yeah, I heard that Elizabeth Warren was a big part of gutting it too. I heard, but also Brittany, we're waiting on final answer, but we should be working with Alaska, Idaho. I know you're in Texas right now. It's exciting because we know a lot of legislators there, and New Mexico, Nevada. And we're looking at a few other states to really proactively implement the things that Brittany and Tyler were able to accomplish in 2018 and beyond, looking at blockchain voting. So we've got an ambitious set of days ahead of us. A lot of these legislators convene for the first time in early January, and some are biannual, so they will only meet for a few months. With COVID going on, it's certainly going to be very ambitious task to get blockchain legislation passed, but we're going to work our what's off to do it. And most importantly, we're going to educate people and hopefully bring a consensus, pun intended, of like-minded people to the table to figure out how to make the world better. And Brittany, just correct me if I'm wrong, but you guys passed every bill in Wyoming unanimously, isn't that correct?
Yeah, there were only a couple that had a few abstain votes. We didn't really get anyone voting against us. People would abstain if they didn't fully feel they understood the technology well enough. But almost every bill was passed unanimously, which was mind-blowing. That has never happened in any legislative initiative, really, ever.
That's amazing. And that's just a testament to what we're doing. And once people do understand it, the power of this technology. So thank you guys so much for having me. I'm going to put my email and those links I promised in the chat. And yeah, thank you guys for having me.
I think everyone has to realize that when there's a pro Bitcoin, pro crypto candidate, you have to support them in any way you deem possible or can possibly support them, because they're pushing the agenda forward, and especially if they can explain it in the right way. Don't just give crypto to anybody who, they just say crypto because they think they're going to raise a lot of money, because they're going to do that to you also. You have to be able to discern whether this is an actual crypto person or not, and if they're the type of person that you would want representing and their voice to become a bully pulpit for crypto. So you have to help these people so they can not screw everything up, and give them money, and we can push this forward, because money is the only thing that talks on the Hill. The other politicians will follow suit right away if they see money's in it. We raised a bunch of money with money bombs, 4.3 on November 5th, 2007, and 6 million on December 6th, the anniversary of the Tea Party, which actually launched a Tea Party movement, which got taken over by some other crowd. But what happened was everyone, for the first time, started asking Ron Paul, how do you do that? How do you do it? How do you raise so much money without even having any fundraiser or anything? Why did everyone just send you money on a designated day? I mean, how do you do it? And he said, well, that's the first time these guys actually talked to me. Most of them didn't talk to me at all, because I wouldn't vote for anything that they had anyway. So he said, well, it's not me, it's the message. It's the message. So when you hear a candidate speaking your language, giving you the message, you have to support him. I know that you're hodling, but you're going to have 100% of nothing, and you're going to hodl into a hole if they outlaw everything. If they outlaw the crypto, and the reason why this crypto is going up is because it's getting adopted in the mainstream. And we know that if they outlawed, you can still use it, but there's going to be only very few people that are going to still use it, and all these big outfits are going to stop using it. And that's why you have to support candidates, especially Brock, where he ran for president. He's probably, I don't want to say that he's probably going to run again, because that was his exploratory campaign. That was his exploratory committee. Most people have an exploratory committee with a bunch of people telling them what to, how they should hire them so they can, buy their services and stuff. But Brock is much smarter than that. So he threw an exploratory campaign for 3 months to figure out, what it's all like. And I think we made a big headway, especially, right now, you have this big Biden versus Trump stuff, but we realized many things. And I think when you have a candidate, you have to, even if you think, the guy has a whole bunch of money, why should I send him money? You have to send the money because the politicians want to see that money. Once that money shows up, they're going to think that they can get that money. So they're going to start pontificating and preaching positively on crypto, the way they all became libertarians after the money bomb. Before the money bomb, they were not libertarians. So it's the same thing here. We have to support our candidates, and we have to support the candidates that know their stuff. And we know that they're going to actually follow through, and they're not just trying to swipe everyone's Bitcoin. So the other candidates are going to try to, if they don't know anything about Bitcoin, they're going to try to use the word Bitcoin to be able to raise money. But we know the difference. So keep your eyes open and be ready to make your Bitcoin worth more by sending it to the right politician. Because when that number goes up, when the donations go up, other politicians take notice, and then they're going to say, oh, crypto's great. And we wouldn't have all this crap over here with everyone coming after us. That's all I got to say. Sorry. I jumped in on this.
Yeah, I think we got like, we're over time a little bit, but I do want to take an opportunity. Trent and Brittany, where everybody knows Nick, where we can find Nick. It's Nick Spanos on Twitter, right? You can always follow Nick. But Trent and Brittany, where are we going to take action? Where am I following you, Trent? Where can I keep up to date? What's your call to action item for us? And Brittany, right after that, if you wouldn't mind.
I put my email in there, Trent@Accelerate2020. You guys can reach me 24/7.
Accelerate, how do you spell that?
Alpha Charlie Charlie Echo Lima Echo Victor Alpha Tango Echo 2020.com. But it's on there. Shoot me an email. I'd love to plug you in. I don't do much of the NSA identity theft and data theft stuff. Brittany can tell you all about that. I try to stay off the inner tube as much as possible. But if you guys do need to reach me, please go ahead and shoot me an email. I'd love to converse, plug you in. And also the Blockchain Center. I talk to Spanos almost daily, so we'd love to help if any of you guys have a need for anything. And I'm based out of Austin. I live out of a suitcase, so I'm always traveling. I'm at the Greenbrier Hotel here in West Virginia right now. About to check out the Washington, D.C. bunker built for continuity of government and find my bed in case shit hits the fan. But please reach out, and we'd love to, empower you guys and help anyone who's on a path to help us change the laws and make the world a better place.
Absolutely. I hear. And so I pasted my email and also the website for our blockchain committee in Wyoming Congress. Like, definitely check that out. Even if you don't normally geek out on law, it's really cool to actually watch legislators that know as much about blockchain as the people who build blockchain companies. It's so cool. But yeah, Brittany.Kaiser@digitalasset.org. If you're on social media, or as Trent calls it, NSA, data collection platforms, I'm at Own Your Data or at Own Your Data Now on everything. So you will be able to find me. And feel free to reach out anytime. Always happy to help or help you get involved in some of this stuff if you have the interest. So the more the merrier, all hands on deck. See you out there.
And guys, before Brock gets on, I was there. He was the first presidential candidate to receive a vote on the blockchain using the vote system from Utah. Brittany was there too, I believe, and he can talk more about the importance of that and what it means and the implications. But
Brock for president.
Yeah, Brock president, and he can get y'all plugged into all of this too. And Brock.vote for him and his website if you have any questions about policy or how you can get involved.
All right, guys, take care.
Yeah, I want to thank you guys for coming on short notice. It was awesome. Different perspective for sure from my world, and I think it's really important what everybody's doing here. I'll say that time and time again. God bless you all for doing that, and thankfully it's you guys and not me. I would definitely I'd be in up the creek without a paddle, so to say. So I appreciate it. Thank you guys so much for coming on. Nick, appreciate you hopping in here too. I know you got a lot of experience in this, so thank you for the insight.
God bless, guys. Merry Christmas.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, and up next right now we got Chris Rice and Brock Pierce. Brock is the same gentleman we were speaking about earlier, presidential candidate. Ran across the U.S. Amazing campaign, amazing people. Chris Rice, I've met many a time. It's been a little bit since I talked to him last, but I watched him yesterday, and always some fireworks going on with these two. They're phenomenal people. They got phenomenal mission and message, and we're very fortunate to have them here on the Blockchain Center. Brock and Chris, thank you so much. I mean, there's so much to talk about with you two and all the credentials. Brock especially, it's always a pleasure. And I'm going to leave you two to it, but thank you so much for appearing. And it's always a pleasure on our end, and it's great to hear your insights, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. I appreciate that introduction, man. Thank you. And it's going to be an interesting conversation here with Mr. Brock Pearson. We just got to follow Adam Manka, Nick Spanos, Trent Poole, and Brittany Kaiser. And Brittany's actually Brock's campaign manager, which is something we'll get into. My name is Chris Rice. For anybody who's unfamiliar with me, I'm the host of Rice TVX, formerly Rice Crypto. And today I am joined by the one and only Mr. Brock Pierce. Some of you might know Brock Pierce. I'm pretty sure if you're involved in cryptocurrency, you do. But in case you don't, he's been involved in the entertainment industry in movies and video games, virtual currencies and video games, and collecting virtual assets. He's been involved in the first ICO with Mastercoin, the first stable coin with USDT, and one of the first big crypto exchanges, Mt. Gox, also EOS. What's going on, Brock? How are you doing today?
I guess, well, happy holidays is what's going on. 2020 is about over. And so I'm grateful to be here and excited by the prospects of 2021. There is light at the end of this tunnel. We're almost through this year.
That is an excellent way to start things off, I will definitely say. One, I appreciate your time, and I want to thank the Blockchain Center. This is the Hack the Holidays Hackathon, and it will be going on this evening as well as tomorrow, and you can watch on the YouTube channel for Blockchain Center. Also want to thank Nick Spanos and Anna Ginsberg as well, and everyone involved at the center that make everything possible. So, Brock, we've got a lot to talk about. Where do you want to start? Do you want to talk about your presidential run and kind of get into some blockchain voting? Is there something in particular that's kind of hitting on you that you want to talk about?
That sounds like a great place to start.
Okay. So for anybody who's unfamiliar, I did do an interview with Brock a couple months ago on my channel, and I would definitely encourage people to check that out. But how did everything ended up going on your end from your perspective? I know you kind of entered the race late, and as Nick was kind of talking earlier, this was kind of almost an experiment for you to kind of get your feet wet to kind of see how this whole system works. So I'd like to hear it from you directly.
Well, I think that how Nick described things is accurate. And so I entered the race on July 4th, an auspicious day for an independent candidate. And this was an experimental run. This was a trial run. And I'd say that I guess the test run is complete. I've passed the first test. And this is not a minor thing. When you run for president of the United States, you are stepping into the ultimate ring of fire. You know, the arena of all arenas, the Coliseum of all Coliseums. And there are no assurances that you're going to come out the other side intact. You may lose everything you have. You may lose your liberty. You may lose your life. It is a high stakes game. And I came out the other side not only unscathed, but cleansed and better than I entered, which you don't know what's going to happen when you make this sort of move. But for me, it was an opportunity to understand the nature of the system. There's very few people in the world that understand how to run for president. And that, I guess, applies to any major office. I understand all the things that one would need to know to be able to do such a thing. And so basic training is complete. And what that means is I'm also a plug and play politician. At this point, all my paperwork, which is no minor thing, is completed. All my filings, all my financial stuff, all the things which is not trivial is ready. I could effectively go run for any office I wanted tomorrow. I could run for mayor of New York City, and I've already done all the sort of like legwork necessary to get to that point.
And well, you got an incredibly great team behind you as well. I mean, Brittany Kaiser and Nick Spanos. I know Nick has worked with Ron Paul, and I'm a huge fan of Dr. Ron Paul. Shout out to Dr. Ron Paul and all that he has done to help wake up and educate people. So I know when we talked that you weren't really sure how everything was going to go with the presidential race. And now here we are today. And, you know, normally we have an election day. That turned into election week, election month, and now we're at this really weird stalemate between political parties. What are your thoughts on how everything has turned out as far as the popular vote and all the stuff going on regards with Trump and Biden kind of headbutting the Supreme Court stuff. And then I'd like to talk about the importance of blockchain voting.
Well, it's things have actually gone somewhat similar to what I had predicted back in May and June, and certainly once I entered the race. And I did put forward a very unlikely set of circumstances that would have created a path into the presidency for myself, potentially. Again, very unlikely, but understanding the nature of the rules of our election process. I said, did you know that you don't have to win the election to become president? And this is talking to major political experts. They're like, what? What are you talking about? I go, well, in the year 1800, Thomas Jefferson and Aaron Burr tied, meaning that no one got a majority of the Electoral College vote. Also in 1824, 4 people got Electoral College votes, meaning that no one got to a majority. And what happens when that happens? The House of Representatives under the 12th Amendment chooses the president. And I said, it's possible in this election cycle that we might find ourselves there again. And when they have to pick the president, they pick the president from the top 3 candidates. And we got very, very close. I mean, I guess it's still conceivably possible that it could happen now, but we got very close to that very unlikely scenario happening. I mean, something that hasn't happened in nearly 200 years. And so that was the unlikely event that I predicted as a potential possibility. I said that this is not going to likely result in a very clear election result. And wow, I was close. And I was the only person in the world publicly talking about this and informing many of our elected officials and others that are in the political game, stating this very unusual event that hasn't happened in the US in nearly 200 years.
Yeah, and that is definitely an education for people who are unaware of that. And when you think about what's going on, what I'm curious about, when you had kind of thought about this in the past and brought this up before today, were you looking at the divide in our country as far as people who are supportive of the Democrats and supportive of the Republicans, or were you thinking more of the integrity of our voting system?
Well, I mean, it's all the things. It wasn't one thing that motivated me to run in terms of specifics, but it's one macro thing.
Okay.
And that is a deep concern about our collective future and watching the polarization happening in our country. And this is before Biden and Trump. This has been happening for a little while now, and where the left is, swinging further left, the right swinging further right. And it's possible that we're going to continue on this path, which is that the populist right and the populist left are going to dominate our election cycles, alienating a majority of us as Americans, those that are moderate and in the middle, that are live and let live and willing to make compromises to find a collective path forward, knowing that unity is the answer for our future. We're not trying to eliminate one side or the other, but that's what's happening in politics. A vocal minority are dictating the future for all of us by being very threatening. They're the minority. We are the majority. Those of us willing to find a path forward together, even if we disagree on issues. Most of us are like, okay, we don't have to agree on everything, but because we're not the most vocal, because we're not the most passionate, many of us are not showing up in the primaries, and therefore the most passionate, the most vocal, the minority view is determining the candidates in the primaries. And then we're left with the circumstances that we have, which is why it's so important as Americans to recognize how incredible a privilege it is that we have this right to vote. And it's important that we vote for what we believe in, that we show up. Because if we don't show up, the future is going to happen to us, but without us having a say in it. The future is going to happen to you, or it's going to happen with you. And it is imperative that we participate in the process. The electing of our government, choosing those that govern over us, is so important. And so many people are not showing up in the presidential elections because they don't feel their vote or their voice counts or matters. And I assure you that it does. And not just in the presidential elections. This is even more important in your local elections. You're electing of your local city councils. There's 10% of the voting base is participating in those elections, it is so important that you participate in creating the future that you wish for. And so I just wish as Americans that more of us took this very sacred right, this privilege that we have, seriously. And I hope that through my running for office and saying these things, that I am encouraging you to participate. Now, another thing that you mentioned is the integrity of our electoral process. That's been called into question. Many Americans are questioning whether it is the system is operating with integrity. And if enough of us demand it, it will. This is again why it's important that we show up and make our voices heard, because it can. And thanks to technology, this can happen a lot faster. Blockchain or whatever technology solution it is, and there's more than one that could conceivably do this. We can bank from our mobile phones. We should be able to vote from our mobile phones, and we should be able to do it in such a fashion that we know that the integrity of the process is certain. And if something bad were to happen, that we can identify it. Technology does allow for that.
I totally agree. And when you mentioned what you said about the lack of people voting in different districts and just voting in general, when you see things like on the mainstream news with what's going on with the potential voter fraud and all that, that definitely causes more of a disdain for people who are already kind of on the fence about, does it matter if I even vote? So where do you think that blockchain voting will actually help, or something as far as a different technology will help with the integrity of our system? And do you agree that that is something that is much needed in today's day and age?
Absolutely. Technology is the answer. But, those that don't want integrity in the system, those that don't want accessibility in the system, those that don't want you to participate, those same people that are trying to convince you that your vote doesn't matter, that your voice doesn't matter, because they're trying to discourage you from participating because they know that your participation could lead to their losing of control. Do not let anyone convince you otherwise. This country was founded upon this privilege, these sacred rights, and they are real, and we control what happens, we the people. Let us not forget that. Technology is the answer, because it can help us identify whatever problem, because we're using technology. If there's a problem with the system, we are able to, diagnose where the problem happened, what happened, who did it, what are the wrong votes. We can't do that with a paper ballot, but they're going to try and convince us that, oh, no, that technology bad, technology not secure. We can build technological solutions that work. If we can do that with things like Bitcoin, if we can do that with things like digital dollars, if we can do that with our voting. There's no question about it in my mind. There are multiple solutions to that problem. I know this. And the other benefit that it provides, and this is the part that's really scary for a lot of people, is once you can vote from your phone, it becomes easy for us to participate in this process. Many people will raise the concerns, well, yeah, if you make it too easy, then people that aren't informed will be voting. I beg to differ. I think once we make it easier, what we've done is we've brought more people into the system. And once people start to participate, they're more likely to take the time to become informed. And as we become more informed as a population, as participants in the process, I believe that will lead to better decisions, and the right people ending up in office and elected offices. I believe that we will build a government of, for, and by the people. And so that is my firm belief. Technology, I'm certain about. And then in terms of driving accessibility, I believe inclusion and bringing more people into the fray, participating in the process, will lead to more informed voters, not less informed voters. That part is debatable, but I'm strongly on the side of let's get us all involved.
And I can agree with that. And I do like your perspective when it comes to that. And you did get to experience actually casting a vote on the blockchain in Wyoming. Can you tell us a little bit about that experience and process?
Well, it was one of the, I guess the great privileges that came out of this. And it was in Utah.
Okay, Utah, excuse me. I'm sorry.
We got to make history. The first vote ever cast in a general presidential election using the blockchain technology was cast, and it could have been a vote for anyone. And as it happens, that first vote was cast for me and my vice presidential running mate, Carla Ballard. And forever in history, we will be the first people to have received a vote utilizing this technology. And it's like one of those, like, you look back in life and you're like, 20 years from now, it's like, wow, we got to be that. And another cool aspect of it is this was the first vote cast in the state of Utah. So for a little while, about 12 hours, I had more votes than every other candidate combined. So I was winning the state by a long shot, with all of one vote, mind you, but it still makes for a good story.
No, it definitely does. It definitely does. And hopefully people out there watching are laughing. It made me laugh. What's really cool about this, though, too, is as far as the blockchain voting, I know Nick Spanos has several patents for blockchain voting, including patents that uses paper ballots and then logs them into a blockchain. Have you seen or experienced Mr. Spanos' any of his different blockchain voting softwares or patents?
Yeah, so Nick was on the campaign and we talked constantly. And I think that what the problems that he's trying to solve are spot on, which is really record keeping, right? Record keeping. And there's many aspects of where technology has a role to play in our electoral process. But certainly having clear records, pieces of paper, as we know with, call it the Internet of Information, when you can copy paste, when you can duplicate things, then you really need to have strong auditing at the ballot, in the ballots, and making sure that people are not, turning in 50 votes themselves. And I mean, there's a host of issues that, again, technology can solve for all of these things if we implement the right solutions. And there's more than one. This isn't like some holy grail type of issue. The technologies to do this already exist. We just need the right non-biased organizations, which is a big problem as well. Like when we look at the presidential debates, the debate commission is run by a Republican and a Democrat. We shouldn't be allowing the two political parties to control the presidential debates. I mean, that's ripe for problems. We should have a party that doesn't have a biased view from controlling that system, and it should be more transparent. It should be fair. And these are the things that I believe our country was founded upon. And so the system is rigged. I can actually summarize in one stat, because I could talk to you for hours about how the system is rigged against independent or third-party candidates. But this stat, I think, summarizes it really well. To run for president of the United States as a Democrat or a Republican, you need 25,000 petitions or signatures. As an independent candidate, you need 700,000.
Wow.
And by the way, that bar after every election keeps getting higher and higher. This is an area where the two major parties work together and are in alignment, which is let's only allow the American people to choose between red and blue. Let's not give them any other choices, and let's make it harder and harder for anyone to present an alternative from us. And that happens. I can give you another quick fact and figure which illustrates it in the case of New York.
Okay.
So in New York, to be on the ballot, you needed 15,000 petitions or signatures. And in April, in the midst of COVID hitting New York harder than anywhere in the world, what did they do? Did they decide to, well, since you can't collect signatures because of COVID, maybe we'll test electronic signatures? That kind of makes sense. Maybe we'll just lower it to 1,500 instead of 15,000. Or maybe let's do nothing at all. But what did they do? In April, they increased the number to 45,000 to ensure that anyone over those 4 years that was working on getting on the ballot would fail, that they wouldn't be able to reach the numbers necessary. And it gets worse. They also said for third parties that had already done the work in past elections, that have what's called ballot access, they can nominate someone. They said to the third parties, if you nominate anyone and put anyone on the ballot and you don't get at least 2% of the vote in this election cycle, your party is going to be disbanded forever. Basically telling them no one can go on the ballot. So our democratic freedoms, our electoral process is fully under threat. This is not, was the election, stolen or anything. I'm giving you stuff that is, facts. You can't debate that. This is black and white stuff.
It's definitely rigged. I would agree that it's rigged. And I mean, I would say just I'm 45, and in my time, I think the only third party candidate I think that ever made an impact was Ross Perot, and that was because of the amount of money he had. It was kind of hard for him not to be heard. But I've interviewed Adam Kokesh, who was running as a presidential candidate with the Libertarian Party. I was going to interview Joe Jorgensen, but again, I mean, even them, the Libertarian Party is still having, like you're saying, the same problems. But I've not heard what you've explained to me in this little conversation explained at all by any Libertarian candidate, whether running for president, Senate, Congress, or whatever it is. So this is actually new to me. And it's very quite alarming. I know that it's rigged, but I didn't know how rigged it was. I didn't know the different things they were doing, like raising the bar every year, and what they did in April. That seems very, very, very unfair to third party candidates. But
well, Ross Perot, you bring up Ross Perot. Ross Perot was the last third party candidate to participate in the presidential debates in 1992. Mm-hmm. It was the League of Women Voters that ran the debates back then. And because Ross Perot was allowed to participate in the debates, they stripped the women, the League of Women Voters, from being able to manage the debates. And they created a new debate commission run by the Democrats and the Republicans to make sure that a Ross Perot type was never able to get on that stage again. I mean, I can just go through story after story after story. And this is one of the benefits of someone like me running for office. I've been in the belly of the beast, right? I've gone in to see the working mechanics, the machinery. And I'm a gamer. You can't build a game, you can't build a system that I can't figure out some way to navigate it unless you make it impossible. It's not impossible. It's just improbable. They made it very, very difficult, and they continue to make it more difficult. But there's enough guys like me and enough amazing women like me that we can find a way. And I believe that change is coming. I am, we go through this. There's different groups from the independent movement, third party movements that have carried the torch for generation after generation. And those of us in our 40s and 50s or 30s right now, we're that next generation of torch bearers that are going to continue to put up, fight the good fight to make sure as Americans that we continue to have more choice. And as you mentioned, people like Ron Paul maybe didn't get elected, but that process and that platform allowed him to bring important topics and policies to the forefront of the conversation. Not everything is about winning. The process of running also can deliver and enable very good things. My campaign had a very strong platform on cannabis, and a lot of the things that I was talking about are now being implemented. And so, we'll never know how much what I did played a part in it, but we know that anytime we can move the conversation forward, good things can potentially come of it. And so I've committed my life to service. I'm going to continue to be supporting our political process as Americans, to continue to fight for we the people, and I'm committed to doing that for the next few decades.
That's beautiful, man. Well said. And I always got to say, you always impress me with when you talk. I mean, you do say some very inspiring things, and you've also really impressed me with just the fact that you've been educating yourself about how this system truly works, to understand all these intricacies so that you can figure out how to gamify this and conquer it. I love it, man. I'd also like to get your kind of your experience when you were testifying in regards to legislature on banking and blockchain. Was that in Utah as well, or was that Wyoming?
Well, so I've been spending time with state legislators in Wyoming, Colorado, Utah, Idaho, and Alaska as part of this political process. Now Nevada, and I'm having conversations everywhere. One of the things that came out of my running for office is it's opened up a lot of doors for me with government officials that are like, oh, you're interested in service, you're interested in the future of this country, you care. I mean, these are things that anybody that watched my campaign believes that it was authentic, even though cliche in some ways. People would be like, well, why are you running? And I said, I can summarize it in one word: love. Love for this country, love for the American people, hoping, and willing to work to build a better, brighter future for all of us. It sounds very cliche, but every person that I've interacted with can feel the authenticity of it. This is not something you do for publicity. There's a lot of ways to get publicity that are far less risky than stepping into the ultimate ring of fire. And it's like, okay, well, clearly you care. And you have a background in technology. Oh, you have a background in innovation. Oh, you have a background in currency, and understand how this could impact our future as a country. And so it's opened up a lot of doors for me to have conversations with others in our government on both sides of the aisle who do care. Our government is filled with a lot of good people. It's not all bad. The system itself is what's broken. It's not necessarily the people. I think good things are going to come of it. And there's definitely, to summarize why they're so interested, is the world is changing, and it's changing rapidly. A lot of it due to technology, and technology is neither good or bad, right? It's a tool. How we use it will determine the impact it has. And so places like Wyoming, the reason why they've become the leading state in the country when it comes to innovation, blockchain, banking, is because that's an economy that lived off of, coal principally and natural gas. And they know the writing is on the wall. Their primary source of income is going to go away. And they're like, well, we better do something new. And they've chosen boldly, bravely, and I think wisely, that innovation is the answer. And by creating legislation, by passing 19 laws, companies like Cardano and Kraken have moved there in part, potentially in full. And these are two of the leading financial services startups in the world, mega unicorns, and growing rapidly, as well as thousands, maybe 10,000 new companies have incorporated in Wyoming, innovative companies, in the last year alone. And when you start to show these facts and figures to other state legislators that are facing similar problems, that have the same dilemma on their hands, they're like, yeah, innovation, sign me up, because we're going to need new industries. We're living through the fourth industrial revolution, and there will be winners and there will be losers. And it will be determined by how we embrace that innovation. Do we nurture it? Do we bring it here? I mean, look at, Goldman Sachs, Deutsche Bank have announced that they might be moving a substantial part of their business out of New York to places like Florida. Oracle talking about leaving California. Elon Musk moving to Texas. States are going to have to start to compete. And it's how do you nurture, these people that are, the titans of industry, the people that are bringing change and creating all the new jobs in the future. You have to start to actually treat these people fairly, ideally with some respect, and take the time to understand what they need, because these are the people that are creating our future jobs, our future sources of revenue, the industry that is ultimately going to determine the fate of our country. And those that have been the most well off historically are the ones that are doing the poorest jobs, because they're acting from a place of entitlement. They're like, yeah, we're New York, we're California. We can just tax you and tell you what to do, and we don't have to listen to you. We're going to tell you how it is because we're the boss. And states like Wyoming and Texas and otherwise are like, actually, what can we do to help you? What can we do to bring you to our state? How can we be of service? We'd like those jobs. And so you're starting to see the great exodus. These things are changing. And as the world changes, we're going to have to adapt with it. And we're seeing that, fortunately, within the country, because some of those same problems that we're seeing in New York and California, we see at a federal level as well. And fortunately, these small states, the Davids, versus the Goliaths, are actually leading the way. They're paving a path, which I think will ultimately lead to a brighter future for this country. And I'm so grateful to see the work that they're doing. The fact that they're listening.
It is a beautiful thing. And you mentioned the fourth revolution and change. We're at a really pivotal point in history, where we're seeing economically, we're seeing a lot of turmoil. We're seeing a potential collapse of our entire system. We're seeing Bitcoin hitting all-time highs. Where do you see the importance of the technologies like cryptocurrency and blockchain when it comes to changing the aspect of fiat currencies and things to that effect?
Yeah, so we're at a time in human history. Obviously, we don't have the benefit of hindsight, but as far as I can tell, this is like the most pivotal moment in human history. We face multiple very real existential threats, you know, environmentally, politically, racially, you know, conflicts with foreign nations because weapons and things. Clearly, where my background and where I'm best suited to speak to the issues is in the area of monetary policy and, you know, our economic systems. And I would make the argument, and again, I'm biased, when you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail, that I think the fate of humanity is going to be determined by our monetary policies, by our financial systems. And I think that we're in trouble. And one of the areas that I wish to be of service, you know, to our country is how do we navigate this very challenging road ahead? You know, one of the things that I started or co-founded back in 2013, 14 officially, was Tether. We digitized the US dollar. I said, we can use blockchain technology for central government currencies. We can do this for the US dollar. Let's build this as a proof of concept. It'll have a lot of utility in the industry. At the time, everybody thought it was crazy because back then everyone's like, we're not a fan of fiat. Why would we want digital fiat? Why would we want blockchain-based fiat? I'm like, well, I'll show you why. You're going to need it for a lot of reasons. But it's also going to show the rest of the world how technology has a role to play in our monetary system. That US digital dollar that Tether created, it's doing, you know, $100 billion in transactional volume yesterday. That's $40 trillion a year in terms of run rate in transactional volume. Yeah, 40 trillion. These are big numbers. Mm-hmm. Governments around the world have recognized how technology can be used, and you have a number of governments and central banks looking at this now. China obviously is years ahead of the rest of the world with their new Chinese digital yuan. And again, technology is neither good or bad. How we use it will determine the impact it has. Obviously, the Chinese version is not in support of, call it, liberty and privacy. And the US is ultimately going to have to do the same thing as well. I think everybody that is, at least from the crypto world, understands where my views are, that I believe that privacy matters. I believe that liberty matters, and that I would be in support of a US digital dollar being created that, you know, continues to preserve and protect our very important freedoms and liberties that we have as Americans. But it can be designed either way. And I hope that by my running for office, by talking about these things, pointing out the importance of these things, that we can architect that system in a way that protects these incredibly important freedoms and liberties that we have as Americans, that we don't divert away from the founding fathers' intentions for our future.
I would completely agree with that, and I definitely believe in the idea of a digital dollar. What I would kind of quickly like to ask is how you would feel if that was implemented in a way that they were trying to get rid of the physical, the paper money, the actual fiat money, and just completely go 100% digital, where we completely lose that privacy.
Well, it doesn't mean that we do lose that privacy. I believe that's what's going to happen. We will eventually leave paper money behind. I don't think that's going to happen quickly, and I'm not an advocate or a supporter of that happening quickly. But depending upon how we design that digital dollar, it can still have the privacy and anonymity. Now, the question is, how do we design that system? Is it a system that preserves and protects the liberties that we have, that we were intended to have? Or is it more along the lines of what China has developed that strips or takes those things away from us? And I will continue and always be an advocate for the rights that we have. I want us to have more rights, not less. I am an advocate of freedom. I believe that that is what America represents. It's clearly becoming less and less, but we still are that bright shining light in the world. We still are the symbol of freedom. We still are the symbol of liberty. And I believe if enough of us continue to get involved in running for political offices, and if enough of us remember the sacred right we have to vote, and we elect the right people into office, we will always have that. Which again is why it's so important that we participate. The Treasury Department just put out some new rules yesterday, which are stripping us away of those privacies. They are hamstringing us in terms of our competitiveness in the world. You know, we're living through the fourth industrial revolution. Right now, we need the top innovators in the world building things here. This action is going to push entrepreneurs and innovation away from America at a time where we desperately need more of it here. I think it's bad policy. I'm not happy about it. I hope that, whatever administration, and I hope that the filings that, people like Perry Ann Boring and the Digital Chamber of Commerce and others are going to be submitting in terms of comments, we make our voices heard. I think that this policy is bad for America, bad for our future, bad for our liberties. And in the end, it's causing great harm to the United States and our collective future.
I completely agree. And we talked about this a little bit yesterday. I was with Joel Telpner and Carol Van Cleef, and we touched on this as far as, because it was really hitting the news circuit. And it is very alarming when you think of the fact that they're wanting to identify non-custodial wallets in whatever format, whether going into an exchange or such.
By the way, it shows a lack of understanding of what the technology is, right? All you're doing is you're not going to get what you're asking for. What you're doing is you're telling entrepreneurs it's not safe to do business or to build here. And as Americans that, you probably shouldn't own Bitcoin. Unfortunately, America isn't in charge. Maybe that's not unfortunate, but America's not in charge. We don't get to dictate anymore what is going to happen. We used to have that ability 50 years ago. We don't have it today. We have to realize that we share one planet. And what we need to do, back in the same way that Wyoming is competing, is we need to be nurturing innovation. We have to be encouraging innovation here. We want the leading technologies in the world that are going to be changing the world coming from here. We want the leading companies and organizations and innovators and engineers working and building here. If there's going to be a major wealth transfer in the world, we want that wealth transfer staying here. Why are we trying to push it away? Why do we want everyone else to be the biggest beneficiaries of this change? I want America to be a major beneficiary. I want America to be the biggest beneficiary of these changes. And that is a big part of why I'm showing up to do this work right now.
Well, is this an American thing, or is this a G7 thing? Is this a coordinated effort amongst like some of the most powerful nations that are trying to implement this in all their different countries? And not just here in the United
yes,
States?
there's obviously many people that have a seat at the table that are encouraging this. But this is, and I don't want to point fingers, and I didn't run a negative campaign, but this is, a Treasury Department that is on their way out the door, trying to probably do some last minute favors that they'll be able to cash in later. It's not thoughtful. It doesn't show a keen understanding of the technology at all. And it's ultimately harmful to the United States. The only people that benefit from this is the incumbent financial system. This is doing favors for the big banks, at a time where, they're just trying to protect what they have. But the government's job is, to think about our collective future and not just to be beholden to, call it the legacy incumbent system. Technology is going to change the financial system. Why is that US digital dollar so successful? Because you can send it 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, efficiently, cost effectively, and securely. You can't do that with banks today. It wouldn't be doing 40 trillion a year. We've built a better system. We've built new infrastructure. The legacy financial system is like coal and natural gas. We've built a better, faster, cheaper, more secure system. And that system, however it ends up evolving, whether it be Bitcoin, digital dollars, digital gold, whatever it is, that is yet to be seen. But there's no question that this type of technology is going to drive efficiency that makes it the future. Why would you want to cut the future off? This is, again, that fourth industrial revolution. We need to be a participant in it. This is the future. You're not going to prevent change. Change is coming. The question is, how do we respond to it? How do we adapt to it? And are we a beneficiary of it?
Right. And I mean, I've heard so much talk about legislation where they're saying they're not trying to stifle the technologies. They're just trying to regulate the technologies. But it seems like what they're doing, in fact, is just stifling the technologies. And like you said, preventing companies and businesses from wanting to actually operate in the United States because of all the unclearness on the regulations, on all the strictness and all the different things that they're trying to do. And it seems like it's literally just so they can have a more form of control. And they're not even thinking about the longer term picture or even the future of our country. They're just thinking about the current moment.
Yeah, when you're a hammer, everything again looks like a nail. There's not the visionary thinking. There's not visionary leadership in these conversations. People that are making these decisions are not adequately informed. And they're making decisions that are going to have a major impact on our future. And they're doing it half blind.
I would agree. I would agree 100%. And one thing I do want to ask you, and then I want to kind of open it up for you to talk about whatever you want. I'd like to kind of get your feelings on why you feel like decentralized blockchains and cryptocurrencies and technologies are so important in today's day and age, as opposed to what we've been dealing with the centralized systems.
Well, I mean, it's back to a philosophical view, and one that has a political perspective in the United States. I believe in more power to the states, more power to the cities, less centralized power in DC. I want those people that have to live with the decisions they make to be making those decisions, people that walk or drive on those roads. You know, I think that distributed authority is better for this country and humanity ultimately. You know, this is a philosophical view. And it's not just a political view, it has to come from technology and otherwise. You know, what does a distributed system ultimately provide? It gets rid of central points of failure, meaning that we become, whether it be as a society or as a technology, we become more resilient. I think resiliency is a good thing, you know, wherever it is. We want resilient systems. You know, we've got natural disasters, we've got, you know, military potential conflicts, we've got all sorts of things. I want a more resilient system. I don't want an energy grid where one person can push a button and the power goes off, because that same capability can be misused by those that wish to harm us. So let's build resilient systems that can withstand attacks.
Well said.
It's a basic philosophical thing, and it makes a lot of sense. I want resilient energy grids. I want a resilient financial grid. I want a resilient system of governance. I want resiliency in our world at a time where we face very real threats. And that's effectively what this is, societally, technologically, in all ways.
I totally agree. And for anybody who's unfamiliar with what truly distributed ledger technology is, how would you explain that to somebody who's unfamiliar?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of ways, and I'll try to summarize it in the simplest way possible. You know, a DLT or a blockchain is just a slow, dumb, expensive database. And then you're like, but why would anyone want that? That didn't sell it very well. Well, it has a few characteristics or attributes that makes it incredibly unique, something world-changing, and that is that it's very resilient, that it's super secure, that information can't be any two places at once. You can't copy or paste it, which is why you can have a Bitcoin and people can't copy your Bitcoins where they can with a music video, a song, or a picture, or a piece of you know, language, words, whatever. So information can't be any two places at once. It's also immutable, meaning that you can't edit what has happened. History, or his story, has been historically written by the victors, meaning what we believe to be the past is probably not truth.
Oh my God.
And so this system allows what has happened to be recorded in such a way that no one has the power or the authority to edit reality. This, I believe, is the system of technology that is going to create an age of enlightenment, or an age of truth, where our actions and those things that have happened will be written into a ledger that is what it is. And that's going to present all sorts of challenges for us. I mean, as humanity, we're seeing it where, you know, our lives are becoming more and more public in pictures and social. And when we make mistakes, you know, we get attacked, and there's cancel cultures, and we're going to have to, as a humanity, you know, as a society, we're going to have to eventually progress past that and get to the point where we realize that everyone makes mistakes. And we're going to have to learn to have compassion and to forgive, because what's going to happen as we enter this age of truth is that, you know, everything that we do is eventually going to be known in some form or fashion, but hopefully with a sufficient amount of privacy. You know, and these are the things that we're co-creating, which is why it's so important that we get involved, not just in our voting, but also in our voting for the systems that we use, those things that we adopt. Remember, every time you transact, every time you pull out your wallet, every time you watch the news, every time you log into a website, whatever it is that you're doing, an app, whomever you spend time with, you are giving power to something. And it's important that we are conscious and that we are aware of those things that we choose to empower. Because if we choose to empower the right things based upon the values that align with those things that we believe in, we will co-create a bright future for all of us. If we allow ourselves to be manipulated and to not think and to not be conscious and to continue to do things that cause harm to ourselves and others, that is the type of future that we will co-create, which is why it's so important that you think and that you participate consciously in the things that you do, the things that we empower, the things that we vote for, because we are doing that in all of our actions every day and every night.
We definitely are 100%. Well, we're down to about 8 minutes left. And I guess what I would like to do is just kind of open it up for a moment and kind of, you know, whatever you, anything that we didn't talk about that you'd like to mention. Is there anything you want to touch on?
Well, I mean, it is the end of the year, and you know, we've just ended Hanukkah. Christmas is around the corner. You know, happy holidays to everyone that's tuning in. I invite everyone to take a moment to reflect on this year. You know, the things that have gone well for you, the things that didn't go well for you, the things that you could have done differently. You know, this was a year of everything in life. You know, whatever challenge that we face is also an opportunity. And, you know, to take a look at it. I mean, I use this, you know, lemons that I was served and I made lemonade. It was the most productive year of my life because I chose to make it such. I chose to stay positive, you know, to operate from a place of.
I think we lost you. Hopefully he's going to be reconnecting here in just a moment. But I do appreciate everybody for tuning in, and I do want to wish everybody happy holidays. Hopefully we'll get Brock here in just a moment. And we do have another panel coming up in about 6 or 7 minutes, roughly. So stay tuned. And there is going to be an event happening tomorrow with the Blockchain Center as well.
Hey,
we got you. You're back. You're back.
Yeah,
can you hear me now?
Uh-oh.
No, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
It's starting to come back. I lost my internet there for a moment. Can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. And so I was just, again, pointing out that, you know, to continue to operate from a place of love. You know, we live in essentially a binary world, you know, fear and love, and to take a moment to reflect on this year and to set your intentions, you know, for next year, you know, to create those plans for your future. Where do you want to be at the end of next year? Where do you want to be 5 years from now? Where do you want to be 10 years from now? And obviously the further out you go, you can't really have detailed plans, and you want to leave enough, call it flow, an ability to just kind of navigate the world ahead of you. But it is that time also for those of us in crypto that have been blessed with abundance. I'd like to remind everyone how challenging this year has been for many. You know, there are a lot of people that are struggling. You know, over a third of small businesses in New York have failed, and that's probably true throughout many parts of the country. By the time this is over, half. You know, this is the American dream. Families are struggling, you know, and if you've been blessed, you know, this is a good time to think about what you can give back, you know, what you can do to support those causes, you know, and those organizations that are out there doing good work. Obviously, do your diligence and to make sure that you're giving. I mean, one of the things I do right now when I'm at restaurants is recognizing how much these people are struggling. I tip better than I've ever tipped in my life. You know, these are just
awesome.
little things, knowing, you know, that, you know, we've been blessed, you know, we're experiencing record highs with Bitcoin, but a lot of people are experiencing record lows, and not due to any real fault of their own. We're ultimately all in this together. And I think that's a good thing to remind everyone, you know, set your plans, set your intentions, do your reflection, and if you're blessed, this is a great opportunity to do something good for others.
I love it, man. And when you think about things in the past, I mean, you've got 1% of the world that has more wealth than the rest of the world. And you're talking about us going into an age of enlightenment. We're in our final moments. I want to say, just on a personal end, we're 3 days away now from the winter solstice, 12/21. We've got some interesting alignments happening in space. There's all this talk about us going into this age of Aquarius. It's going to be a beautiful thing when we can start shedding these old ways and start actually living in a mentality of treating people how we want to be treated and being the change that we actually want to see in this world, and working towards that greater good for everybody. Because it's really sad when you think about how many people are homeless and how many people are hungry when you have that 1% that is just sitting there, not helping out the rest of the world. So I would love to see us be able to transition into that better part of humanity, you know, for everybody. And hopefully those people that are involved in those old traditional ways of thinking will start embracing newer ways of thinking. I'm hoping that 2020, as we are reflecting on how crazy this year has been, will give us an opportunity to say that we need to start anew and we need to do new things and we need to transition to a better, basically an involvement of our species. I think we need to evolve. And I think that we're kind of on that cusp right now.
Oh, I completely believe it. I mean, it's the year 2020. You know, I like to think of these as the visionary 20s.
Yeah.
But I also believe that this is call it the beginning of the end of the age of the Great Deception. And they called the 1920s the Roaring 20s. I like to think of this decade as the Soaring 20s, as we emerge like the phoenix from the ashes, as we become more conscious of the fact that we're all in this together, and we have more compassion for our brothers and our sisters, you know, for Mother Earth, you know, who gives us life, and to walk in a better way, to be better stewards, better custodians. I'm confident that's coming. And yes, we've got the solstice around the corner, the Bethlehem star, Jupiter and Saturn. If you look out your windows, you can see this. I mean,
yeah.
You're watching each day, the planets are getting closer and closer, and they're about to overlap. We haven't seen anything like this in hundreds and hundreds of years. And I think it means something. I think a change is coming, and this is an opportunity to create
that's how close they are to each other.
World, a new Earth together.
I don't know if you can really see that or make it out, but
yeah, I see
Jupiter and Saturn are right on top of each other. And yeah, it makes it the two big, huge planets coming that close together makes that one almost a one bright star. So it is pretty wild. And if anybody's ever been alive to experience it and wants to share, definitely reach out to me, because I'd like to know what we're going to experience. But Brock, I appreciate your time. I want to thank the Blockchain Center, and I want to make sure everybody stays tuned for the next panel that's coming on. And Brock, I know you're going to be running again in 2024, so make sure you Brock the vote in 2024 for Brock Pierce. Brock, thanks again. Happy holidays to you and your family. And I guess what I want to do is go ahead and pass it off. Hopefully they're ready for the next panel. And I look forward to speaking with you again, Brock, and I hope everything goes well with you for everything. And I wish you the best.
Thank you. God bless. Happy holidays.
So hopefully, I don't see. There we go. We got somebody coming in.
Hi.
Harami, it's been a while.
How are you? Yeah. How's it going? I was watching the last 5 minutes of your previous segment.
Okay. Thank you.
Great to see you again.
It's good to see you, and I guess I'll go ahead and let you take this over. This is Harumi Orata Thompson from Celsius, and again, I just want to shout out the Blockchain Center, Nick Spanos, Anna Ginsberg, and everybody, and happy holidays to everyone, and Harami, kick some ass.
We'll try my best. All right, so hi, good evening, everyone. Should I just start off, or somebody's going to be saying something ahead of me? I'm not sure. I'm guessing that I'll just kick it off. So yeah, happy holidays. I just love this screen. So I just took one picture of that very holiday themed screen so that I can show it to other people later on. My name is Harumi Thompson, as I was just introduced. And I think I'll start a little bit with my background, sort of a personal introduction first, and then I'll go off to talking about today's topic for this hour, which is crypto lending. My name is Harumi Thompson, and I actually started my career in a very traditional banking side. How my career started was derivatives trading, and that's actually we, the people who come from the derivatives side, joke that all of us who were in the derivatives side in one way or another inevitably end up in the crypto, because that's the sort of the next ultimate derived alternate investment area. So on that, and then I did M&A for a few years before I actually jumped into technology. This is long before any of these normal words that we use today, like fintech and an artificial intelligence and big data and all other XXX tech kind of words existed. So I really kind of just jumped into technology from the banking side, but I'm glad I did when I made that change, because that allowed me to take a lot of different types of positions, which if you were doing the same thing today, you might not be able to. I did the product management, I did a business unit management, and I did an innovation program rollout. And that was really fun for me to be able to get more immersed into technology before technology really became the thing out there. So with that kind of a background, and then also having run one small organization, I really kind of dove into entrepreneur world, which really led me to meet with a lot of people in the blockchain field, because as part of my consulting, my own practice, I was also speaking around a lot of emerging technologies such as blockchain, cybersecurity, artificial intelligence from a business management point of view. And one day, some people whom I have met in the blockchain as part of doing that have asked if I could go help out Celsius as an acting CFO if we were to kind of like each other. I did. I started, and that was February this year. So I've been with Celsius since. And with that introduction, I think I'm going to jump into talking about the crypto lending business. And first, it's always, this is a blockchain center, and you probably, most of you, if not all of you, already know a lot about the Bitcoin and crypto, but I think it's always good to start with the basics. So let's start with that. So what is cryptocurrency? That is a currency that utilizes technology that's called blockchain. All of the cryptocurrencies together today have value of almost $674 billion worth, according to if you look at the coin market cap. And BTC, the Bitcoin, takes up over $403 billion of that. So it's still very much of a Bitcoin and in all other kind of cryptocurrencies world, although other tokens, cryptocurrencies are really emerging, and some of them are beginning to take a lot more market share than they used to. Market cap is calculated off of the market price times circulating supply. So of course, a part of this huge market cap is coming from the fact the market has risen in the last few days a lot. I was one of those advocates from relatively early on that we were going to be breaking through 20,000 this year, but this was beyond my imagination, how quickly and how big we broke 20,000 to upside. So this was even a surprise to me. Compare this to 180 currencies that have been circulating in the traditional sense of currency. However, the market cap or the volume of that is $80 trillion in value right now. So you can see that although hearing the number like $674 billion market cap and so forth, the fiat currency or the traditional currency still has a little bit longer history ahead of the cryptocurrency. They existed over 1,200 years. Cryptocurrency, the longest one being Bitcoin, has barely existed 12 years. So we have 100 times more the time to catch up. And therefore, although we do have a lot more, 6,700 different cryptocurrencies out there, the market cap is much lower. But I'm sure it's going to continue increasing, and increasing at a really, really rapid pace. So that's the background on Bitcoins and cryptocurrencies. What is cryptocurrency? So history of lending. Let's talk about crypto lending, which is the subject of today. What is it really? While crypto lending itself is a new financial activity, there's nothing new about this type of lending, because what this is really is a collateralized lending, and people have done that for a long time. Some of you who are listening to this right now, whether in live or recording, probably have some kind of like car loans or home equity loan where you're using certain other assets as the collateral and then borrow money from the financial institutions. So what this does really to the lenders is, because they have a collateral to rely on. If the borrowers get into some kind of financial trouble, credit trouble, then because the collateral can act as the backup for the lenders, and if the collateral can be also utilized to make extra money, even better, that gives a lot of different types of cushion to the lenders. So the collateralized lending is a business that have existed for a long time, and even in the financial institution utilizing one of those investment vehicle, security lending has existed almost 40 years or over 40 years. Crypto lending, obviously, because the cryptocurrency itself has not existed for such a long time. The history is not as long as that, but the concept is the same. Whether you use securities such as equity as the collateral or crypto as the collateral, it's just it's one asset swapped with another. And so far, it has been proven to be a very successful business. So I don't think that this crypto lending is going to slow down anytime soon. And Celsius, this is a Celsius bread and butter business. So this is the company that we're going to be talking about rest of the time to kind of talk about where the lending market generally is. I am working as a chief financial officer and chief investment officer for the company. So Celsius was founded in 2017, but ICO, we raised the money with ICO, and for all practical purpose, as I always say, it's really only operational since the middle of 2018, after we raised money from the ICO. Let's talk about what is ICO. It stands for Initial Coin Offering, almost like initial public offerings, except that people raised money not through the equity, but through the coin that the company was issuing. The height of the market, and we really rarely see this nowadays, if any, from 2017 to mid-2018 was really the height of ICO. And a lot of these fundraising took place in like a crowdfunding-like structure to raise money. And a lot of money was raised. Before getting into the nuts and bolts of how much was raised and stuff like that, one thing that I really liked about ICO, where it became a little bit more about faceless, because like it took most of the raising took a structure of almost like a crowdfunding, right? It kind of almost took the face behind the screen, and people only read the white paper or the business sort of proposal to provide the funding. And that, this is a side story, but it became so that women entrepreneurs, for example, who were raising the money in the traditional VC world, at best were raising maybe like 13% of the entire market. With the introduction of ICO, I understand, and from the I think Republic study, which I read a long time ago, that ratio actually has become almost 40%, if I remember the number correctly. So I think every fundraising has its own place and its own advantage, and I think the fact that people had to be judged, or the project had to be judged based on the project proposal rather than what kind of relationship you have. Although, like, that's obviously an important part of the business too. It was something that I really liked about ICO. But of course, anytime when you can raise money in the structure and there is so much money to be spent, there are some bad ideas coming through the pipeline as well. So although billions of dollars were raised from ICO, and I think actually $1 billion worth fundraising occurred in the first half year of 2018, it's a lot of money to be raised in such a short period of time if you think about it. And this is not even IPO we are talking about, right? If you talk about the companies that raised the money in 2017, by half a year through 2018, unfortunately, about half of the projects failed. Celsius, fortunately, is one of those who raised the money during this ICO era that is still alive and actually doing still quite well. And I do think that some projects misunderstood the nature of distributed technology nature and said that we'll just build a framework and the business is going to run its own. Even if it's using a distributed technology, it's just still requires certain good management of the entire project so that it's not just left in the hands of unknown entity, right, that is running the business. And I think that's what a company like Celsius does. We do have centralized management utilizing the distributed technology and growing up with the distributed community. I think that's one of the secret of the entity like this. Just to give you an idea of where Celsius is today, the statistics get outdated so quickly because the company is growing really fast. But we originated over $10 billion worth loan, and our token, SEL, S-E-L, the first three letters of the company, has appreciated more than 2,000% in the course of a year. That's a tremendous growth. Please name one equity that you can say has appreciated in value by 2,000% in 1 year. And that's the momentum. Of course, the starting point is much lower than a lot of these equities. So that's possible. I mean, if you already have several $100 worth equity, to go up 2,000% from there is very hard. If you start with a few cents, 2,000% appreciation is slightly easier, if I may say so. But still, I mean, that's an enormous growth. And then that's the kind of growth that we have experienced over the course of this year. The latest internal audit assisted by Chainalysis confirmed that we have $3.3 billion of assets that we have on our balance sheet. And we have more than 250,000 wallets within our system from our community members. We have come a long way from the beginning, and we are not even close to being done yet. We only raised a Series A funding to date. Because we are at such stage, it's very easy to forget, but we are still a Series A company. And that's really hard to believe. So what do we do, really, as a business model? Our first and foremost responsibility is to our community. Our community, which is made up of people like you and myself, basically individual people, open wallets with us and transfer their coins over. We are supporting, give or take, 40 or so coins today, and we, in return, pay rewards to all of those coins as people, as our customers, community members transfer their coins over into Celsius wallets. Of course, each coin has a slightly different use case and also demand for it. So I cannot say that the reward rates that we pay out are all same all across. But we make a commitment to our community that we pay up to 80% of revenue that we make every week. Now let's repeat that point. We pay out up to 80% of how much we make, not not after the expenses, not after we pay anything else, not after we meet the shareholder obligations, anything like that, but as soon as the revenue comes in, before we take any expenses out, we pay up to 80% of that every week. How much? Let's think about our banks, the traditional banks, where we have our own our US dollars and whatever else currency that you earn from your work on a day-to-day, week-to-week, month-to-month basis. Do you make 1%? Do you make 0.1%? It's number. It's some number that's around that level, if that. But just to give you an idea, stable coins, which is really kind of equivalent to those US dollars, the fiat currency, right, pays somewhere between 10.5% to almost 16%, depending on your loyalty level with us. So even if you just have one stable coin, let's say, we pay 10+% as a return on annualized basis on a weekly basis. Of course, these levels change from time to time, so the levels will not always be the same. If you come back a year later, or if you look at how much you were paying a year before and say it's not 10%, okay, maybe it may not be the case. But our commitment is that we always pay up to 80% of how much we make, as we bring in the revenue. So you get the idea of what we're trying to do with your money. Of course, the flip side of this is that we have to deploy coins in order to make money. So what we do once we get the coins transferred from the people like yourselves is to do a collateralized loans, something that we're talking about to begin with, the crypto lending, which is our bread and butter business. And we do that with both individuals and institutions. With individuals, it's always we lend out either fiat or the stable coins, and we take the rest of the cryptocurrencies as collateral. With institutions, we can actually do the mix of both. A lot of institutions still come to us for the stable coins or the fiat currency, but a lot of them also ask for specific coins. So with the institutions, we can deploy both coins or both money, should we call it. And also we do, in addition to that, which with the bread and butter business, we of course do other ways to invest money so that we can diversify our portfolio. And if one business is not doing too well at a certain phase of the time, then other businesses can still bring in money. So we invest into relevant funds that we find that we do conduct the due diligence on. Or we might deploy some coins to DeFi platforms. We might stake some of the coins and so on. As a chief investment officer, one of my jobs is to make sure that we keep earning on our coins while making sure that we can meet all our client obligations by not taking risks. What do I mean by that? We actually allow all our clients to take out their coins and how much ever they need to, as they need it. So unlike traditional banks, where especially in the weekends or in some other countries, you may not be able to even go to the bank to withdraw money over the weekend. But even in the countries where you can very often outside the operating hours, the amount of money that you can withdraw at once might be limited. We do not do such thing. Only the thing that we can do is, because this is to protect any sort of potential risks. If you are withdrawing beyond certain size, we may conduct a little bit of due diligence on the withdrawal first. However, outside that, anybody can come at any time and take out any amount of money as you need it. So we have to be ready sometimes for a large outbound transfer, and in order to meet that, we of course have to have a lot of our assets in a very liquid format and not taking a risk, so we do not lose any of these coins, right, in the process of investing. So it's a balancing act. It becomes a balancing act of how much money we can make, as opposed to making sure that we are safekeeping every single coin that our clients trust us with. But meanwhile, we do pay out a lot of rewards, so we have to continue making money. How do we really do that? Not taking a risk and earning enough is not easy task, right? So how do we really do that? Just like anything else, I was just making sure that there were no questions on the screen just by looking on the side. I'm going to be checking the comments from time to time, so I might just kind of like go like this and read the screens. But so what do we do in order to make sure that we are keeping the client money safe, but still make enough money so that we can pay out such high rewards? It's definitely easier said than done. And this definitely keeps me up at night as a CIO, right? Because I am responsible to make sure that we are safekeeping, but we are making enough money with that. First, I do have to credit everybody who works at Celsius. It's not about me. It's about everybody who is at Celsius. Nobody can achieve such a big task by himself. So I need a team. But even before I talk about my team, the company Celsius was founded by 3 true visionaires. And what I do is I render my assistance as CFO and CIO to make sure that the money side of the business is well taken care of, and to support the vision and the mission of Celsius. We pay out as high rewards as we can to provide a financial independence to all our clients. And we hope that a lot more people find out about companies like Celsius so that they can gain independence, and then they are not the slave to the money, but the money allows them to do a lot of things that they want to do. We want to do good for the community, and we want to do it well. That's really our vision and the mission. And as a CFO and a CIO, to the best of my ability, I want to continue working in my capacity and do it as well as I can in order to realize and continue making happen all these visions. Even just the money side of the business, though, as so to speak, I have an amazing, amazing team that allows me and then allows the company to do all these things every day. And if I don't have one of these people that I have in my department, my job just does not happen. So I have so many people who are making me look good by doing their job, and I'm so blessed with such a great team. Just to give you an idea of what the finance department is doing, or finance department has, it's consisted of 6 different divisions. I have a lending desk, the lending operations group, the strategic deployment group, risk management group, project management office, and fintech group. We have a big, amazing chief technology office that develops the apps that if any of you have an app today that's developed by them, and it's an amazing, amazing app, really easy user interface and user experience and all that kind of stuff, as well as the back office system and any other infrastructure and anything else that gets developed technologically speaking is done by them. They have a lot of amazing work that they're doing. But I have a carved out group that only just looks after the transactional portfolio management system that is required to money manage our rapidly increasing asset size most efficiently. Without this, with the way our money or our coins get moved around, it's really difficult to know where we are. And one of the first things when you are in any part of finance is that you cannot do your job if you don't know where you are right now, right? So this portfolio management system is a critical piece for my team to do the job. And thus I have this small carved out technology team and the finance group. And all other teams are probably fairly self-explanatory. The lending desk does the bread and butter business. Lending operations team is on the other side of the firewall to do the lending business, so that we have a clear division of tasks to make sure that we are compliant and we can keep everybody's assets safe. In the history of financial services, in many cases, when the financial services got into trouble is when people had both ability to move the money and manage the money. These should not be combined. So I make sure that these two functions are separated. Strategic deployment is the group that does something that is outside the lending business. Risk management, I mean, this is another critical piece to make sure that we know where we are and we are keeping our assets safe, because we have the full risk assessment that we do on every single task, every single deployment that we do. And then project management, because it's such a big group that we need somebody to be overseeing every single sort of division to make sure that we are running everything efficiently. Without one of these groups, a finance department wouldn't run the same. So I'm thankful. I go to bed every day thanking everybody. I wake up every day thinking that everybody's still with me, doing this amazing work with me, and this is an amazing place to be. So I really am thankful with everything that they do. One of the things to always keep in mind is, although sales is not a regulated entity yet, I, as a CFA charter holder, and a lot of people who have their respective profession, experience in a similar boat, wherever it is, make sure that we act as if a fiduciary together with the rest of the management team. What does that mean? We really treat ourselves as if we are a regulated entity. And we act fully compliant with everything that all the regulators in every region where we operate in. We are fully compliant with everything that we need to be we are aware of, and we operate to stay on this side of the law and regulations. It's something that is very important for me and for many people, actually for everybody who's working at Celsius, to make sure that we are not taking a shortcut. We are fully compliant, because that actually is another measurement of us being fully transparent and responsible with our client money. So we are getting close to getting a license, fully regulated in several different places, but that just to give us a bit more flexibility. And fundamentally, we will not behave any differently before and after that, because we already treat ourselves as if we are, because that is the right thing to do as a financial services company, and as a company that a lot of people trust us with their own money, and a lot of money is some people's life savings, right? And we are not going to do anything irresponsible with that money. Some of the things that we do, some of the things that we keep in our mind always as we operate are, as I was already beginning to say, we keep in mind that we are dealing with customer assets. This I cannot repeat enough. I mean, this is something that is the foundation of our company. We are dealing with customer assets, not our own capital. This is not a hedge fund where we can say, "Oh, our fund they performed wonderfully this year, this term. We are returning, I don't know, 50% of return, and in the next term we say, oops, we lost X percent of the money." No, that's not that. We are much closer to bank in that sense, although we are not a bank. And so we have to deal with our customer assets. And we have to remember that we have to be able to return every single penny that we have on demand if such event happens. And we have to be responsible and do not take any more risks than we can handle at any given point. I think I already repeated that, but I cannot repeat this enough. Risk reward. We always, if it means that we are going to risk something, I'd rather take a slightly lower return or reward and think about the consequences afterwards. That's how we're serious about the risks. For that, I spend a lot of time with my team making sure that we cover any holes that we might have and conduct risk assessment on every single situation that we can think of that we need to cover. It doesn't mean that we have an 8-ball that allows us forecast every single thing. I mean, if another March 12th happens, or if one day we wake up and I'm going to knock on wood as I speak, if the economy tanks, I can't be ready for every single one of those almost force majeure. But one thing that I can say is something that humanly possible, we try to be ready. And if we were to take certain risks, such as less than, say, like 100% collateral for some of the crypto lending, then we do run full credit analysis of our counterparties and only allow such credit line as we feel comfortable. In other words, if something were to happen, we make sure that it's within something that we can cover. And even before we get that, we only get ourselves into that sort of position when we have a relative certainty that it will not happen by running a credit check first, right? So those are the things that we keep in mind. And also because we do utilize the collateral assets to make more money, less collateral means less return overall, right? So those are the things that we need to keep in mind when we are not doing, say, fully collateralized loans. So, I mean, that again, it's a risk reward. I mean, is it worth it? Can we still yield enough return? All these things we need to calculate before we make any decisions. We want to be fair to all our clients. So if the market declines to a certain level and to keep everybody's assets safe, we call for additional collateral. It's called margin call. We also provide reverse margin and give back collateral to clients if the market runs up, appreciates. So yes, in the last few days, you can probably imagine that we did have a lot of reverse margin call that we returned to our clients because the market ran up and it was beyond the level of collateralization that we needed. What we care is not to run the easy business, but to run the protected business, enough protected business, so that we can make enough money to continue paying the kind of returns to our community members. So anything beyond that, we want to be fair to our clients and conduct the things like reverse margin call, if and when the market appreciates the way it did in the last few days. This business structure where we take the coins in from our community members and we make money by making a loan to these community members as well as institutions. And remember, institutions take both dollar loans as well as the crypto loans, so that we have a lot more flexible ways to deploy our coins, as well as some other investment areas that I mentioned. This business structure allows us to pay an amazing 5 to 16% rewards back to our customers as of now, as we speak, depending on which coin that we have from you and which loyalty class you belong to. And as I said, because it depends on how much we are making from all of our deployment and depends on how much demand each coin has, the percentage that we have today is not going to be different. I mean, it's not going to be the same a year from now. But what we try to do also is, at the expense of perhaps our what's left with us is maybe a little bit less than we should have, we still try to keep it relatively stable so that it's not going to go, let's say, from 16% to, say, like 5% in one day. If we were to change the rates, we actually have a weekly meeting where we discuss the rates every week, so that we are not going to have to be like we keep the same rates every day, and then one day we say, oh shoot, the market is no longer there. We have to like change this dramatically. Such thing is not going to happen because we are reviewing this every week at the several different members of the company gathering on a weekly basis, and we talk about everything else, including about the rates that we pay out. Also, I talked about our token sell a little bit earlier, that it appreciated about 2,000% in 1 year, from the end of last year to about now. We do have an OTC, over-the-counter desk, where we can sell and buy the cells. Which is also, this is also doing very well. It's also keeping us very, very busy because we treat ourselves as if it's a private equity, right? We do go through a good know your customers. Well, we basically sell ourselves to our existing client base. So we already know the customers, but we make sure that we are compliant with the regulations. We do sign the form as we make the sale or the purchase or the sale. We really comply, especially with the American investors who have to comply with certain regulations because this is we treat it as a private equity. Again, this is where we really, I think, show that we are trying to do the right thing by everyone, by being compliant while providing the markets to everyone so that everybody can participate. And a lot of people ask me and ask us how COVID and the current economy may have affected us. We're extremely lucky that COVID affected our company the way it did, or actually almost lack thereof. Sure, I mean, the bad economy is upon everybody, and absolutely after March 12th, after the market tanked earlier this year, our market was also affected by that. But fortunately, because of the kind of structure that we have, right? It's not, everything is digital for us. We don't have like a physical bank ATM or physical presence where people are sitting behind the counter and counting the cash. It's not that kind of business model. So we, relatively speaking, we came back up pretty fast, and not too long after the March 12th crash, we began to have record number signups, and for the last few months, every week, we have been having the coin net transfer positive, meaning more coins are coming in than leaving our wallets. So we are really fortunate that we are running the company the way we are, and our community is sticking with us the way they are. As of end of this week, I counted, although it's not internally audited or anything, I have counted roughly $3.5 billion worth assets in our book. So we are growing rapidly, and it doesn't show any sign of slowdown. As I said, we are still only Series A company. We still have a long way to go before we can say we are a mature company, so we can only grow from here. Which is really something that really, I'll tell you something. In my capacity, I wake up every day, I work long hours, I work on Saturdays, I work Sundays, and I'm not only the one who's doing this. A lot of people, if not everyone, are working long hours and then during the weekend as well. But one thing that I can say is I think all of us wake up very excited in the morning because we know what we are delivering. We know what we are working for. As I said earlier, we want to do good for our community, and we want to do that well. And because the blockchain itself is such a transparent technology, and we utilize the blockchain technology, we also run a very transparent company. I think pretty much everybody knows by now what our wallet is, what we are doing on the day-to-day basis. I think a lot of community members who are close watch on us pretty much have figured out where all our assets are pretty much. Although that we take security business seriously. So knowing, because the blockchain itself is a very transparent technology and you can always follow where the money is going, Getting affected from that is a different matter. We do have a very strong cybersecurity department who are doing a lot of great work so that our money is very safe. Your money is very safe. But we do run a very transparent company. And as a result of using such a such transparent distributed ledger technology, and us having a very transparent CEO, some of you or all of you maybe even know our CEO, Alex Mashinsky, who's speaking at many, many different occasions. And we have our weekly event as well on Friday, Ask Mashinsky Anything AMA. You know everything about our company. But if something is still not quite transparent, we are always open to answer your questions. And we have all the social media channels, the Twitter, the Facebook, the LinkedIn, the Instagram, and Medium. And I also run the financial literacy series on Medium, where I am taking one specific topic of what we do on the finance side and write something about that, as well as everybody else talking about something about Celsius there. So I think that we are running very transparent business. But if you still have any questions, please do reach out to us, and we are ready to answer any. We are ready to address any questions that you might have. I know that I was allocated about an hour. It's 40 minutes into my segment. And I'm actually looking at the some questions. And Nick, you're funny. This is why she gets the big bucks. Yeah, that's why I get the big bucks, right? That's not true, actually, because we want to grow. I mean, yes. I mean, I have a comfortable life, and I'm very, very happy with where I am. But one thing that I can say is because we want to grow with the community. Actually, our pay is not probably what you might think we do. I mean, you know, we pay to our community first. That's our mission. We pay to our community first in order to provide a financial freedom to everyone who is a part of our community. So we definitely try to grow with the community, not with our shareholders or just a few selected people within the company. That's something that is very important for us. And that's going to be always the core of our management policy. So please, you know, I mean, ask us any questions whenever you have something. Like I said, we are a very transparent company. And with that, if I should just get off or I should start asking questions, I'm not sure. Oh, there you are. There you are. Okay. Are there any things that I can address at this time? I think you might be on the mute. The volume is not coming through.
Sorry, multiple conversations in my ear doing the production. But yeah, I was just curious. You mentioned you know, about community. I wondered if you could tell us maybe more about your ambassador program that you have. I noticed you had some things to drive that as well on your platform.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, our ambassadors are, you know, people who are not quite the employees, but who are almost like our spokesperson. Mm-hmm. And, you know, the group of people who help us with a lot of things. We have, the last I counted, it may have grown. Like I said, and all our stats grow old, like a day after we take after we accumulate the numbers. So, I mean, after we check the numbers. So the last I checked, there were about 500. Probably there are a lot more than that now, because this is a number that I checked a little bit a while ago, around the world who help us with a lot of things. And I think it might be them who just recently released a Dutch-based website on behalf of the company. So our ambassadors are great. They're almost like, semi-employees of us, and they are definitely our family. So if you're talking about your family, and then you have the immediate sort of like a nuclear family, and then there's a family, and then there's an extended family, and then there's everybody else. Like, you know, everybody with, I mean, the ambassadors and our community members are sort of that family members. So yeah, that's something that we really enjoy having, and I really do. I mean, if I can help it, I would love to thank every single one of the ambassadors around the world. But like, no, they are really around the world. world. And in this era where I can't quite travel to thank everybody, I cannot do that. But for those of you who are online right now, thank you so much. Reach out to us if you're interested in ambassador program.
Oh, it looks like you have some featured ambassadors as well.
Absolutely.
That's great that you feature them on the site. I also noticed it looks like you have a top 200 list also for the holders. So you do
Yes.
kind of
Yeah.
rank those also publicly
Yes.
as well.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, we are a transparent company, and by now I think probably everybody knows which wallet sort of is Alex and it belongs to Alex Mashinsky. So I think everybody's kind of monitoring what he does next.
Yeah.
Yeah, with ourselves. But yeah, that's how transparent we are. We list in 100. I mean, the top 100. It doesn't matter if it's like our employees. We don't want to hide anything, and then there's no need to hide anything. So we list our top 100 hodlers, and we are really happy that it's actually not just coming from the employees. There are a lot of like our community members, the activists, the ambassadors who own a lot of cells. I'm hoping that one day somebody's actually going to knock Alex down from that list, because some of our community member is just like such a hodler. But yeah, I mean, there's nothing that we want to hide. So that's something that we definitely make transparent.
It's nice to feature like the community and then some of the top supporters as well of the project. And then I just pulled up some of the different numbers from your site, as well as kind of an estimate of earnings and things like that that people can receive for using the platform also. I think Adam's going to join us as well here. He's backstage.
Gotcha.
Adam in here too. Hi, Adam.
Hello. How are we?
Hi. Thank you for having me, by the way.
Yeah.
It's always a great experience to be on the Blockchain Center's events, and I like to give a shout out to a couple people that I see on the comment side. Anna and Nick. I think they're doing an amazing job, along with everybody else, of course, running this place and pulling all these events together. And especially right now, this 3-day hackathon. I know how hard it is to pull events together, because there was a time when I was working for small nonprofit too, and one of the things that I had to do was to pull together events, and it was like you can become a full-time just with running events, and let alone doing that in this closed economy environment. Hats off to you guys.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
I think we're 8 hours and 45 minutes in at this point for today. We did a full 12 hours yesterday.
Wow.
I definitely thanks for the compliment on that. It is definitely interesting doing all day long streams here, and I'm sure as we get into next year, we'll do more, and then also hopefully some more in person as well. At the center also, yeah, if we had Adam any other questions for Hermie as far as the Celsius network, and
yeah, can you pull up that website real quick, the one that you had on staking there? I wanted to ask a couple questions about that.
I can pull that up.
By the way, great to see you again, Adam.
Yeah, it's great to see you, Hermie. I'm sorry, I hopped on. I was like, I didn't expect to be on that quick as I was texting somebody, but it's it's very good to have you back. We always appreciate it, and we like Celsius. We're big fans over here. Most of our team knows you really well, which is cool. We got that opportunity that most people don't get to meet in person nowadays. So that was really that's really great when also you have the you have the digital aspect, but we also got the in-person meeting, which is great. So thank you so much for showing up. By the way, we love having you.
Thanks. Like I said, and I always enjoy doing something with the Blockchain Center. So this was just a pleasure for me.
Yeah, absolutely. So I have a couple questions about, so you had mentioned that you guys were doing staking and like the CeFi stuff, and have you guys were looking and exploring at DeFi. Is that something that's like on the roadmap longer term? Are you guys looking at that as something you guys are looking to integrate, or is that currently integrated? Because I didn't see that on the site.
No, we are already doing a DeFi deployment as well as staking. We do have a group that is just focused on that aspect of deployment, clearly that is a little bit, sort of riskier end of how we can deploy coins. So, I mean, a much closer look is required, and thus it requires a sort of like, a group of people that are just focused on that aspect of deployment. So, I know, I mean, I did mention briefly that that's one of the strategic deployment that we're doing right now.
Okay, awesome. And, say like there's a prospective coin community, they want to get listed on Celsius. Like, and did you go over, the proper process of like, if somebody wanted to participate in Celsius's ecosystems, kind of what you guys look for, what that looks like if somebody wanted to reach out? Like, is there a listing application? What do we do?
Oh yeah, okay, gotcha. All right, so yeah, I mean, we do select the coins. You're talking about the coins that we support, right? So yeah, we pick them from like different channels. Obviously, like sometimes the communities themselves reach out to us. We might sometimes reach out to them, and we do conduct certain due diligence to make sure that the community kind of like meets our mission, right? Because there are some communities out there. I mean, I did cover during the sort of segment that I was talking about ICO that half the communities that raised the money in 2017 were already gone halfway through 2018. So we want to make sure, although probably the companies that have survived thus far probably are okay, like have some kind of like durable power, but still we want to make sure that we sort of partner up with the companies that are reputable and can have the staying power, right? So we do conduct some of the due diligence before like we list any of the coins, unless it's a very specific like staking coin, something that we do need. Then we still do need to like conduct the due diligence. Like I said, we are holding ourselves as if we're a regulated entity. But so like I mean, if you have some company that you're interested, or you guys yourselves are interested, just let me know, and it will be something for the consideration. Absolutely.
Awesome. And Celsius has been doing really amazing things. I think your team's wonderful. Everything that you guys are doing is phenomenal, and we appreciate it. I guess like the final kind of question I had was actually about the API documentation, and I don't know how much you can get into this, but can you scroll down, Justin? Click on that.
For the APIs at the bottom of the.
Yeah, it's under developer, I believe. Maybe on the homepage.
Yep. So there's Open API, some SDK docs or SDK docs.
Yeah. So go to the API overview.
There we go.
So I guess like what's I was looking through this because I wanted to see if there was something that we could do, from like a development perspective, but there wasn't like a, from my perspective at least, like I was kind of puzzled, like, what the ultimate goal is for the API. It may have changed a little bit since the last time I saw it. But is this like really for like wallets? What's like the ultimate driving force behind the API? Who are you targeting to use your API? And I guess like, what objectives are you guys aiming to hit with this? Because this is a hot topic for us. We have a lot of developers, and I'd love to let them know kind of, hey, look, Celsius is really looking to do this with their API, and then we can kind of look at it through that context. So is there like an overriding theme or objective that you guys are targeting with your API and its capabilities?
Yeah, so this is mainly for the partners who may want to use our lending ability. They might have coins, right? I mean, they might even have like wallets of their own, but they don't necessarily have the, maybe possibly way to earn, to let the customers earn. So maybe they might want to partner with us to sort of transfer the coins through, so that they have the ability to earn. That's like definitely the main use case of this API. So if that's something that you're interested in, I'm definitely going to connect you with some of the business people so that you can discuss the possibility of partnering with us in that sense. But that's mainly the API.
Yeah. I think there's, I think we can do some things, from, I'm looking at it through the hackathon perspective and everything else there, there might be some use cases in here or something that maybe, somebody hadn't thought of yet, or, and I was trying to really what I like to do with the hackathon is, and if I was going to participate, that's the way I always visualize it, is like, what's some cool ideas I could come up with, and how do we center a challenge around kind of trying to break into a new market, or because your core development team usually covers 90% of what you need, right? You're like, you create a ticket, everybody fills it, and then it's just iterative, right? The good thing about crowdsourcing, like, maybe innovation and everything like that through a hackathon is really cool. So I definitely would love to talk to your biz dev team, maybe about trying to incorporate some of your APIs next time we do it, or, have Eric comb through it with me, and we can, spend some time on it and see what we come up with, or, maybe just use the KYC or anything else. It's just really cool, and I wasn't necessarily super aware that you guys had like such a robust API. So it was really good for, it was really cool to see that. And I was doing some research on it the other night. So just wanted to kind of touch base with it and take a look. But I think there's some application that even the Blockchain Center could definitely use, through our communities, maybe, providing some kind of service with your API. But because you have this wonderful opportunity with, your staking solutions and everything else. I think that there's some good things and some overlap there. So just food for thought for any developers out there. Definitely take a look at this. I mean, if you have any ideas for it that Eric and I can do on Livestream, definitely, ping us and we'll try to play with it. And Harumi, we'll definitely follow up with you as well and let you know what we're thinking. And if we come up with a good idea or something, you'll be the first to know. But I'm going to spend some more time on that section. So wanted to direct any developers we had watching, take a look at it. Anyways, I'd like to give you the last couple of minutes here. We got Aavegotchi up next, Harumi, but I wanted to see if
up next.
Yeah, if you wanted us to, where should we stay in touch? Where should we follow you? Are you guys on? Obviously, Celsius is on Twitter. Shout that out. But you personally, is there a good place that anybody can keep track of you and see what you're doing?
Absolutely.
Online?
I mean, I'm also, using LinkedIn is more of my sort of like thing, but also I do use Twitter and email too, right? That feels such like an old-fashioned thing to say, email, but that's that still works. So in terms of like following though, LinkedIn and Twitter are my two platforms.
Absolutely.
I
okay.
Well, have every intention of posting about this event on both of them too. So.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Rumi. I appreciate that. And, thank you again for coming on. Justin and I are very pleased. And I know Anna was really excited. And she's like, yeah, we got to get Rumi on there. I was like, absolutely. We got to find a spot. So thank you for talking to our community again. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no, thank you. And good luck with Hackathon. But love to hear what kind of end result might be coming out of this Hackathon session. So keep me posted.
All right,
absolutely.
Great.
Thank you so much, Rumi.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so our next guest is Nick Gans, Inca Digital, and I will bring you on now.
Oh, I got that wrong. Aavegotchi wasn't up next. I completely forgot. I skipped over a bunch. Sorry, Nick, if you're there and coming in.
Worries. Hey, how's it going, guys?
Wow.
Great.
Yeah. Sorry, I gave you the wrong intro there, Nick.
No worries at all. I also noticed it says Interpol. I'm not affiliated with Interpol myself, but we have some Interpol guys on our team.
Okay.
Yeah, Anna threw it up there. I think it was
kind of like clickbait.
It was interesting. Anyways, okay. So tell us about your company. I'm sorry about that. It's
no worries.
Inca Digital.
Yeah, so our company is Inca Digital. We are a data analytics and intelligence provider for the digital asset space kind of generally. So what we do is kind of like go out and grab data and provide analytical tools so that people can make smart decisions within the space. Our clients kind of range the ecosystem from Forbes and the CFTC to prop shops and traders like Haymeyer Trading out of Chicago.
Awesome. And did you bring some slides, or are you doing a presentation, or do you want to do the? Okay, awesome.
I threw some slides together, but I'm happy to do however.
Yeah, I think we'll kick off. I do have to prep for something in a little bit, but I'd love to ask you a couple questions beforehand if that's okay with you, Nick.
Sounds good.
Good. Great. Okay, so what's the website? I'm going to pull it up here. So I got a good view.
The website is Inca.Digital, and our product is Nakamoto Terminal, and that can be found at nterminal.com.
nterminal.com. Okay. Oops, got that. nterminal.com. All right. Pulling that up. Got it right here. Okay. Platform that delivers enterprise data. If you could pull that up, Justin, so we can kind of just show a brief overview. Thank you. nterminal is a platform that delivers enterprise grade data and analysis across a digital asset ecosystem. So that's kind of a broad term. So can you get maybe more in the specifics, because it is all encompassing, right? So enterprise grade data, I'm assuming that it's high quality data. Obviously, like you have some kind of, pipeline that allows it to be read a lot better. I would assume something of that nature. But we could come through the docs, but I'm sure you can give me a kind of a synopsis. Like let's run. Let's reset actually a second. Let's reset. So Nick, give me some background on you. How'd you end up at this point? Where did Nakamoto Terminal come from? What brought you from, maybe a Bitcoin into Bitcoin or a cryptocurrency, as it were, and then how'd you get here today?
Yeah, that's a good place to
that
start.
Whole spiel.
So, kind of like I guess many of us, we all come from different places. I was my background is in neuroscience, so I was doing neurodegenerative research, and I had helped start up a pharmacogenetics lab, so mostly science-based. But while I was in college, I had gotten interested on the side in crypto, mostly for socio-political reasons. And obviously, it's just a wormhole of interesting topics. And my buddy Zach, who is also an engineer here at Inca, introduced me to the founders right kind of as they were starting it up as a company. And yeah, I eventually just started offloading my responsibilities at the lab and taking up more at Inca. And I've been full-time here for 2.5 years.
Fantastic. So, okay, so back to the overriding theme here. So nterminal, enterprise grade data. What specifically, what kind of use cases are you guys looking to target? I guess what makes you different from, the general market, and what are you trying to accomplish with what you built?
Yeah. So as you mentioned, it's very broad, and that's because kind of what we do is very broad. We are an infrastructure company primarily, so we build infrastructure for piping data. And the reason why we say enterprise grade data is because we are B2B only. So we don't currently have any customer facing products. Although, if you're a business and you're building a customer facing product, reach out to us, because we can help you out on the back end. So what we primarily build are microservice modules that route data and analyze that data and facilitate any sort of transformation or intelligence on it. And that kind of expands outside of crypto even. We've taken on some recent contracts that are kind of outside of the scope of crypto, and we actually recently won the first CFTC Innovator of the Year Science Prize Award, and that was for doing something not crypto related at all. It was just natural language analysis. So our infrastructure is data neutral, but our team and our competencies are all within crypto, and that's where we focus on. So we kind of like to categorize the data that we cover within the ecosystem into 3 buckets. Also still going to be general, but the first bucket would be financial data. So pretty much everything that you would expect from centralized and decentralized exchanges, order books and executed trades. The second bucket would be technical data. So we run nodes on blockchains to allow you to see the blocks and transactions occurring there. But that also includes things like scraping GitHub repositories and getting info from mining pools and things of that nature. And then the last bucket would be natural language data. and that includes anything textual based or media that can be converted into structured text. And that can, come from anywhere from social media to traditional media or regulatory decisions, or just, images that are posted on websites and gathered through RSS or something like that.
Absolutely. Okay, so you have 3 buckets. NLP, I know, is a big one right now. A lot of people talking about it specifically because, there's a lot of, it's like I don't want to say it's like the advent of automated trading, but definitely advent of like openly accessible, automated trading. And what I mean by that is like, there's a lot of new technologies, or actually technologies that are probably more accurately coming to maturity right now. And they require large amounts of data to train. They require, a lot of inputs, and for them to be able to make accurate decisions is a big thing. So I'm assuming you guys do a lot of scraping, things of this nature of, probably the entire web and all different types of things that I can think about, squawk boxes, chat boxes, everything that you could. And you probably have some good logic behind it as far as like signals and different things of this nature. Is that a correct assumption?
Yeah. No, NLP as a category is extremely vast and, rapidly evolving just with the technologies that are at our disposal. So pretty much every month I feel like we're doing like a massive upgrade, and we're adding new, types of analytics on top of our feeds. But the kinds of things that I think are really, give our users something actionable are things that can add intelligence and allow you to look at large amounts of noise and distill a signal out of it. So things like topic modeling, sentiment analysis, entity recognition, those are ways that you can, kind of parse through a sea of noise and get actionable results. So if you want to know the amount of times on a particular subreddit that this individual gets mentioned, or that all individuals associated with a specific company get mentioned, those are the kinds of insights that you can get from our data.
And this might be outside of the topic, of your company's purview or like scope, right? Or outside of the scope of your company's concerns on this matter. But do you think, so I think NLP is like a great idea. It might be being used in some kind of, functions as I see it now, like, maybe that's growing, but I think it might be used a lot more than I would believe it is, right? So I think that companies are probably using it widespread to a degree. But in my brain, for some reason, I feel like this is still something that's emerging and really isn't implemented. But I think I'm actually completely wrong about that the more that I think about it. I think companies actually have implemented this. It is a major part of what they're doing now. And I'm just behind the times because this is not my area of focus specifically within development. And because I went so deep down the blockchain rabbit hole, I don't think I consider, they have to be because, there's all these different mechanisms for filtering now. But I don't think it really hit me until like right this exact second how big of a category that is. Would you say that my assumption is correct? It's very widely used right now.
I would say kind of your both assumptions are probably right in different places. So I mean, companies that are doing social network companies like Twitter and Facebook's, I mean, they've been doing this stuff for a long time, and financial institutions have kind of, obviously with blockchain there and just fintech in general has been exploding in recent years. But I mean, they were ripe for disruption and they were kind of slow to adopt in some ways. But yes, it's definitely, widely used technology all over the place.
Yeah, I don't think I've been demoed something in NLP, probably because it's above my pay grade in a lot of aspects in a while. And they probably keep that pretty close to the chest as far as what they're doing there. And, their specific mechanisms for filtering and all this stuff is probably very, covered IP. My assumption definitely was, government been doing it since whenever they could, right? I don't know when that started, but national security concerns, that whole boom, early 2000s, Patriot Act, all that stuff, they probably ramped that up quite significantly. and the technology's improved, and now it's like, you know, the commercial markets, you know, obviously innovating as well, probably surpassed some of the stuff that they're doing in, you know, traditional, like, you know, government type stuff, you know, like at the NSA and stuff. I think that the commercial markets, you know, as far as our, like, you know, I don't want to say government in general, but like even like the top of the top.
And a lot of the time they innovate. I feel like the commercial markets innovate, and the government can do things at scale that no one else can. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Time and resources, time, material resources. They always win that battle. But you know, what I am seeing now is I think it's permeating all aspects of life, and I feel like, you know, specifically with, like, you know, all these machine learning projects that are out there. You know, Elon Musk's, and, you know, Bezos has, everybody has one, but it's becoming an increasing concern, and to the point where I think like this year versus last year, we would have seen a substantial jump in the use in many areas. Like if we would have talked about this a year ago, it'd be a completely different story, and it's probably come that far and that quick in adoption. With that, you think that that would also be correct?
Yeah, I would say in the last like handful of years, the amount of accessibility to these tools has really increased. So now pretty much anybody can go and find services that will essentially let you leverage these massive models that have been trained on enormous data sets from, you know, AWS or Microsoft or wherever. So now you're really starting to see individual developers and small teams be able to leverage these tools that otherwise would have also required some scale.
Yeah, it's one of those categories as a developer. Like, you know, I'm always an interested guy, and I kind of like, you know, hop into a lot of aspects. Actually, more recently, I've been doing very little development, if any, you know, just because of the blockchain center and everything else that we've been doing. It's more like, you know, setting up teams, everything like that. But it has been popping up, and I have a tendency to go real deep into it, like, you know, the data and everything else and what's required. And then it just ends up being like 2 days later, and I like didn't get anything done. I'm just learning stuff, and I'm still like not anywhere near where I need to be. So like I really rely as a developer, I think, on APIs and, you know, people that have built stuff and frameworks, and, you know, for that to catch up to me at this point, because, you know, you try to catch up to some people, you just can't. You know, like I'm never going to catch up to Eric and NLP, work with DARPA and all these other places, you know, doing projects. So I do understand the importance for really good data, you know, commercial grade data where you can make these decisions. And I understand that there's a lot of secret sauce that goes into it. And, you know, for the developers watching, I definitely, you know, I'm not the guy to talk about this in any way, shape, or form, but I will say, the demand that I've seen, you know, in the past several years, like data specialists, you know, data crunching is like it's a huge market, and I think what you guys do, and, you know, the quality of the data and how you sort and everything else is a really important component too. Nick, I'm gonna leave you. I probably will hop back on in a little bit, but I'd like for you to have the opportunity to do your presentation. I don't want to like have you run over, so if you wouldn't mind doing that, and I'll probably try and get Eric on here to talk a little bit at the end of it, and we'll see if we can get him on to talk about NLP and everything else.
Sounds great. Thanks, Adam.
Thank you so much, Nick.
All right.
Yep. So you just need to do a screen share to the bottom.
Yeah. All right. Can you guys see that okay now?
Let me pull this up for you. Okay. Oh,
it's probably a little bit of inception there.
Yep. All good. All right. I'll go ahead and lead you to it here.
Awesome. Cool. So thanks everybody at the Blockchain Center, especially Anna, for having me on here. It's definitely an awesome opportunity. And I mean, you guys have been running like almost all day for the last 2 days, so keep it up. It's great. So again, just to reintroduce Inca and myself, I'm Nicholas Gans, and I'm the Director of Research and Development here at Inca. Inca Digital is a data aggregation and analytics company. So we provide intelligence about cryptocurrencies and kind of the peripheral markets, just generally. I included the logos of some of our clients over here on the right. We provide data to Forbes, the CFTC, ErisX, which is an exchange, but also to some traders. So the use cases for cryptocurrency data are pretty obviously broad. and we see ourselves as kind of a boutique enterprise grade data shop. So our clients come to us with a goal, and then we help tailor a solution for them. And we're always integrating new data sources and adding new intelligence modules. So we've been growing very rapidly. We started about 3 years ago. I joined about 2.5. And yeah, now we've got a team of about 15 people. Maybe just to give the background story of our company, the two guys floating on floaties there on the left, those are the co-founders, Adam Zarazinski and Evgeny Dmitry. They met back in Interpol doing criminal intelligence work, and they went their separate ways. But Ev was doing network security for the Bank of France, and Adam went to the Air Force and became a judge advocate general. But on the side, they got interested in crypto and started kind of using their competencies from doing open source intelligent work for Interpol to start doing some essentially like arbitrage, basic arbitrage within the crypto space. As 2017 started coming along and they could tell that more large players were getting into the space, they realized that their arbitrage opportunities weren't going to last forever, and it would be a better idea to sell shovels rather than dig for gold. So that's kind of what they did. They started building out a product which we call Nakamoto Terminal, or N Terminal for short, which is kind of like the Bloomberg terminal for enterprise cryptocurrency data. We are a remote company, so you can see we've got meetup locations around the world, and we do almost all of our work online. So luckily for us, we weren't as disrupted as I know many companies were with this crazy year and COVID-19. So the large problem that we kind of hope to solve is just the fact that the digital asset ecosystem is extremely complicated, it's extremely new, and it's extremely quickly growing. There's lots of noise, there's lots of rumors, there's lots of FUD, and it's really difficult to make decisions in this space and do them with high confidence. So we really want to integrate data from all over the place, all types of data, and put them all in one place and provide the tools necessary to operate effectively within the space. So a little bit about our infrastructure. As I said before, we're a data company, but what we build is infrastructure. Our infrastructure is based on a microservice architecture using Spring Cloud Dataflow. Using a microservice architecture is really, really advantageous because it allows us to develop asynchronously, and it allows us to very flexibly modify specific services and add new sources pretty rapidly. As I was speaking with Adam beforehand, the kind of broad categories of data are financial, technical, and natural language, but those are very broad, and there's essentially an infinite number of alt data sets, and we're always trying to go out and scrape new ones. So our infrastructure has 3 main types of modules, and those are the source modules, the processor modules, and the sinks. And the sources are kind of self-explanatory. Those are going to be plugging into places like blockchain nodes or RSS feeds or APIs. And then our processor modules are going to be doing all of the normalization, enriching, and filtering of that data. They all pass it along to our storage and off to our sinks, where our clients can essentially tell us how they want the data packaged, and we can serve it up to them. So some of our clients, they consume data via data dumps on Amazon. We just recently announced a partnership where you can consume all of our feeds through the Amazon AWS marketplace. And some of our other clients use APIs, which they have us custom tailor. other ones use Splunk, which we have a partnership for, as kind of an end-to-end full solution. Sorry. Okay, so that's kind of a lot about how we do things, and the use cases, as I mentioned before, are quite broad. But just to start, one of the interesting use cases for kind of merging all of these disparate data sets into one place is to monitor the ecosystem and to run investigations into the ecosystem to try and discover fraud, scams, and things of that nature. We have a lot of clients who use us for regulatory compliance, but then we also are a data provider to various security regulators around the world. So what I have here shown on the screen are a few different metrics, not to single any exchanges out, but I just picked a couple from a recent analysis that one of our investigation analysts did. So on the top left here, you can see trade size distributions. This is a pretty commonly known metric where you take over a period of time all of the executed trades reported by an exchange through their APIs or scraped from their web page, and you show the distribution of the size of the trades. So on the y-axis there, you have count, and on the x-axis, you have size. And Bitwise in their SEC ETF proposal kind of popularized this as a metric to be used for identifying falsified data or potential wash trading activity happening on a platform. So whenever you see something that looks outside of a normal-esque distribution, it's something to be wary of. And it's not necessarily indicative that the exchange itself is participating in bad activity, although it could be. But it also could just be bots that are using that exchange to pump the volume up of their own token or a token which they have been paid off to try and inflate the volume for. Some of these other metrics that you can see here, on the top right is a proprietary algorithm which just tries to estimate the amount of inflated volume coming from a particular exchange at a given time. And then on the bottom left, you can see this is bids and asks queried for a very specific size. So in this case, it is 0.4 Ethereum to USDT. And that very specific size, you can see here, it's very abnormal to see like a massive spike during a specific period of time where asks and bids are posted almost simultaneously in large quantities. And you can see over here on the right, that box is highlighting the 0.4 ETH range over the same period of time. So you can see how much it stands out in comparison to the other sizes being traded for that ETH to USDT pair. Okay, on the same note, there are lots of other metrics, but just to give another one is comparison of leading digit distributions. So leading, second, or third digit. What do I mean by that? When I post a bid or an ask and it turns into an executed trade, let's say I'm trading 1.2 Bitcoin, the leading non-zero digit would be 1, and the second non-zero digit would be 2. And if we take an aggregate number of trades that occur in a given period of time, we can show a distribution of the number of trades which have a leading 1 or a leading 2 and so on. And what Benford's law states, in specific types of naturally occurring data sets, you expect to see an uneven distribution of these leading digits. So you expect to see about 30% of the data events to have a leading 1, and about 18 or so percent to have a leading 2, and so on. And the reason for that is just because you're more likely to have numbers falling in 1 at the beginning rather than 9, because just of the way that naturally occurring numerical data sets work that are either pertaining to a size or quantity. And what you can do is query, kind of like we did with some of the past images, all of the executed trades, and show for the size of those executed trades, the leading numbers and their distributions, and compare across exchanges or pairs. So another kind of use case of our data in a different category now, using natural language data, would be kind of noticing events through the mentions of specific entities. So one of the things that our natural language modules do is they extract potential names of individuals or organizations or locations. And because you have this parsed out intelligence from the text, you can then query the number of mentions, and you can do those queries by other metrics. So you could query the mentions of a given exchange by the author of that text, or by the reporting venue, or by the site at which that text was parsed from. And what we see here is back when Justin Sun had acquired Steemit, and there was all this drama way back before the fork, but right after the acquisition, when there was drama from the Steemit community and the Steem community, and we can see here mentions for the keyword Steem spike right at the time of this announcement of the acquisition, and the co-mentions of other parsed out organizations map onto the exchanges here that were affiliated with providing Justin Sun Steem tokens to be used as governance votes on his takeover of the blockchain. So natural language analysis is a great way that you can spot kind of breaking events in real time, or go back and analyze things and try and parse out, what the community was feeling or saying, and who was being mentioned and how, and by whom. So that last kind of and most broad category of data that I said we cover is technical data, and that includes things like blockchain data itself, but also blockchain metadata. So here you can see a cluster map in Splunk where we are querying all of the public nodes that our node has identified, and by the service provider. So this is an interesting way that you can try and analyze, how many nodes are actually being run on AWS servers versus Google servers, and so on, and where can we identify them as being located. As with many metrics, this is not a perfect one, but it's useful nonetheless to try and get an idea of where Bitcoin users are, and the types of Bitcoin users that you have in different geographic locations. Here we see some data queried from, I believe, an article that I wrote in Forbes around the time of the halvening. So the Bitcoin halvening is, of course, when the distribution of Coinbase rewards to miners gets cut in half, which happens every 4 years. And here you can see this green line actually shows the average total block reward. So that includes both the Coinbase reward that is paid directly to miners, as well as all of the fees that are included within transactions in those blocks. And we can see the time of the halvening denoted by this steep drop off, where it gets cut in half from around 12.5 to around 6.25 Bitcoin. And we can see the price and moving average of Bitcoin over this time. And then what we've done here is we've queried all of the blocks by height on the x-axis, and the time which it took to mine that block on the y-axis. And in red, you see all the blocks pre-halvening, and in yellow, you see all the blocks post-halvening. And then on the bottom here, we have an averaged amount. So you can see that there's slight increased volatility after the halvening, and that occurs because there is an adjustment in which miners are profitable pre and post halvening. And so this is an interesting way to kind of query all the raw data and derive some intelligence out of that to see how stable the network is after a supply shock like that. The last category of data here is blockchain data itself. So CipherTrace is one of our partners, and they provide us with risk scores and attribution data, but we also just scrape public attributions that we can find, or things off of the dark web, and layering that on top of the actual raw blockchain data, you can try and trace transactions. And you can see on the bottom right here a sand key diagram, which is kind of following the flow of transactions. And I believe this diagram was from the Twitter hack that occurred at the beginning of the year, when prominent Twitter accounts such as Obama were posting links to, or Bitcoin addresses and links saying, you know, the common double scam. If you send me Bitcoin, I'll send you double the amount back. And this is tracing the funds of all of the addresses which sent money to that address and where it went afterwards. So this is very important work for law enforcement when they're trying to track down terrorist financing. But it's also important for companies which are trying to be in compliance. And I know there's a lot of controversy around blockchain forensics, but overall, I think that it's kind of a necessary evil of the space maturing. And yeah, you can't really have a money that's being used to fund scams or fund terrorist events without expecting law enforcement to get involved. So yeah, that's all that I have on the slides, but I'm happy to take any questions. And I know that Adam might be hopping back on to chat in a little bit as well.
Thank you. Yeah, that was really interesting. Eric was actually working on some NLP as well. I know he was trying to sample kind of what you were showing off with the like IBM Watson-esque, I think, design for your front end is really interesting. And I know that's something that he's unfortunately out and about right now and not able to hop on the stream. I'm going to see if Adam may join us again also, as far to ask some additional questions and follow up. Was that the rest of the presentation?
That was all that I had.
Okay, sure.
Kind of thrown on slides, but yeah.
Yeah, let me see if Adam can hop on again as well, and if he has any other questions for you. It would have been really excellent if Eric hopped on with that, but he's just unfortunately not available at this time, which is understandable. But I think it's definitely like what you're presenting, because he's shown me some of what he was working on with one of his projects. It's not public yet that he's working on, but it does use NLP and blockchain. And again, like similar to like that IBM Watson style map as well, where everything's like interconnected, which I think is important in the space for tracking all that. I know you even have like the user wallet tracking, I think you mentioned.
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'd like to talk with him afterwards as well.
Yeah, maybe we can set something up for after this. Let me see if Adam is coming on, coming back here. Sorry, doing a little bit of production and
no, it's all good.
Everything. So it's
and you guys are probably
getting 9 hours and 30 minutes.
I know.
So this is day 2. Yesterday was 12 hours. So it's just We plan on having more of these in the future, maybe not quite as long. Maybe we'll do a 24-hour one, who knows, for that. Is there anything else that you wanted to add specifically as far as Inca Digital? I think Adam's just getting ready now.
No, all I would say is you can follow us on Twitter, LinkedIn. Our whole company currently uses Keybase, so you can find all of us there.
Okay.
And my email is nicholasgans@inca.digital. So anybody can feel free to reach out with any questions or input.
Excellent. So
Yeah, there he
Adam's
is.
back with us now again.
Yeah, I was trying to charge my AirPods because I don't want like the echo to happen.
Yeah.
And like I was hoping that I could get enough time in from there to there, but somebody called me. Anyways, it's just been all day, So are we going for the rest of the hour here? We're gonna tighten that up?
I believe we do have the rest of the hour.
Okay.
As far as
No, I mean, like, I was just curious. Okay.
Sorry, I think I probably rambled through quicker than.
No, it's okay. I didn't mean to put you on the spot like that. Like, there's a lot of questions I have, and I was trying to get Eric on. That's like I was buying time, trying to locate him. But this is like really up his domain. And I actually had a question for the different type of technology stack. I didn't believe you went too in depth on that. I was just kind of curious if you were open to sharing it. Like, you guys using Rust? Are you guys using what are you using for your machine learning and maybe some broad topics about just like maybe a tech stack? Like, is that D3 you guys are using for the graphing on that one page that you had? I would assume.
So for all of the visualizations that I showed on the presentation are coming from Splunk Enterprise. Splunk is primarily been used as a log management and IT security tool, but it's really an open and flexible platform, primarily for event-based data. And I encourage everybody to check it out because Splunk Enterprise is pretty awesome. So that's what we use as a front end, but it also has a lot of other capabilities. You can run scripts and call on models directly within there. As far as our tech stack goes, we code almost all of our modules in Java. We still have maybe some leftover Python modules, but we use Spring Cloud Dataflow as kind of our framework. So it's all microservices. And if you have too detailed questions, I might not be the best guy. I can do a little bit.
Are you kidding me? I think you're the guy. I think you have to be the guy. You're the one here. I'm going to find a question. That's really hard.
I'm no infrastructure engineer, that's for sure.
No, I mean, it's super cool. I mean, you guys, so like one of the things, like, this is very utilitarian. This tool is made to, obviously like built for high volume. You guys written in Java, and it's just interesting to me. Like, I was always curious, like how the biggest tech companies like that are really in this infrastructure game, right? It's like kind of hard to like make it sexy, right? And like pitch it and pack it and sell it to somebody. It's like, hey, look, we have this awesome, cool data platform. It's like it's really hard. So like those challenges rather are really interesting to me. So the end terminal, as it were, like this is one of Inca Digital's products, right? Do you guys have any other products that you guys do, or is this like the primary focus of the entire network right now?
I would say that's our primary focus, but we have Yache, which is essentially a standalone product of just all of our natural language capabilities, which can be kind of adapted to any use case. So like if a client comes to us and they have something completely unrelated to crypto, but they just want sentiment analysis, entity recognition, optical character recognition, all these things, then Yache is kind of our product for that. And then we have Upana, which is a agent-based modeling effort, kind of leveraging all the data that we aggregate through N-Terminal and building out a model of agents and groups and ecosystem through that.
Awesome. And for your end terminal, like, so you mentioned that non-blockchain projects really we're starting to pick up on it, right? But you guys have a core competency in blockchain, and this is where you really want this tool ultimately, and what you envisioned like it would really take off in is the blockchain space. But it turns out that there's a slew of other industries that need the exact same thing, and you were able to sell it. So I find that really interesting because that makes you somewhat of a bridge product, right? So you're serving two markets, but it just so happens that like this is some blockchain innovation derived, right? Not necessarily, but I'm saying from your focus and where you guys were targeting, this is something that blockchain was trying to create, and it just like ended up becoming like a much bigger thing. So tell me about that experience a little bit. I feel like that has to be pretty interesting, you know, coming from your perspective. It's like, you know, quarterly reports, got to get the money in the door. You know, like, what do we got? And I can see the panic. You know, I've been in that situation, especially with startups. I think most people have. It's like, oh my God, we have to, you know, we have to think big. We have to go, you know, we have to figure out, well, what else can we be used for, right? Is that like more of the scenario?
Actually,
that went down?
It was kind of the opposite. We were just really lucky where what happened was some of our clients who were using us for blockchain analytics, they were showing other members of other divisions. So I can't talk about what client, but there was one regulatory client where their entire crypto division was using us for all their analytics and kind of due diligence on companies. And then they introduced us to some of the enforcement people, and because they had something that was touching crypto, but those people were saying, oh, well, you know, we want this just in general. And so they started giving us requests outside of crypto, and it kind of led to us realizing, oh, okay, so, you know, we had, I think, naively assumed a lot of the things that we were doing for the space were already being done for all these institutions, in all their, you know, their other operations, but that's not always the case. And so we've been able to expand within the organizations that we provide to kind of that way.
That's phenomenal. So I'm assuming like institutional, like we're talking like more government agencies really probably would like to use it. I don't want to get too specific because I understand, but I definitely could see the I don't want to get shot later on. You know, it's okay. But no, I mean, I think, you know, as far as a use case, like, you know, and in NLP and everything else, government has a lot of interest, right? We have laws. Sometimes they get broken. They have to, you know, investigate before they, you know, bring any charges or anything. And they have to like really look into a company or a person and see kind of like, you know, what's going on. So this comes into effectiveness. So I always have this argument, people, and I don't think I'm smarter than the system. Like, people can track me walking. I'm sure they can identify me. I'm sure there's a lot of things that they can do. But like, my biggest argument for people is like, oh, we could track everybody. We found this guy. It's like, all right. But, you know, if you take something like, you know, and I'm not going to get too much, maybe I shouldn't be talking about like tumblers and stuff on here at this point in time. I don't know anything about them, but no, I mean, it's like an important thing for me for pseudo anonymity, where regardless of what my stance is, like, you know, I don't want bad things happening. I want, you know, the world to be a good place. I really despise a lot of like, you know, nefarious behavior. But, you know, this is the argument that I always make. It's like, hey, look, you know, this is just the way it is with blockchain. I can't change it even if you ask me to. I have no involvement in it. This thing exists. I really want to help people catch bad guys too. And when I say bad guys, I'm talking like detestables. There's really bad people out there, and this is an important thing. And I think that's part of like responsible blockchain is just acknowledging the problem and saying, hey, look, yeah, we value freedom and everything else, but also there's definite sets of rules that generally, if you're a human being in society, you have to abide by. And this is like 90% of what I'd like to target, right? And I'd like for the free domain and everybody else to leave me alone. And as long as I don't flag these things, that's good. Yeah, I should be left alone, right? But like extrapolating to that point, I do understand law enforcement's necessity, if you will, to stop bad actors in our world, right? The other component is I do think there's holes in trying to track people, and this is from my technical understanding. This is from my, you know, my programmatic understanding. And sometimes I debate people that, you know, whether I'm teaching a course or something, I'm talking about the implications. They're like, no, we can track them 100%. I'm like, all right, Ranger Rick, listen, the reality is as good as you think you are. Okay, I know better, right? And it usually becomes a very heated debate because they're like, no, we're there. Or somebody who doesn't know about technology and says, oh no, we're there. The pseudo anonymity component affords you an opportunity to go the anonymous route, even if you're on Bitcoin. And this is the case that I make. So there is behavioral patterns that you can track, but I guess like say I use something like a really effective means of tumbling or something like this, right? And I'm aware enough, right? And I do some of the right things. I mean, and there's tons of things you can do. And if I was going in on it and I don't slip up, there's a good chance that there's no way to detect me, right? And this is something I try to make an argument for. And I'm not saying it because it's a good thing. I'm saying it because actually, if you're a really bad dude, that still exists. I just don't want people to have a false sense of, hey, look, we can identify everybody. So I wanted you're in this area, and I just kind of wanted to hear your, being an expert in this specific area, kind of what your insight was to that, and kind of how far the technology is, and do you think we're ever going to be able to track everybody, eventually with enough data and everything, or do you think it's kind of like there's black holes that pop people off and they pop back on other places? Love to hear your insight.
Yeah, I mean, first off, philosophically, my company and all of our employees, we don't, have this vision that, people who say, that there shouldn't, or that there should be privacy, have something to hide. Like, privacy is a right that we should all be afforded, and we don't want everything being collected on everybody and everybody to be able to query everything. I mean, that's a security concern first and foremost. And secondly, on whenever you have data, and those people who are very confidently saying, we can track everything, it's already there, we know who did X, Y, and Z. A lot of the time there's data there and it's misleading. So people think that they actually have, a geolocation for this individual. But that data is actually misleading. So there's things like the Dandelion protocol, where I'm going to send a transaction, but first it's going to route via onion routing protocol, and then show up at a different IP and look like it originated near that IP. So if there's law enforcement and they're just going to go off the fact that the first node that sent this transaction to other nodes was located in this region, they're going to be off on the wrong trail. So there's lots of, and there's many more obfuscation methods. You mentioned wallet mixing, but there's mechanisms of just transacting private keys. So I could have ownership of a Bitcoin wallet, and you could have ownership of a Bitcoin wallet, and we could exchange the private keys. And now, even though the Bitcoin funds haven't moved, they've switched ownership. So I think that I have the same wallet from my KYC'd individual, and it's never transacted, but that's not actually the case. So people should definitely be wary of what their data states and not extrapolate further. That's for sure.
Yeah. And I think that's also an issue. So like the person that I think is on the other end is like, yes, we actually absolutely, we know exactly who it is. Like I can tell you from my background and some of the things that I've experienced, some of the things I've researched, some of the things I've never actually, violated anything or done anything nefarious, but like, part of becoming a talented developer, DevOps, security expert is actually kind of understanding, what's going on. I don't claim to be a security expert for that exact reason. There's some times where, I'm bewildered, but I do know enough to know that, you can just as easily drive somebody else's computer. You know what I mean? And they never know what the hell hit them. People don't even understand. I mean, I think it was the NSA or the CIA or somebody, one of the alphabet boys, and they had a back door into like Windows, like and for like the longest time, and they didn't tell anybody because they like knew they had it and they could get in everywhere. And then like somebody else exploited it, and then like it came out that like they used like NSA research or something like that had identified this backdoor. They used it against everybody. I think it was the 0-day attack. What was it? WannaCry or something like that, where it was like huge. I don't want to say it was WannaCry, but I feel like it was. Overnight, because the NSA thought they had one in, didn't report a security concern. I don't want to give the NSA a bad name if it wasn't them. So let's just fill in the blank. ABC agency. They by not reporting the security concern to Windows, they left millions of Americans vulnerable to some kind of malware that leaked information, had them get really hurt. And, that I feel like that's like the government's never really held accountable for these things. And in my opinion, I think it's like it's kind of a rough thing. So like we give them a lot of technology, and sometimes more often than not, in my experience, even with companies, is that like the guy that developed it and understands the security concerns and everything else hands it off to somebody else who decides to use it in a way that it was either not intended to be used or doesn't understand the implications of using it in that manner. And I feel like, we look at this guy that was doing the election votings who quit or fired. I don't know what happened. It's like the guy is saying everything completely accurate when I hear him talk, right? And then it's like, okay, well, who did what with what he had, and like how was it changed, right? So one of the things that wait, what was that?
So this is actually written by someone from Inca Digital.
Yeah.
A Hacker Noon. This was December
Is this what I'm
15th.
talking about right now? They're talking about this exact same thing.
Exactly.
Oh my God. Wow. I love devs. I love it. All right. Yeah. Yeah. So, but I mean, it's
so this is where like election results meets blockchains and problems with like Oracle problems, which are obviously cropping up everywhere in DeFi.
Absolutely.
Yeah, for
so,
sure.
I mean, I'm ranting a little bit, but I know you had a little bit to talk. So I'm just kind of like, rolling with the thoughts. So, and I'll go back before, to what I was saying. Privacy is real. I don't think I met anybody that doesn't say privacy is a real concern. I mean, I think we all pretty much agree on the merits. Probably a couple people that, have an extremist viewpoint. Hey, look, you should have to surrender everything. But most people that are in blockchain kind of understand that, you should have ownership over your own data, things of this nature, sovereignty, if you will, over yourself and kind of what you have. But, then it poses the question of, how well should we be tracking individuals? I do think we should have software like this in place, but I guess like what are the implications and how widespread is it going to be used? Because most people will fall under the purview of being able to be identified and think that they may be synonymous. I think that that's kind of their responsibility to understand that that's not the case. But also I do think that, it's kind of a touch and go. Like the government does do widespread surveillance. It's very known that they're doing all kinds of stuff. Is somebody sitting and watching you? Probably not anybody paranoid watching a screen. There's probably not somebody, it goes into a different type of thing. But just wanted to hear your thoughts on that and kind of, what's government's role in this, from your perspective? Are they like kind of responsible for this type of stuff that you guys build and hand it off to them? Or do you think that in your experience working with government agencies, I guess, and I don't want to put you too much on the spot, it seems like they have knowledgeable people on staff, probably more so now than they did 10 years ago, right? So it's probably changing. Yeah, well, I would say that, I mean, all of this technology, both just on data analytics and with blockchain, it kind of affords us this possibility, one dystopian possibility and one, really awesome future where we are able to actually have transparency into organizations where we want to know and we want to make sure that groups are held accountable, because we've seen the problems that governments and companies, when they're able to get away with these things. So I think that the ability to have traceability and kind of for organizations, but also privacy for individuals is extremely important. And that's kind of what we want to shape. We want to be part of this developing world. And yeah, you can see what happens when that exact thing is flipped and there's no oversight over organizations and there's complete oversight over individuals. And that's when, power just starts corrupting and, you can come in. I don't know how Edward Snowden put it, but it's like this flick of a lever when the wrong guy gets elected or the wrong incentives are put in place for people to just be oppressed. So what we need to do is really think collectively as a society about who and how should we be monitoring. And I mean, it's just like these are really tough questions, and there's obviously like nuances there. Yeah, just take an opinion, and not even like a broad opinion. This is more like, some insight, I guess, because you're the guy, you're the guy dealing with this more often than I do. I mean, my my main concern is evangelizing blockchain so that people like you build things like this. But, you know, it's because I think there is other uses of it than just monitoring people. There's a lot more actually, you know?
Yeah. I mean, you can kind of think about scenarios where it's possible to trace an individual only if certain criteria is hit. Like automatically, this will be able, you know, the certain information that may help us identify who owns a wallet can be given over, and in this certain way only when, you know, a federation allows it, or only when you know, there's certain data that proves that there's likelihood that individual was involved in something fraudulent. So we can kind of construct these really interesting ways, especially with, you know, smart contracts and decentralized Oracle systems, where security is more dynamic than this black or white. You know, it's out in the open, or it's completely encrypted, and you know, you need a, you know, have a supercomputer. So
I mean, I think you know, and I'll go on a personal note here, and like, you know, this isn't a perfect viewpoint, I think, from my aspect, but like, you know, I always thought about, like, I guess, like, when we're thinking about this, the best traditional models we can think about is like, hey, look, you know, I'm you know, part of the food and game department, whatever it is, right? And you bagged your lobsters instead of putting them in boxes. And I think this is like a famous case. I think it's like, what do you mean? I've been doing this for 20 years. Like, I put the lobsters in bags instead of a box, you know? And somebody's trying to make a case or a thing. And next thing you know, every judge looks at it and grunts. You know, they keep appealing it because they have so much money and so many weapons, and the guy wants a conviction, right? And what ends up happening, obviously, is this guy spent, you know, his whole life savings, his company, defending himself, and then has to plead guilty to something that he's like, oh shit, I can't find it anymore. You know, it's like, it's over. And I mean, these things will probably still happen. They've been happening since the beginning of time, right? But, you know, my contention with it was, you know, look, you got to kind of make it fair game here. Like, you can't spend, you know, if this guy only spends 80 grand on defense, you can't spend $40 million trying to put him away if he doesn't have that, you know? And I'm not saying it in the same type of instance, but I do think these things tend to take on a life of their own. One decision here sets a precedent, leads to another decision. So it's just always something that, like, is a concern of mine. Yeah, and realistically, I'm not like the one world order guy. I don't think people, you know, go out and, you know, just, you know, the government included, just isn't like, there's no somebody sitting in a box just watching you, waiting for you to fuck up. Like, you know, like that's a dream. But what I'd like to do, I guess, is just sum it up with, you know, I think what you're doing is interesting. I think that it has a bunch of implications in other types of technologies, not just government. And I think that, you know, it's a really important thing for the future as far as being able to monitor organizations, as you say, so we don't have nefarious characters that are, you know, doing bad stuff. I'd like to give you like the last couple of minutes here, just kind of like, where do we follow you guys? You know, where do we keep up to date and progress? I didn't realize we were running short on time, by the way, Justin. So I might have crunched everything that I was trying to get into in like a half second, but please, Nick.
It's all good. No, thank you guys both. And thanks everyone at the Blockchain Center for having me. I really appreciate it. I know you guys are putting in the long hours, so hopefully you can rest up and, you know, enjoy the holidays. You can find us at Inca.Digital, and we're on social media. So just look us up. I'm Nicholas Gans, and yeah, really appreciate it, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cool. Take care.
Hey.
All right, Justin, where are we at?
8 p.m.
It's getting late. I just let a couple F-bombs.
Aavegotchi.
Yeah. So we have Aavegotchi here. You know, Daniel has been on our show many a time. Really excited about, you know, getting him on. He's gonna be talking about bonding curves, their implications. You know, a little bit about his company, I think, is what we had slated. He does have a presentation, correct? He wants to talk about it. Awesome. Well, let's bring him on.
Bring Dan on now. Hi, Dan.
What's up, Daniel?
Hey, thank you guys for having me.
Thank you. Thank you for coming on.
Had Jesse on before, so it's
yes.
nice to have you on as well.
Yeah, I think this is my first time on the show
Yeah,
here.
Oh, it was Jesse that was on before?
Yeah, Jesse's been
Oh,
on
okay,
quite a few times. He loves it. So he was like, you should come on for this one, share some knowledge about the bonding curves. So we're really excited about that.
Yeah, absolutely. We hear good things. Nick's obsessed with bonding curves. That's his It's his whole shtick.
You have those.
Yeah, that's his new thing. No, I'm just kidding. He's been on that for a long time. So it's cool to see other companies, really embracing like pricing indexes. I call them DPI, like deterministic pricing indexes, or I get fancy with it, but I think bonding curve is like a real good word. It's cool. I mean, the mechanism, that's part of what attracted me to Nick in the first place, actually, was like working with bonding curves and Zap and oracles. But I mean, I'm the NFT component and what you guys are doing seems like super interesting. I watched some of the other streams. Really excited to hear what you guys got for today. And I appreciate.
Yeah, I do have a screen. I'll do a screen share here.
Sure.
So let me pull that up here. Let's see. This is my first time sharing the screen with you guys. So let's see if it's working here.
Great. Yeah.
Can you?
Full screen. If you're doing, there's an application. There's also a Chrome window specific.
Right.
So a few different options.
So I have something in my eye here, real quick.
All good.
All right. Can you see the presentation here?
Yeah, it looks like you have a slide presentation here.
That's good.
Okay.
Bring them just a little in my eye here. All right. So yeah, this is a beautiful image from one of the videos that a fan made about the bonding curve. Actually, they made a whole video about one man's search for the bonding curve and basically unlocking and claiming the Aavegotchi. So a beautiful video made by the Defiant. If you guys haven't seen it, you should definitely go check that out.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So yeah, the curve is forever. This is kind of a mantra that we use in Aavegotchi, and kind of links back into our whole idea of the DICO powered by the bonding curve and how we're doing a continuous token sale of our ghost token. So our favorite mantra is the curve is forever. It's like this entity that exists, and it's doing its market making duty and minting and burning ghost for our users, for our community, for our ecosystem. So we're big fans of the bonding curve, and I hope this presentation can help everyone understand a little bit more why we picked the bonding curve, and also just what the bonding curve can do for different types of projects. Our project specifically is a DICO, a decentralized ICO, and we actually went with the Aragon fundraising suite that they created, where they incorporate the DICO using the bonding curve. But yeah, I didn't even realize until very recently that Zap actually was the ones who created the term. I always thought it was Bancor, but
yeah, it was a long time. They've been using the bonding curve, or some people refer to also, like, we have like Bezier splines and things like that. You can get into like linear algebra, your token supply and price balance. I would say just for the presentation, if you're able to full screen that application,
okay, sure.
There might be an option to do that.
Or
I don't
know how to get rid of this
presentation.
Okay, let's see. I don't really use Adobe.
Yeah, I'm not quite familiar, but otherwise it's okay. We can see that. You might be able to just hide that sidebar.
No. Yeah, I don't know how to get rid of the sidebar. I don't know.
There's a little arrow about halfway down the screen.
Oh yeah.
So if we just probably
cool.
There we go.
Perfect.
That's a little bit better. Not quite full screen, but I think that'll work for what you intend to share with us.
Yeah.
All right.
So yeah,
leave you
the
to
bonding
the
curve.
here.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
So yeah, the bonding curve, if you guys aren't familiar, is basically, it's a mathematical formula that calculates the price of the underlying asset based on the reserve or the pool balance, and also the token supply that's in it. And I won't really go into the math because all that has been covered multiple times. But basically, it's essentially a smart contract automated market maker that allows users to buy and sell the underlying asset, the native token, with another reserve token, and it essentially just it replaces the old method of the order book. So we're gonna go into a little bit about the there it is. This is our curve here. We kind of took this model up here and we wanted to make it look a little bit cooler. So if you go on to the Aavegotchi UI, we've actually created this this UI for the bonding curve where our users can kind of see the slope of the curve, and they can get a feel for exactly where on the curve we are. So when we first launched the Aavegotchi bonding curve, we opened it at 0.1 DAI, and it's gone up to 0.64. Well, that's kind of an older slide, but it's about around that price as well. So our users have really enjoyed kind of watching this process and being able to understand with certainty like where we are on the curve, and being able to calculate the supply of ghosts based on the number of ghosts that calculate the price of ghosts based on the number of ghosts that exist in supply. It has been there has been some controversy about it. We'll get into that a little bit later, but overall, we've really enjoyed our experience with the curve, and here's kind of the reasons why. We'll go into that in a second. But quickly, real quick, here's some other projects that are also using it. So a lot of people don't even really realize that they're using a bonding curve like under the hood. So we got, obviously, Curve uses one, Uniswap uses one as well, and then Aragon was one of the first ones to actually use it as a DICO model. They created their Aragon fundraising suite that is basically a comprehensive DICO decentralized ICO model around a bonding curve, and they used it for the ANT to ANJ transition. So people were able to send their ANT into the bonding curve, and it would automatically give them ANJ in a proportion. And I think there's an interesting aspect of the bonding curve, which is called the reserve ratio or the connecting weight. And there's that the two terms get confused quite a bit, but in Aragon they call it the connecting weight, and it's basically the ratio of the underlying asset to the market cap. And for us, we actually went with a 33% reserve ratio or connecting weight. So our users can look at that, and they can kind of judge what the market cap of Aavegotchi will be, or of Ghost token will be, when there's a certain number of tokens that have been minted so far. So Aragon has used the bonding curve. Aavegotchi, obviously. DXDAO was actually it's still an existing one. It's a really interesting model because they, unlike us or unlike Aragon, they actually limit. They have a lower reserve ratio, and contrasting with the connecting weight. For them, what the reserve ratio means is that for every, let's say, 100 of their tokens that get purchased, when you try to sell back into the bonding curve, which is like a core feature of the bonding curve, being able to buy freely and sell freely from it, when you sell back into the bonding curve, you actually only get 10% of your original funds back. So they have basically what they do is they take 10% of your asset when you buy into the bonding curve, and they put it into the reserve, and the other 90% goes to their DAO. So it's a very, very strange model from what I've seen, because it kind of decentivizes people from selling, which I guess is kind of their reason behind that. But with Aavegotchi, we went with 100% ratio for reserve ratio, which means that people can buy and sell from the curve with very little slippage, not having to worry about buying today and not being able to sell liquid tomorrow. For us, we really believe that the bonding curve, the power of it is being able to have this on-demand liquidity, this instant liquidity, without having to worry about complicated order books or centralized exchanges. So kind of the underlying mechanism of the bonding curve, you see it's got instant liquidity. You don't have to rely on order books. It's got a dynamic token supply where you mint and burn the tokens as needed by whatever ecosystem you're in or whatever the requirements of your project are. And also, one of our favorite aspects of it is the radical transparency. Like you can see on the blockchain exactly when the market maker, the contract, is minting and burning. And for when we're educating our users on this aspect of the bonding curve, a lot of people think that it's actually the team that is like selling back into our users. We have to kind of educate them and say it's not us as the team, it's the market maker that is selling these tokens. They feel like there's some like price suppression happening, but it's actually not. It's really just the market maker doing its job of minting new tokens when people buy and burning those tokens and selling them when the users sell their tokens. So a couple of misconceptions about the bonding curve there. But in general, it's very transparent. You can see exactly who is buying, who is selling, and the amounts and all of that on the blockchain. So I think it's a great improvement to traditional exchanges where you have the order books, because it really enables much deeper liquidity with basically on demand instant liquidity. So I'm going to get a little bit into the DICO model here. I've mentioned it a few times, but what exactly is the DICO? The first time I heard about the DICO was back when Vitalik tweeted about it. Actually, I think this was his second tweet about DICOs, but DICO is a model that he wrote about in an article. I think it was in 2017 or 2018. And basically, it's a community-funded ICO where you have much more accountability of the funds that are held by the team. So in a traditional ICO, you have a team and they create a contract. People send the funds to the contract, but basically after that process is complete, there's really no accountability for the team. The team can run off to Malta and do whatever they want with the funds. So the DICO is a new model that emerged after all the craziness of the 2017 ICO craze. And basically what it has is just like an ICO, there's users send their funds to the contract, but the big difference is instead of the team receiving all of those funds immediately, you have this bonding curve mechanism where people are sending their funds to the bonding curve, they're getting the token, but their reserve token that the users are sending to get the native token is locked within that bonding curve. So what this does is it allows the bonding curve to have a mechanism called the tap, where the founding team, in this case us as the Aavegotchi team, each month each block, a small amount of funds are available for the team to withdraw and use for whatever purpose we need it for. So in a way, it's kind of like a Kickstarter where the people are sending funds and they're giving it to the team to use, but those people, instead of sending the funds and having to wait for the product, they can actually get their funds out whenever they want. They can sell their token back into the bonding curve and they can receive their underlying token back. So for us as a team, it gives a great amount of stability, because we know as long as there's funds in that reserve, we don't have to worry about going out and doing a lot of fundraising or worrying about our funds going to dry up. We do our work and we build our product and our community, and we can see we have a stable source of funding that is coming in. And I think this is actually quite a big breakthrough in tokenomics, because a lot of the projects that we see on the marketplace, they're funded by the native token of that project. So if you look at something like Sushi Swap, where the project they create this sushi token, and the team has a bunch of the sushi token, and in order to pay for development, they have to go back and they have to sell that token basically into the community and hope that someone buys it, which usually leads to price depression. It leads to a lot of selling pressure. And actually, I'm going to skip to this slide. So the benefits of the DICO are really that we have accountability for us as a team, where the community can see exactly how those funds are being used, and they also know that we can't rug pull them. There's no way for us to rug pull, because the funds are basically locked within that bonding curve. So the other aspect is that the DAO itself, which is basically in control of this bonding curve market maker, the DAO is able to vote to increase or decrease the amount of funds that are coming out of that tap. So currently, when we launched our DAICO, we put it at 50,000 DAI per month that was able to be withdrawn from us from the team, and those funds are coming from the bonding curve reserve. So after about a month, we made a community vote and a proposal to the community to say, can we increase that to 100,000? Because there's lots of, as many people know, development is expensive. There's audits that need to happen. There's when we're deploying our contracts onto mainnet, it's going to cost quite a bit because we have all this on-chain art and all these expensive things to do. So really, 100K is a good spot for us as the Aavegotchi team to ensure that we have enough funds to get through our first phase of development. But the community could also propose to increase it more, or if they think we're not doing a good job, they could make a proposal to actually lower the tap back to another 50K or 60K or whatever. So it's really powered by the community, which is exactly what we want with Aavegotchi. We want the community to really have a say and have ownership of this project alongside of us. Aavegotchi is a community-owned game, and we want to work together extremely closely with the DAO and with the community to really make sure that everyone's on the right track and everyone is working together to create this game. And finally, the idea of the separation of concerns that I was kind of talking about earlier, where the founding team, we are paid in the underlying token, which is DAI in this case. We're not paid in Ghost. So instead of, if you think about traditional projects where like Sushi Swap or all these different food tokens that were so popular back in the summer, all those projects were basically just minting their own token and then they were selling it to pay for things, which I don't think that's really a sustainable ecosystem. It's very, very difficult to create one of those, to bootstrap one of those ecosystems from scratch. So I think having a separation of concern where us as the founding team are getting paid in DAI from the bonding curve reserve really makes sense, because it allows us to do our work without really impacting the having to sell our tokens back into the bonding curve. Obviously, the community also is happy because they're able to hold our token, and if there's price appreciation, they get to enjoy that, and everyone is along for the ride. But you don't have this extreme pressure of the team trying to pay for different development things by selling the native token. So I think those are the main benefits I see of the DAICO, and all of those benefits are made possible by the bonding curve. None of this was really possible before the invention of the bonding curve. So hat tip to Zap and the team for creating that. It's really amazing. All right, so yeah, you can see here we have the Ghost token is the native token of Aavegotchi. I kind of had a picture of it here. Sorry, I'm kind of losing my voice here. So if you look at Ghost, we call it the eco governance token of Aavegotchi, and basically what you do with Ghost is you buy portals with it, you buy wearables, consumables, all these different items that are crucial to the game aspect of Aavegotchi are purchased with Ghost. And we actually have some interesting tokenomics that I'll go into about what happens to the Ghost when it's used to buy these different things. But to put it briefly, Ghost is the eco-governance token. People use it to buy things. They can also get rewarded with the Ghost token, and they can also use Ghost token to do governance of the protocol. So I mentioned earlier that users can vote whether or not to increase the tap or decrease the tap, and all those votes are happening with the Ghost token. You have to have Ghost token in order to create those votes. So that's a little bit about the Aavegotchi Ghost token. And yeah, we are a DICO using a bonding curve, and one of the first projects to really experiment really deeply with this model. So it's very experimental, something perfect. You know, I know this presentation is for a hackathon. So if you're looking into you know, experimenting with this, Aragon fundraising is a great way to kind of get your hands dirty a little bit. There's lots of documentation about it. And yeah, here is our UI that we created for the bonding curve. So over here you see the bonding curve. You see the amount of reserve that's in it. You see the curve issuance, which is basically how much has been created via the curve. And then you see the total supply here. Total supply is higher than the curve because when we initially launched the curve, we had already done a private sale and a pre-sale 2 rounds before that. The private sale was basically to ensure that we had enough funding no matter what happened. And so we did sell some Ghost at a lower price, around this price here. And then the pre-sale was very small. It was only 500,000 Ghosts, but it was used to ensure that there was kind of a bootstrap liquidity in the curve. So when people started buying from the curve, there was already 500,000 Ghosts or 50,000 DAI within the bonding curve reserve to begin with. So here you can see we have the buying and selling UI. Our users can see how much DAI they have, how much Ghost they have unlocked. And over here is where when they type in amount of DAI that they want to basically buy with, we'll use the bonding curve function to kind of estimate the price and how much Ghost they will be receiving, and also what the slippage amount is. And one kind of interesting aspect of our bonding curve is that Aragon fundraising is that it uses a batching system. And most bonding curves do not use this. I think Mesa also has a batching system. But basically, what this prevents is front running, because if a typical bonding curve has quite a large issue, of quite a serious issue with front running by bots. Because what happens is someone places an order, the bonding curve tells them the estimate of how much Ghost they'll receive, and they perform the transaction. But just as that transaction is happening in the same block, a front-running bot will come in and it will buy it for a little bit more, and then when the user's price will go up, and the bot will sell it basically back to the user for a small arbitrage profit. So what the batching system prevents is exactly that process. You can't front-run the curve, because if the bot tries to get into the same block as you, it's going to be getting the same price as you. So it won't be able to sell it back to you in the same transaction. And there's other ways to get around front running, but this is one of the simplest ways, I think, and it's quite effective. We haven't had any issues with front running on our curve, because the bots they'll be getting the same price as the user in that transaction, in that same block. So yeah, we kind of talked about this a little bit already, but why would you want to do a bonding curve DICO? Because you can have transparent price discovery. You know, the community can easily follow all the price movements. You'll have always on liquidity. I think one of our biggest wins was not having to go out and basically beg exchanges to list our token and pay very expensive listing fees as a project, because we didn't need to. We had our always on source of liquidity, very deep source of liquidity that anyone could get our token from. So we didn't have to go out and do the whole activity of going out and reaching out to exchanges and asking them to list us. They actually came to us and asked us to list on their exchanges. So I think that's quite an interesting way, kind of a turn of events that was very beneficial for our project. And again, we have this idea of the separation of concerns. We're paid in DAI. and we don't have to go and sell Ghost in order to pay for development expenses. A common question that we do get is, this is kind of comes from a lack of understanding about the bonding curve, is this idea that, won't infinite supply prevent price appreciation? And obviously the mathematical formula of the bonding curve says that as the supply goes up, that the price also goes up. The key thing to understand here is that it won't prevent price appreciation, but it does take more overall funds in order to move the price up or to move it down. So it's not like a typical token where it has maybe a fixed supply or sometimes even a deflationary supply, where anyone can as a large stakeholder, they can control a large amount of that token and they can kind of manipulate the price without really having to control that much in terms of USD. But for Ghost, it does take more money, more funds overall to move the price up or down. But that doesn't mean that you're preventing price appreciation. It just means it takes a little bit more to do that. And we set our connecting weight, as I said earlier, to 33% because we feel that this is a kind of a more stable connecting weight. As later on, as the price gets higher and higher, the slippage on the curve starts to increase quite dramatically. So if you go down to a 20% or even a 10% connecting weight, the curve becomes very steep. It's very steep. So as you get further and further along the curve, the slippage on the curve gets extremely high. So it becomes actually harder for new entrants to purchase from the bonding curve. So we did a lot of experimentation with different reserve ratios, different connecting weights, and we found that 33% was kind of the sweet spot for our project. There may be other projects that would prefer lower or maybe even higher, but it really is up to the project kind of to decide what the ideal connecting weight is for them. So those are kind of that's the basic overview. I don't know how much time we have here, but real quick, there are some other advanced tokenomic things that you can do with the bonding curve that are quite interesting. Recently, we released a new announcement about how the Ghost that goes into our sales is going to be redistributed. Basically, we have this thing called a portal that costs 100 Ghost for our players to purchase. And of those 100 Ghost, we are redistributing that Ghost back into 4 different areas. One of them is back to player rewards so when people play our game, they'll be rewarded in Ghost. Part of it's going to the team, part of it's going to the die. But one very interesting part is that we're actually burning 33% of the Ghost that is used in all those transactions. And typically, I'm not a huge proponent of burning in a typical project, because what that actually does, especially if you have a fixed supply of your token, you're literally just burning your token and destroying supply, destroying value. But for us, for our project, the value of Ghost is actually the die that is trapped in the reserve, that is basically there waiting for the Ghost to come in and to be sold and then to retrieve it from the reserve. So when you burn Ghost, what you're actually doing is you are trapping that die in the reserve. It's like if you had a key and you need that key to open a door that would allow the die to come out. But if you burn that key, the die is basically staying there in the curve. So what this actually will do over time, if you don't take that die out of the curve, it's actually just going to increase the connecting weight over time, because the reserve ratio will be changing. There'll be more die than there originally was in terms of proportion. So this actually opens a lot of interesting different tokenomics mechanisms that we can use. One of them is that basically what we can do is we can use liquidity, we can use that trapped die, and we can pull it out using the tap mechanism that I mentioned earlier. We can say, instead of 100,000 DAI per month, let's up it to 200,000, and then we can do more ghost rewards back to our users. We can say, okay, let's let us take this DAI from the curve, and then we're going to basically buy it back. We're going to use that DAI to buy back ghost from the curve. So I like to call this the double dip tokenomics, because people, our players, our users have initially sent DAI to the curve and they've gotten ghost. They've sent that ghost back to the ecosystem, and 33% of it has been burned, which leaves basically 33% more DAI in the reserve, which can be then pulled out using the tap mechanism and then used to buy more ghost back from the curve. So it's a very interesting tokenomics maneuver, and something that I'm really excited to see going forward once we have our sales that are going to be happening from our portals and other different aspects of the Aavegotchi game. So buybacks are going to be really interesting to watch, and I'm super excited to see how that affects the overall appreciation of the price and just the overall tokenomics of the curve in general. So yeah, token bonding curve powered DICOs, decentralized ICOs, are really the cutting edge, perfect for something if you want to experiment in a hackathon. There's a great suite called Aragon Fundraising that you can use to do that. There is a little bit of setup and work that needs to be done. So if anyone has any questions about that, I can feel free to. I think I have my Twitter here somewhere, maybe not. Feel free to hit me up on Twitter, Coder Dan. That's with 3 N's, Coder DANNN, and I can help out if you have any questions, about how to set up Aragon Fundraising, or how to set your curve up, or anything like that. Feel free to hit me up, and I can try to help you out with that. But yeah, it's a very interesting thing to work on in a hackathon, and feel free to, if anyone has any questions, feel free to ask me. I can try to help out. And if you want to learn more about the bonding curve, we do actually have a page on our wiki, which is wiki.aavegotchi.com/curve. Over here, you can see the bonding curve. And quite a bit of information about it there. So yeah, thank you guys.
Hey, thank you very much. Yeah, I love the picture, by the way. It's really nice. Yeah, I think it was an excellent presentation going over bonding curves and some of the projects that use the bonding curves and why they're so necessary. I think, like you mentioned, with the front running and some other aspects as well. So it definitely plays into a lot of what we're seeing in a lot of current DeFi projects and different things coming out. So it's definitely nice to see kind of like a whole ecosystem building around that specifically. And then tying it into older systems and newer systems as well. It looks like this is the last presentation of the stream. So I want to thank you for closing out with us for the 10.5 hours we've been on today. We have a few more hours tomorrow to go over a couple more workshops and the final judging for the hackathon. It is a live stream, so a little bit difficult to show people in a room together at this time since it is online. So we do have a Discord where that is happening for the Blockchain Center, and we'll go ahead and share those links after this stream. But again, I want to thank you for being on for the first time. I know we hear a lot from
thank you Blockchain Center for having me. Yep.
And have a great night, everyone, and I'll see everyone tomorrow for the final day of the hackathon. And have a good night, Dan.
All right. Thank you, guys. See ya. Have a good night.